May the 6th at 6:02 p.m. Madam Secretary, can we please have the roll?
Commissioner Pritzos?
Here.
Commissioner West?
Here.
Commissioner Andriola?
Present.
Commissioner Carey?
Present.
Commissioner Kramer?
Here.
Commissioner Rawson?
Here.
Commissioner Reed?
Here.
Assistant City Attorney Brandon Sendall?
Here.
Assistant Community Services Director Armando Renales.
Here.
All right, so everyone appears to be here. So we'll move on to item 3, which is public comment. But before I open public comment, I want to make a quick announcement about this. So this is general public comment, and for all of those listening, there will be specific public comment times for the 3 public comment items later in the agenda. We have received a great deal of public comment for this meeting, and most of it submitted through email. And for those who did submit through email, they have been asked whether they would prefer that the secretary read their email out loud into the record, or if they wish to speak live. For those who have opted to have the secretary read their emails into the record, that will count as their official public comment. For those who opted not to have the secretary read their emails, they will be allowed to speak live once the emails have been finished. Because of the rather high volume, the secretary is going to stick pretty strictly to the 3-minute rule. However, if your email cannot be finished in the 3 minutes, be assured that it is in its entirety still part of the public record and has been made available to both myself and the other members of the commission before the meeting. And so with that, Madam Secretary, could you read the public comment announcement?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'd like to take a minute to share how to speak during public comment. There are 5 separate public comments for this meeting. The commission will take general public comment during agenda items number 3 and number 10. In addition, the commission will take public comment specific to public hearing items number 6, 7, and 8. If you wish to speak during any of these public comment periods, you will need to call in. The telephone number and meeting ID is shown here on your screen. This will join you by audio to the meeting. You will then be prompted by the chair or the secretary when public comment is open to press *9 or use the raise your hand feature in Zoom. Individuals shall limit their comments to 3 minutes per Nevada Revised Statute 2.410.20. Several emails have been received on public hearing items number 6 and number 7. These will be read aloud at the beginning of the public comment period. These emails will also be given 3 minutes. The dial-in numbers will be repeated at the beginning of each public comment period. Please be prepared to write them down should you wish to speak. For those of you who do not have access or are only listening to this meeting, I will read the dial-in number. It is 1-669-900-6833, and the meeting ID number is 918-6277-1011. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam Secretary. Do we have anyone who wishes to speak at this time?
I have no requests to speak at this time.
All right, then with that, we will close this first public comment and move on to our next item, which is approval of the agenda. Do I have a...
Chair Pritzker.
Yes, Commissioner Reed.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I would like to suggest that we shift the agenda a bit due to the large number of public comments we already have for items 6 and 7. I suggest we move item 8 ahead of 6 since that item won't take as long.
All right. Do you want to phrase that in a more...
Okay, I make a motion that we move item 8 ahead of item 6 and 7 in the agenda.
All right. Is there a second?
Please clarify that you're moving to approve the agenda with that change, Commissioner Reed.
Yes, I move we approve the agenda with the change of moving item 8 ahead of items 6 and 7.
Okay, Commissioner West.
I will second that motion.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Reed and a second by Commissioner West. Any discussion? All right, well, seeing none, and we have a roll call vote.
Commissioner Pritzos,
Aye.
Commissioner West,
Aye.
Commissioner Andriola,
Aye.
Commissioner Carey,
Aye.
Commissioner Kramer,
Aye.
Commissioner Rossman,
Aye.
Commissioner Reed.
Aye.
All right, motion passes unanimously. So we will now move on to item 5, which is approval of the minutes. So we'll start with the review and possible approval of the minutes of the April 13th, 2021 study session meeting. Can I get a motion on that?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Kramer.
I move that we approve the minutes of the study session of April 13th.
All right, we have a second.
I'll second it.
All right, so we have a motion by Commissioner Kramer and a second by Commissioner Andriola. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, may we have a roll call?
Commissioner Pritzos,
Aye.
Commissioner West,
Aye.
Commissioner Andriola,
Aye.
Commissioner Carey,
Aye.
Commissioner Kramer,
Aye.
Commissioner Rossman,
Aye.
Commissioner Reed.
Aye.
All right, motion passes unanimously. So moving on to review and possible approval of the minutes of the April 15th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. Can I get a motion?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner West.
Yes, Chairperson, I move that we approve these minutes from April 15th.
All right, can we get a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner West and a second by Commissioner Kramer. Any further discussion? Commissioner Carey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly want to thank the staff and our consultant putting together these minutes. 121 pages. It was a lot of discussion. Well done. Thank you.
Yes, thank you always to our staff for all the great work they do. Any other discussion? All right, seeing none, we've had the motion. May we have a roll call?
Commissioner Pritzos,
Aye.
Commissioner West,
Aye.
Commissioner Andriola. You're muted.
I said aye too fast. Aye.
Commissioner Kramer,
Aye.
Commissioner Rossman,
Aye.
Commissioner Reed,
Aye.
Commissioner Carey.
Aye.
All right, motion passes unanimously. So we are now moving on to our public hearing items. As per the amendment to the agenda, we will hear item 8 first, which is now, I suppose, item 6, technically, CA-2-21.
Good evening, Chair Pritzos, Parks Planning Commission. Jim Rundle, Planning Manager, here to present on this item today. Staff is in front of you today to recommend the Planning Commission consider amendments to the Sparks Municipal Code for temporary outdoor processing. I'm going to do my best this evening to give you context on just what is outdoor processing, explain why it was identified as a potential code amendment, outline the process that staff went through to propose these amendments to the Planning Commission, and then provide context on the standards that are associated with the amendments that are in your packet. And so what is outdoor processing? Chair, I'm going to try to share my screen. Did that bring up the PowerPoint?
Yep.
Outdoor processing. And just what is it? Well, it is when there is a request to do rock or concrete crushing, which engages in the reduction of that rock or concrete to a smaller size to be used as gravel or fill. A very simple context. And as if you remember, on Tuesday, we talked about the video that went out to the public. And that video depicted a large crusher and machinery was loading that crusher with large rocks, and it was breaking it down into smaller rocks. Ultimately, those rocks got there from grading.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, Jim. I'm
Yeah.
having a hard time seeing this presentation. Would it be possible for staff to go to the display view? I think you got a couple monitors, and we're only not seeing the full slide.
It's in the display view, and all there is the one slide, but it's not showing.
That actually made it bigger for me. Did that help for you, Commissioner Carey?
Yeah, that makes it a little bit bigger.
All
Thank
right,
you.
we'll just go with it in this view then, if that works, Chair Pritzos and
Yeah,
Commissioner
that's
Carey.
fine.
Okay. The video we reviewed on Tuesday at the study session depicted a typical rock crushing operation, a temporary rock crushing operation where a loader filled a rock crusher with large rocks, and it broke them down into small rocks. Ultimately, those came out on a conveyor belt and will be able to be put back down on the same site which they were graded from. So why does this code need to be amended? Well, I've got highlighted on this slide. Hopefully you can see that highlighted component. Can you see that, Chair Pritzos?
Yes.
The highlighted component identifies that currently the Sparks Municipal Code does not allow for temporary outdoor processing if it is on land that is zoned residential. Now, many of the people in the development community believed that this meant they could not do it if they were within 500 feet of a house or 500 feet of a home. However, the key component on this standard, it is within 500 feet of land zoned residential. And so oftentimes the recent projects that the development community wants to do these on, potentially Stonebrook, Pioneer Meadows, that is land that is zoned residential. And even if it doesn't have one home within 500 feet of it, it is still zoned residential. And therefore, they could not operate temporary outdoor processing because it was on land zoned residential. So that's why we're here today. Now, we want to make sure that this use is only utilized on a temporary basis. And I'm going to stop my share since it's not coming up that well anyway. We want to make sure that this type of use could only be utilized on a temporary basis. And why would we want to permit it on a temporary basis? Well, we believe that not allowing this use currently increases the trips on our transportation network, which increases the number of truck trips and trailers hooked to those trucks, which increases greenhouse gas emissions and simply decreases the efficiency of grading and constructing on the site. With these considerations, the Sparks City Council directed staff to amend Title 20 and provide a recommendation on allowing temporary outdoor processing in the city of Sparks. So staff set off on a process to receive input from the industry and receive input from our citizens. The video segment that I mentioned earlier that we reviewed on Tuesday depicted the nature of the use. We sent this video out to the public to solicit feedback as to whether this was a reasonable amendment, and if so, what standards should be applied to such a temporary use. The video was reviewed by over 3,000 residents through Facebook, Nextdoor, and Instagram. Input was received, and that has been included in your packet as Exhibit D. Staff additionally conducted 2 industry outreach meetings with industry representatives. Well, meeting 1 was very robust. The industry identified why this was a necessary component to the municipal code, what they desired, and even suggested mitigation techniques that staff could consider as we began to draft this code amendment. Meeting 2 was an opportunity for the development industry to review the proposal and provide feedback, to which they did. Now, through this staff developed standard, which you have in Exhibit A and Exhibit B. I'm going to move to slide 2, and I'm going to try to share my screen again. Does that, Chair Pritsos, have a proposed amendment?
Yep.
Very good. So the proposed amendment is now visible on your screen. And we want to make sure that I want to make sure you're to bring your attention to B3, the bottom of that slide. And it says temporary outdoor processing operations may only be permitted upon obtaining a temporary use permit allowing temporary outdoor processing. So we would potentially allow temporary outdoor processing, which would include rock crushing, to be conducted on a site if you obtain a temporary use permit. The next component of the amendment, Exhibit B in your packet, has numerous standards associated with the possibility of conducting outdoor processing at a site. One component that we were very concerned with is that it was in association with a project of record. For example, a conditional use permit approved for a site. Maybe it's a conditional use, maybe it's a tentative map that's associated with a site, but something, a grading permit, a building permit that is associated with a potential project that would allow for outdoor processing. We want to ensure that the use is temporary and supportive of an approved project and does not become something that is of permanent nature and is supporting other projects in the region, not necessarily the project of record. Now, the next component that I want to bring your attention to is the key change that we discussed earlier. Now, as I discussed, currently the Sparks Municipal Code does not allow for outdoor processing if it is on land that is zoned residential. We are proposing to allow the temporary outdoor processing on land that is zoned residential, as long as it is not within 500 feet of what comes down to an occupied home. Now, if a developer is constructing new residential and they are building homes, but no one is living in them, they would be able to continue to do the outdoor processing as long as that house remains unoccupied, or as long as that home remains unoccupied in a certificate of occupancy or final inspection has not been issued. Now, why did we pick 500 feet and not 1,000 feet, for example? Well, in Exhibit D of your packet, we included a study, a noise study that was done by Q&D, and it reflects that at 500 feet, decibels are reduced to 56 decibels at 500 feet. Chair Pritsos, is that slide showing on your screen?
Yep.
So we believe that 500 feet will be sufficient to operate a outdoor processing operation and only have a decibel level of 56. Now, the next slide that I want to show reflects what a 56 decibel would be equivalent to, and essentially that is rain. You can see on this between 50 and 60 is rain and conversation. So again, we believe the 500 feet will be sufficient to ensure that compatibility is maintained for residences that would be in proximity to a rock crusher or an outdoor processing facility. Now, some other components that we were concerned with, and our concern came from input from the citizens, our historical knowledge and planning profession, and also from the industry representatives. We wanted to ensure that compatibility. That's something the Planning Commission is always concerned with. Now, we have put conditions or standards. We have proposed standards regarding hours of operation, hours of maintenance, the days of week that the facility could be used. We've also identified standards for what would need to be submitted when an application would come in for a temporary use permit. site plans, circulation plans, demonstration of air quality permits. And lastly, to ensure that these uses are indeed temporary, we requested, or we are proposing to the Planning Commission, that the size and the amount the unit can process are limited. The size would have to be portable, have to be able to be put on a trailer, and can't be put, that comes down to not being able to put it on a foundation and make it more permanent. Again, ensuring that temporary units could be permitted and only remain temporary. So Chair Pritzos, in my presentation, I've outlined why this amendment is considered necessary by many, described the process staff used to process the amendment, and third, I've outlined the context to what the standards were created for the Planning Commission. Now, in this respective item, it ultimately will become an ordinance and will be considered by the City Council. And so the Planning Commission is acting in an advisory capacity when they make a recommendation on this item. Staff also included an outlined motion, and Chair Pritzos, that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
All right, thank you very much, Jim. Are there any questions for staff at this time? Commissioner Carey.
Mr. Chairman, Jim, are there any public noticing requirements for temporary use permits? And it's my understanding we have in our for construction sites, there's requirement to have some sort of a like a notification or a sign that talks about who the project contact is. Would there be something similar along those lines for this proposed use?
The answer is there is no requirement for public noticing of the code amendment, similar to a conditional use permit. The Planning Commission will consider a conditional use permit later tonight on its agenda. That is required to be noticed. A code amendment is not required to be noticed by the state statutes or our municipal code. But Chair Carey, you also, Commissioner Carey, you also identified, I guess you used to be a chair at one point. So, sorry, Chair Pritzos, didn't mean to demote you. Commissioner Carey, the question on notification or the project contact. I did skip over that component, but we did propose the Planning Commission consider requiring the temporary use to have a very easy to see sign that would identify that it is an approved temporary use, and a project contact that is available on a 24-hour a day, 7-day-a-week basis. So if there are issues that are occurring at the site, the public would be able to call a representative of the facility and say, hey, there is a substantial amount of dust, or something is broken and everything has gone awry. There is a requirement in the temporary use that the developer or the person utilizing that temporary use permit would have to provide to the public on the site that it's being used.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Carey. Commissioner Kramer.
Jim, would the temporary use permit also have the hours of operation that this particular use would be enforced or in effect? So 7 a.m., 7 p.m., 6, during the normal construction hours. I mean, is that something that's going to be on there? I mean, I know that during construction hours, there's neighborhoods that are currently under construction that, neighbors are going to be complaining that there's a noise level, there's kids at homes, and currently with the current work situation and with construction going on, there's several people that are working from home. They have children at home. Is that something that's going to be on that temporary use permit? Is that something that's going to be required at that time, that they post the hours of operation of that particular rock crushing operation?
The answer would be no. The answer is that in the proposal, Exhibit B in your packet, it does identify the developer shall limit the construction hours of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and 9 to 5 on Saturday. Now, why did we not necessarily limit it further? Well, those are currently in line with what construction hours are for all sites in the city of Sparks. And so Those hours are not necessarily posted currently, but it is currently the ordinance in Sparks 7 to 7, Monday through Friday, 9 to 5 on Saturday. So we did not require that would have to be posted. That would be something the developer would have to comply with. The temporary use permit would give us these, essentially the standards that are identified in Exhibit B would be the requirements of the developer. And if there's an issue, we would enforce it. We also have the ability to add additional conditions if we see fit on that temporary use permit. But at this point, the proposal, Commissioner Kramer, would not be that they have to depict the approved hours, because those are in line with the hours of the whole project.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Kramer. Any other questions for staff at this time? Okay, seeing none, is the applicant here, and do they have anything?
Commissioner, or excuse me, Chair Pritzos, the applicant, there is no applicant. This is sponsored by the City of Sparks and directed by the City Council.
All right, so then this is a public comment item, and so Madam Secretary, could you read the public comment announcement?
Okay, the telephone number for call-in participation is 1-669-900-6833, and the meeting ID is 918-6277-1011. You will press *9 to speak, or you can use the Zoom features. And we did not receive any emails, public comment about this item, so we will now move to any callers that we have.
All right, do we have any members of the public who wish to speak at this time?
We do. We have Thomas Green requesting to speak.
All right.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, I just wanted to say I live in Pioneer Meadows, and I've seen that they have what appears to be a similar situation going on out in the vacant lot. And Pioneer Meadows has been extremely responsive to my concerns when there's been dirt or rocks left on the roadway. So I think that your amendment makes sense, and especially given that it reduces traffic on the Pyramid Highway, which is where they often go to get the rock. I especially like that you made sure that restriction was in place so that they couldn't do rock crushing in Sparks and then deliver it to Arrow Creek per se. So I think it's a fair amendment, and I think you guys looked into it well. And like I said, Pioneer Meadows has done a good job on, or Lennar has done a good job at Pioneer Meadows. So thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Does anyone else wish to speak at this time?
We have Caroline Harkins next.
All right. I think you're muted, ma'am.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, you said you did not receive any emails, and that is not true. I sent one to Jim Rundle, and he replied to it. He acknowledged it. I think 500 feet is way too close to an existing residence. I'm saying 1,000 feet from any existing residence where people are actually living in the house, because that's quite a bit of noise for quite a bit of time for a lot of people who are working from home, and or those workers that work at night and have to sleep during the daytime.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am. Do we have anyone else wishing to speak at this time?
We have Susan Merritt next.
All right.
Hi, I just had a question about the times that would be involved. You said that the times are designated on the paperwork that come with the use permit, but I noticed that the times designated were crossed out in your PowerPoint page. Is it going to be an issue? How do I ask this? Do you have to have that specified in the code, or is it just that it's on the paperwork that they have to comply? My concern is compliance mandatory when it's not in the code?
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Jim, did you want to? Is there maybe like a real quick answer to that?
Typically, we finish the public comment portion, Chair Pritsos, and then you can ask me to answer the questions.
Fair enough. Does anyone else wish to speak at this time on this item?
Yep, we have a phone call from a phone number ending in 0190.
Okay. And caller, could you please state your name for the record?
Hi, this is Wayne Patterson. I just have a question about this. Are the materials you're talking about for these temporary crush sites, are they going to be materials that are used on site, or are they going to be trucked in through the neighborhoods and all that? Or is it just going to be confined to the site where this temporary crusher is?
All right, thank you, sir. Anyone else who wishes to speak on this item?
I have no additional requests to speak.
All right, then with that, I will.
I apologize, Chair Pritsos. We now have Chris Barrett requesting to speak.
No worries, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your time on this and the other commissioners. Hey, we came together, the industry came together with the city of Sparks to work out some solutions to some of the noises in the construction industry, the transportation on your city streets, and working with your staff, Jim Rundle. He's been awesome to work with. He understands our issues. The industry understands his issues. We don't want phone calls going into your offices, to your mailboxes, to the city council, to the mayor. We want to run our jobs. We want to do it efficiently and get out and come back the next day and do our job. This change in the ordinance right now accomplishes so many concerns that the public has out there. All this work is on site. We do not want to work next to someone who is living in their home. And Jim came up with a great idea of you can't work within a house, within 500 feet of a house that has a C of O. So the house may be built, but no one's living there. It's not causing any issues. It's not causing any noise problems. It's not causing any dust issues. It's good for the neighborhood. And this is mainly for big projects that are not in the middle of an existing community to cause problems. Again, we don't want those issues. We want to get the job done and get out of there. The times of construction, we recognize that. Jim did a great job of putting that in the ordinance, and there's not going to be any maintenance. There's not going to be any lights after hours. So we support this ordinance. We hope you guys will. This is a 19-plus-year-old ordinance that has never been adjusted, and it's mainly going to affect those large developments out there in Spanish Springs area that are so far away from residents that will keep everything on site rather than disturbing the neighborhoods and the peace and the charm of everyone coming home and relaxing during the evening or the weekend. So we support this. We hope you support it. And if there's any questions you have, we're ready to answer them for you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. Do we have any other members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
I have Nevada Patriot requesting to speak.
Okay. Could you please state your name for the record, sir?
My name is Bruce Parks. I was just wondering if the Washoe County Planning Commission has approved this item.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other speakers on this item?
We have no additional requests to speak.
Okay. So with that, then I will close public comment on this item and see, do any of the commissioners have any additional questions for staff? So I have a real quick question then. So one of the callers was asking about the hours of operation. So is that going to be are the hours of operation part of the code, or we just sort of tying them to the standards used for construction?
Thank you, Chair Pritzos. And I would like to answer that question and circle back to Commissioner Kramer's question or comment prior to public comment. And I'll share my screen, and this is in Exhibit B of your packet. Did that come up on your screen, Chair Pritzos?
Yes.
I've highlighted a condition or standard 4, and I'll just read it. Temporary outdoor processing is limited to weekdays of Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. or sunset, whichever comes first. And the reason I wanted to circle back to that, Commissioner Pritzos and Commissioner Kramer, was I said that it follows typical construction hours for the site, which is true, except that it is limited to Monday through Friday and not permitted on Saturdays, which construction hours do currently permit construction on Saturdays from 9 to 5. Additionally, we identified that in the wintertime, there may be a desire to conduct this use. Let's say it's late December, the sun is setting early, and it is 5 o'clock and it is dark. We didn't necessarily want generators running artificial lighting for the site, so we limited it to 7 p.m. or sunset, whichever comes first, so that in the wintertime, late December, January, as the days are very short, they would not necessarily be able to operate artificial lighting to continue to utilize the temporary outdoor facility. And that does give you additional information, Commissioner Kramer, from your question earlier. So it is limited to just Monday through Friday. And Chair Pritzos, I think that answers your question. Yes. I can also attempt to answer some of the questions in the public comment if you would like.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay. So one of the questions was hours of operation. I think we've just answered that question. And an additional component was a identification that the public provided me email, and maybe it was said you didn't receive any emails. I think Commissioner Chair Pritzos, you were comparing it to the way you received emails and agenda items later for today. However, you did receive the emails from staff. They are included in your packet as Exhibit D. So they were included, the comments that we received. So the public identifying, you should have received them. I believe it is in your packet for the Planning Commission. Another public comment was, is the material being trucked in? I did speak to the process of the application earlier in my presentation, identifying staff would require a circulation plan. This circulation plan would require the developer to identify where the trucks would be moving to and from when conducting say a rock crusher. Additionally, Standard 2 does not allow the temporary outdoor processing to occur more than 1 mile from the approved site, and that is to ensure that it is with the project of record. Now, if there is a component that if 1 mile needs to be exceeded, they can apply for an additional temporary use permit, but staff is going to really need some explanation as to why that will promote the reduction of trips on the road, and it will promote a reduced truck trips on our transportation network. Potentially, it's on a very big site. The rock crusher is 1.5 miles from where it can be, and there's no houses that it inhibits, but we did provide that flexibility in the case that it exceeds 1 mile. That doesn't mean we would be looking to approve it for 6 miles from the site, but it does provide that little bit of flexibility. So I do believe that staff has proposed a standard that ensures that it is with the project of record and it is not being utilized all over, say, North Sparks. Another component was, did the Washoe Planning Commission approve the item? The Washoe Planning Commission does not have jurisdiction in terms of planning and zoning authority in the city of Sparks. The Washoe Planning Commission is restricted to the unincorporated areas of Washoe County, excluding city of Reno, of course, and excluding the unincorporated areas governed by the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. Other than that, the Washoe County Planning Commission has jurisdictions outside of those areas. This ordinance would only apply to the incorporated areas of the city of Sparks or areas that are identified in our sphere of influence. And I think, there was one more comment, Chair Pritsos, on the hours of operation being struck on Exhibit A. That is true. Those hours of operation were struck, but that was on permanent outdoor processing, not temporary outdoor processing. And Exhibit B depicts that the temporary outdoor processing is limited, again, as we spoke to earlier, Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. or sunset. Would not be permitted on the weekends and would not be permitted after 7 p.m., let's say on June 21st, one of the longest days of the year. So those are governed. The hours of operation are governed, even though it looks struck on Exhibit A, that was for permanent outdoor processing. Permanent outdoor processing is permitted in the industrial area by conditional use permit. It would be reviewed by the Sparks Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission would have the opportunity at that point to govern the operation hours which they see fit in the industrial area.
All right. Thank you very much for that explanation, Jim. I hope that cleared up stuff for the members of the public. Do any other commissioners have questions at this time? All right. Seeing no other questions, is there any discussion? All right, then. Oh, Commissioner Carey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll take a stab at leading off discussion here. I think this code amendment makes a lot of sense. I think the proposed changes allow the flexibility that the construction industry is requesting, and it mitigates homes.
Oh no.
I'm certainly not in favor of allowing rock crushing facilities in established neighborhoods, but I think in the instances listed in the staff report that these would apply to developing areas in the city. It makes sense to allow these on site, and they would help reduce the impacts on the city's road network. I think it also helped for a lot of other reasons, and I think this is a good thing.
All right, thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Commissioner Carey. Is there any other discussion? All right, seeing none, I'm looking for a motion. Commissioner Carey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will try to find the motion here. I move to forward a recommendation of approval to the City Council of the amendments to Section 20.03.030 outdoor processing and 20.03.040 temporary uses of the Sparks Municipal Code to allow temporary outdoor processing on or near residentially zoned land when associated with approved projects and subject to the use standards as associated with CA-2-21.
All right. Can I get a second?
I'll second that motion, Mr. Chair.
All right. So we have a motion by Commissioner Carey and a second by Commissioner Kramer. Any final discussion? All right. Seeing none, Madam Secretary, may we please have a vote? I think you're muted, Meryl.
Commissioner Pritsos?
Aye.
Commissioner West?
Aye.
Commissioner Andriola?
Aye.
Commissioner Carey?
Aye.
Commissioner Kramer?
Aye.
Commissioner Rawson?
Aye.
Commissioner Reed?
Aye.
All right. Motion passes unanimously. So we will now move on to the old item 6, which is now item 7, PCN 21-0002.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. If you could give me a thumbs up that you're seeing my main title slide, thank you. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Before we get started with this item,
yes,
I have a disclosure to make.
Okay.
The representative for Pioneers Meadows contacted me on Tuesday after the study session to give me a brief rundown of the project, and I let the client know, the representative know, that if I had any questions whatsoever on this project, that I would let him know, and I would ask any questions whatsoever on the project at this meeting. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Okay. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yes, I have a disclosure as well.
All right, go ahead, Commissioner.
I need to disclose that I was contacted by the developer's consultant to clarify a question that I had regarding the ownership of the undeveloped parcels in the QC zoned area in question. I raised that during the study session, and he called just to clarify.
All right, thank you, Commissioner West. I guess before we move on, anyone else wish to make any? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so go ahead, Jonathan.
All right. So, here. All right, so thank you, Mr. Chair, Planning Commissioners. For the record, Jonathan Cummins from the Planning Division. I'm here to present PCN 21-0002, which is a request to amend the Pioneer Meadows Plan Development Handbook. More specifically, the request is to add self-storage as a permitted use in the GC or general commercial land use area within the Pioneer Meadows. So the 640-acre Pioneer Meadows plan development is outlined in blue in the exhibit here. The 30-acre GC general commercial land use area is outlined in red at the southeastern corner. That's the intersection of Wingfield Hills Road and Vista Boulevard as it starts to go eastward toward Golden Eagle. And just for a little bit more context, to the west of the site is Coyote Ranch North plan development. To the north is the Stonebrook plan development. And to the east of the site is the Wingfield Springs plan development. So a little bit of background on Pioneer Meadows overall. The original handbook was adopted in 2000. It's since been amended 4 times. And generally speaking, those amendments take place in order to sort of fine tune the document in order to sort of meet the ongoing development needs of builders out there. And that's essentially what we're here doing this evening as well. So to zoom in a little bit, obviously the area outlined in red is the general commercial land use area in Pioneer Meadows. For a little bit more context, I'm going to wave my cursor over the Rayleigh's Shopping Center here. This is, the building itself. This is the Rayleigh's with several smaller retail tenants, which is a pretty dominant part of the landscape there if you're familiar with the intersection of Vista Boulevard and Wingfield Hills Road. And so the red area, again, is the GC land use area. It's 30 acres total. It spans over 11 parcels, across 11 parcels. 4 of those have remained undeveloped since the inception of the project and are currently undeveloped today. Those total just over 12 acres approximately. And so essentially, just by that simple math, just about 1/3 of the commercial, general commercial properties in the Pioneer Meadows are currently undeveloped. So to give a little bit of background on the proposed change to the handbook, the applicant is proposing to add 1 new use to the list of permitted uses in the general commercial area only. So to give you a sense of what's currently allowed there, here's a list from the handbook of approved uses in the general commercial land use area. This is the list as it appears in the handbook. So this is the order in which these uses are listed there. So they are retail stores, personal services, comparison goods, wholesale stores, business park, recreational facility, fitness center, and sales office, as well as public facilities, clinics and medical offices, general office, which includes banks, restaurants, childcare facilities, assisted living facilities, and convenience stores. Again, these are all uses that are currently permitted by right in the general commercial area of Pioneer Meadows. Some additional uses that are allowed through a conditional use permit in that land use area include entertainment centers, bars, churches, drive-throughs, outdoor sales, gas and service stations, as well as outdoor storage accessory to retail sales. So as staff pointed out in the staff report for this item, the proposed self-storage use would ultimately be less intense than those uses that are currently allowed in the GC area in terms of traffic generated and in terms of the light and noise created by the general operation of that particular kind of business. So as you can see, there's a good mix of uses there that are currently allowed there. But again, to the point about the longstanding vacancy of those parcels in the general commercial area, and also to address the question that the commission asked at study session about why this wasn't anticipated at the original handbook. The original list didn't anticipate it, that there was eventually going to be obviously some slow but somewhat steady decline in brick and mortar retail, nor could it anticipate sort of the growing demand over time for well-designed and sort of compatible storage use facilities, storage facility users that are essentially what we're kind of contemplating with this amendment today. And so again, to that question, we now know also that self-storage is more often than not developed in a way that bears a pretty strong resemblance to general retail in terms of design. And so we'll get to that design component in a moment, but we wanted to make that clarification that staff does see the request as appropriate given that the current conditions that exist there to the particular location, the vacancy of those parcels, as well as the market trends that have sort of affected the need for this kind of a change all these years later. So back to the lists, a few of these uses are relatively intense, such as restaurants, retail, grocery stores, convenience stores, as well as drive-throughs, gas stations, bars. These are uses that create a good amount of traffic, sometimes a good amount of noise, things like that at different kinds of hours. And so essentially we want to come back to that point that we believe that we agree with the applicant on the idea that we're proposing to add a use that is less intense than those things that currently exist there in terms of allowed uses. So in proposing to add self-storage to the permitted uses, the applicant is requesting to add language specific to the use in order to guide the future development of a site, but also to mitigate potential impacts. So a few bullet points here just to kind of highlight what that proposed new language kind of captures. It reiterates a bit about what is required of all general commercial in Pioneer Meadows, which is that the architecture has to meet handbook design criteria, and not just architecture, but also the site design itself, overall, the circulation and all kinds of different components of the design of the site itself. Additionally, the design would have to be approved by the design review committee, which is a board, essentially an extension of the HOA kind of network of Pioneer Meadows. They would have to approve the site design and the architecture layout before staff would be able to consider a request to actually build one of these facilities. So specific to self-storage users, much like the standards that we have in the municipal code, there's also going to be restrictions on what can and can't be done by customers in terms of the use itself. Well, let me wrap up with the design criteria part here, because they're proposing things that are going to help us kind of understand that if a request were to come through for this kind of a project, that some standards are going to be in place in order to help guide the design and approval of that if that were to happen. So the facility would have to be screened with walls and landscaping. And that's a pretty significant part of the commercial requirement as far as the design criteria in the handbook. And at the administrative review stage, which I'll get to in a minute, essentially these are things that are looked at pretty closely by staff in terms of whether or not there's going to be a dense enough tree coverage, high enough walls, things like that around the site in order to mitigate the sort of visual impacts of establishing a self-storage facility in any neighborhood. Another one of the design criteria would be that adequate parking and circulation for public and emergency access be established and be adequate. As you can imagine, circulation and parking are sometimes concerns with the development of a self-storage facility. So by adding criteria into the language, they're essentially helping us to sort of mitigate what those kinds of access issues could be. One of them, for instance, would be, obviously there's going to be a need for general sort of use by customers, but also that fire trucks can access the site. And then also, of course, that customers driving moving trucks can access the site adequately. So those are things that we've kind of called out in the design criteria that they've proposed for today. And finally, any portion of the site that would be used for RV or vehicle storage would be limited and concealed. And as you know from past cases that have been before you, RV and vehicle storage is a common accessory use to a self-storage facility. And so with that knowledge, we kind of went into this knowing that we needed to have some standards that would help sort of foresee what those kinds of impacts could be related to that. Excuse me. So to amend a plan development handbook requires that the 10 following findings be made. So I grouped these up into just a few slides, but we do, for the record, have to read and sort of discuss each of these findings. So bear with me. We're going to go through each one of these, but again, I think I've paired them up so that they're relatively straightforward. Finding A, ask that you evaluate whether the request is consistent with the comprehensive plan. By adding a permitted non-residential use to a growing residential area of the city, the request does support goal MG1, which looks for economic vitality, as well as MG2 to foster diversity in the land use mix. Finding B asks that you evaluate whether the request is consistent with surrounding land uses. The only sites available for this particular use in Pioneer Meadows are adjacent to a grocery store, which is also surrounded by various office, restaurant, gas station, and minor retail users. So with the proposed standards in place, mini storage use would create less impact than would be expected with other permitted GC uses that we've covered already. And so the proposed standards, again, are going to help to ensure that the use not adversely impacts surrounding property owners. Finding C asks that you evaluate whether the amendment is fiscally positive to the city. So the applicant provided a full fiscal impact analysis, which did conclude that this particular amendment would be fiscally positive to the city. And so to go into just a little bit, just for the record here, the primary assumptions of that study is that self-storage, and this is a standard practice in the fiscal analysis side of things, that self-storage is categorized as an industrial type of a use for the purposes of that kind of review. And that's based on the nature of the building type and the expectations on the uses that will be conducted on the site. Again, for our purposes here, in this case, it's going to be talking about mini storage units that are generally left alone and not accessed very often. And so the level of service provided is very low. So the particular kind of development would be lower cost to the city to provide services as compared with general retail, or restaurant users, gas stations, which you can imagine generate a significantly higher demand on services throughout the year. So to expand just a little bit more and wrap up on this one, because the course of the report was included in your packet and posted to the website and discussed in the staff report. So I'm trying to, summarize the pieces of it that are, crucial for us to have out here for discussion. The various commercial uses that that are currently allowed there. One of the findings that we highlighted in the staff report was that some of those uses could actually be fiscally negative to the city based on the levels of services required. And so this particular use is going to be fiscally positive because generally the level of service and the cost of that service to the city is very low based on that sort of the overall sort of scope of the use, which I was trying to point out for a moment ago. So moving on. So finding D asks that you evaluate whether the request furthers the mutual interests of owners and preserves the plan's integrity. So the change will only allow the proposed new use in the remaining GC land use area, and it will not increase the size or alter the shape or location or parcels that are designated GC. The proposed changes will not affect the integrity of the plan as originally approved based on that. Finding E asks that you evaluate whether the request will impair the reliance of the provisions of the plan. Self-storage is a use that is not uncommon to commercial land use areas throughout the city and elsewhere. And I've stated this a couple times now, so I apologize, but the use will likely generate less traffic, less noise, less impact overall than uses that are already permitted in the GC area. Therefore, the change is not expected to impair the reliance of property owners on the handbook. And finding F asks that you evaluate whether the request will adversely affect the public interest. The request is intended to facilitate development of parcels that have remained vacant and undeveloped. As such, the request is in a manner consistent with the goals and policies of the Sparks Comprehensive Plan, and therefore not found to be detrimental to the public interest. So last group of three here, and I'll wrap up. Finding G asks that you evaluate whether the request is consistent with the development and preservation of the entire plan. As you're aware, for the past decade or so, maybe even a decade and a half, general retail has been increasingly challenged. And we point out in our staff report that that's due likely to online shopping and other factors. But based on the history of these long vacant parcels, the uses that were anticipated at the time of the original handbook have not been conducive to development of these sites ultimately. And that's the reality that we're facing now. And that's essentially why we're here. So adding self-storage as a permitted use gives an option to the owners, to the developers of these remaining commercial sites, decreasing the likelihood that the parcels remain undeveloped indefinitely. And so additionally, frankly, we have a route here to provide a service to the residents of this part of the city that currently doesn't exist there or nearby. Finding H asked that you evaluate whether the request affects the enjoyment of adjacent lands. No changes to the land use pattern or street network are proposed. The request is anticipated to have minimal impacts on residents and property owners and their ability to utilize lands adjacent to Pioneer Meadows. So while these properties were, they're currently vacant and undeveloped, they were established as part of the community of, the community's framework of road networks and pedestrian networks, and none of that will be changed. And I requires that the amendment not be granted solely to confer private benefit to any person. The proposed amendment would allow any property owner to pursue development of a self-storage facility in the GC land use area of Pioneer Meadows. So the amendment will not solely confer private benefit to any individual person. And finally, finding J requires that we disclose our public notice. To amend a plan development handbook, all property owners within that plan development have to be noticed directly. And so through additionally, 750 feet outside the plan development has to be noticed as well. So through some pretty hard work on the part of our administrative staff here, the city was able to notify 1,265 property owners. They received that notice after it was mailed on April 22nd. That notice was also published in the Reno Gazette Journal the day before that, April 21st. And as of noon today, the city staff and the planning department have received 23 emails with commentary, which we have provided to the Planning Commission on the website. So that's been included in your updated materials as of today. The applicant and their representative are on the call with us this evening. I believe that their representative would even like to make a presentation to you this evening. And with that, staff does recommend approval of the item, and I will be happy to take your questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Jonathan. Do any members of the commission have questions? Commissioner Reed.
Hi, thank you, Chair Pritsos. I read those comments that were sent to email by the nearby residents, and many expressed concerns with noise, increased traffic, 24-hour lighting, possible crime, and that may devalue the price of their homes. Is there any evidence to substantiate these claims, and can you address some of their concerns?
I have no evidence to substantiate any of those concerns. The one concern that I can pick out of that I know is something we're contemplating addressing when we do get to the point of doing an administrative review of a specific actual project proposal would be the hours of operation component, which would obviously serve to mitigate the more problematic noise or light that might be generated on the site. And I believe the applicants can speak to what they're actually thinking about proposing on that front. And that would essentially, again, be something that we would be able to condition at the time of the entitlement for a specific project as to not only the hours of operation, but the level of buffer between other uses and this particular site in order to make sure that any of those potential concerns, whether they become reality or not, that they be sort of addressed in conditions as we develop the site.
Thank you, Jonathan.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Reed. Commissioner Carey. You're muted.
Mr. Chair, two quick technical questions before we open this up. I received an email from Mr. Dan O'Day earlier today talking about that this proposed amendment would have to be go through the Pioneer Meadows Design Review Committee prior to approval. I was wondering if you could address that, and I had another technical question.
Absolutely. The handbook does not state that an amendment to the handbook be approved by the DRC. It does require that any applicant hold a neighborhood meeting, which was accomplished this week.
Thank you for that. My second question is so it's proposed, this proposed amendment to the handbook would allow for self-storage through an administrative review process. Is there a public notification process associated with administrative review?
No, there's not.
And why does staff feel that that administrative review process would be able to mitigate the impacts associated with this proposed use as opposed to something that requires a public notification like a conditional use permit?
So in the case where a self-storage facility required a conditional use permit, we would be coming to the Planning Commission to essentially establish those development criteria and those standards, those conditions of approval that are actually present in the language that they propose to us as the development standards that will be required for a self-storage facility here. So we agreed with them that it would be appropriate if we had adopted those standards into the handbook, that then through administrative review, the mitigations that would be accomplished through a conditional use permit could actually be accomplished at the staff level with those standards in effect.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Carey. Any other questions for staff at this time?
Chair, I have a question, please.
Yes, Commissioner Andriola.
The language in the Development Standards Handbook speaks to the possibility, if you will, of having a caretaker on the site that may or may not, be in place. I'm wondering if your point in speaking specifically to the hours would apply to that resident as well.
So in the case that the applicant proposed that they have a manager's quarters on site, obviously the hours of operation are going to apply to when customers are able to access the site. The manager essentially would be a resident of the facility, and the language that they borrowed or that they proposed here in this change is equivalent to what we actually do call out in the zoning code for self-storage uses, which is that we limit the maximum number. So we say that you can have a manager's quarters, but we don't regulate it beyond that. So they could have one, and they may choose not to have one.
I have a follow-up question, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Based on that same subject of the caretaker resident that's outlined, I know it's a little early, but I am curious if there is a potential location on the property of where that caretaker property or the resident would be located.
Yeah, I can't speak to what's specifically being contemplated with their proposal for a site. That's not on the that's not the agenda item this evening, so I couldn't speak to that.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if the applicant, when it's appropriate, would be able to answer that question. Thank you.
Yeah, we can certainly ask. So, are there any other questions for staff? All right, so seeing none, Jonathan mentioned the applicant would like to make a presentation. So I guess we will do that at this time.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, Andy Derling with Wood Rogers. With me tonight is Dave Mossman and Tom Wynn, who are the owners and operators of the Pioneer Marketplace. We've got a brief presentation. I'll start off, and then Tom and Dave would like to close out with just a few comments on kind of the history of the site and what they've been dealing with on an operations basis. So I'm just going to share my screen here for a PowerPoint presentation. You let me know when you guys can see that. Got it?
Yep.
All right. So what we have tonight is, and some of this will be a little bit redundant, so I'll breeze through as Jonathan gave a great overview. It's an amendment to the Pioneer Meadows Handbook to allow self-storage. It's a narrowly scoped amendment to the overall Pioneer Meadows Design Standards Handbook. It only allows self-storage in the general commercial designation, which is obviously at the corner of Wingfield Hills and Vista. Just by a little bit of background, Pioneer Marketplace, as it's referred to, is the shopping center on both the east and west sides of Wingfield Hills. It began construction back in 2007. As you can see from the aerial photo here in the slide, the entire center was constructed all at once, if you will, or essentially all at once, with the parking lots and utilities, and several finished pads left for future buildings. You can see that the large open areas, especially on this west side here, and then the couple pads on the east. After 15 years of operation, unfortunately, due to a lack of demand, many of the spaces in the individual buildings, as well as these pads, have remained vacant. Pioneer Meadows, as Jonathan shared, was originally approved in 2000. So for over 20 years, really the retail environment has changed significantly, and brick and mortar retailers have downsized significantly. And really due, in large part to the exponential growth of e-commerce. I'm sure all of us, regularly have Amazon packages showing up on our front doorstep. And for those retailers that have remained in a brick and mortar situation, really they've opted for locations that have, that are really grade A locations and have a ton of pass-by traffic. Think, Pyramid Highway and the shopping centers that are there, and those retailers that are there. As for this request, the design standards, we did limit it to 93,000 square feet. And that was derived from a conceptual site plan that I'm showing on the screen. This is obviously just a concept at this time. And we tried to craft the design standards that could support something like this. But before you tonight, obviously, is just the amendment to the handbook. It's not the actual project. But just to give you kind of a flavor for what we're thinking, 93,000 square feet, really we're looking up into the large pad areas that are in the northwest portion of the shopping center to the north of the Raley's building. We have written in there that we would be required to maintain the same architectural standards as the rest of the shopping center. So these large buildings, in effect, would look very similar in character to the Raley's building, as an example. We are required to minimize the lighting, especially adjacent to residential, which is consistent with the rest of the commercial buildings in there. We had originally, in talking with the neighbors, as Jonathan shared, we had a neighborhood meeting on Tuesday night. We'd originally shared that, typically storage units are open kind of at a 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. As we discussed it more as a team, the center itself right now is open. The Raley's, for example, is operating between the hours of 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. Just for consistency, we would propose that the hours would be the same. The purpose of that is, there's already some on-site security during the closed hours. And so that would be consistent that, they would be kind of patrolling the same area at the same time. The setbacks would be the same as a commercial center, which includes a 1-to-1 height to setback ratio adjacent to residential, which would be along this western property line here. And we are anticipating, it would be limited to these western pads with additional retail and office being provided, which are, kind of highlighted in the blue here. So this is not, a complete, deviation from the commercial shopping center. There still would be the opportunity to introduce additional retail and some additional restaurants and office type uses. It's just, the sheer acreage of the shopping center out there is just much, much too large for what we would anticipate of being viable in this day and age. I mean, quite frankly, if we were planning this in 2021, I think the commercial area here would be probably half the size of what it is. Just to kind of, again, shed some, shine a little bit more light on what these future storage facilities look like. This is not the mini storage of the 1980s, the metal buildings and roll-up doors. This will be a Class A indoor storage facility, which will be climate controlled. So again, the architecture of this, it is a large building with indoor individual storage units, not your kind of typical roll-up doors. There'll be security cameras throughout. It'll be professionally managed with on-site management during the daytime hours or during the operating hours. It's still debatable whether or not there would be an overnight caretaker. The technology associated with this, each of these units is individually alarmed, and there's a keypad that controls the entry and exit. So you have to enter your unique key pin to enter the facility. If you don't and you open your alarm, your storage unit, then the alarm would sound. So it's a very secured. It uses a lot of technology in lieu of the kind of 24-hour caretakers. That's more the modern storage facility at this time. We did conduct public outreach. We sent letters to all of the residents, all the property owners, I should say, within Pioneer Meadows, as provided by city staff. We conducted the neighborhood meeting on Tuesday night, and just to kind of summarize some of the concerns we heard and how they compare between what the existing shopping center has and what the storage facility would entail. So one of the things we heard is that storage facilities are unsightly. And effectively, the shopping center has current guidelines that dictate, the architectural standards and require design review committee approval. We wrote in that, we must maintain those same standards. The exteriors will essentially, look the same and complementary to the existing buildings out there. And the DRC would still have to have approval over that architecture. So we feel it's consistent effectively. Hours of operation, as I stated, the shopping center is operating from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. And just for consistency, we would look to maintain that. As I said, we did say 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., slightly different to the neighbors. But as we kind of talked about it more internally, we felt it was appropriate to remain consistent with the rest of the shopping center. Traffic, we heard traffic concerns. Just looking at kind of the comparison of a shopping center, 93,000 square feet of shopping center, generates over 3,500 daily trips. That same 93,000 square feet of a storage facility only generates 140 daily trips. I mean, it is drastically different and drastically fewer trips that are generated by a storage facility. Security, currently, open access around the parking lots with security cameras around the existing buildings. The storage facility itself would be a closed access, as I mentioned, with those keypad access only, limited to the hours of operation and security cameras throughout. And then there was lastly a question kind of why do you need more storage? Right now, the shopping center has a number of vacant pads, and it's a really difficult commercial environment to attract those larger retail users with that movement to e-commerce. So there's just very few users that could fill those pads in the future, and we feel like a storage facility is appropriate to backfill that acreage. And then looking, we conducted a market study. Right now in the city of Sparks, there's 98% occupancy of the storage facilities throughout the city. So essentially it's, at full occupancy. And you can see that, in rapidly increasing rents on those existing facilities. Just real quick, we did, Jonathan covered, we did conduct a fiscal analysis, EK Economics, who does them often for projects like this. It analyzed it kind of in two different scenarios, looking at just the status quo of what the commercial would look like, and then transitioning to the 93,000 square feet of storage. And it did conclude that it would be a positive fiscal impact. In fact, it would be better than the existing commercial, and that's due to that low cost of service, public services associated with this. With that, I will conclude my remarks and turn it over to Tom Wynn and Dave Mossman to kind of give a little flavor on some of the background of this.
Hello, my name is Tom Wynn, and I've been the owner of this center and the one on the east side across the street for the last 15 years since their inception. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak before you. We began building both these centers about 15 years ago. It was the very early phases of the Pioneer Meadows development. And around the time we started is also the time when the iPhone was first introduced, 2007. I bring it up for two reasons. Number one, to recognize how much our lives have changed in the last 15 years. And two, to provide a little context for a 15-year period and how quickly e-commerce has changed the landscape of retail. 50% of all e-commerce business is actually done on mobile phones. So it might seem a little odd that we're talking about Apple at a planning commission meeting, and I'm going to talk about Amazon a little bit too. But the massive growth of these companies and others like them have been at the expense of centers like this. So at the time we started 15 years ago and the planning was done 20 years ago, I don't think anybody anticipated the changes that we'd be facing today. As Andy says, if we had, the centers would have been a lot smaller. We wouldn't have 30 acres out here. A few points about online sales. I'm sorry.
Sorry to interrupt. We have about 4.5 minutes left on this applicant presentation.
Okay. A few points about online sales. Amazon was a big company when we started. They're 125 times larger today. Online sales increased 44% last year. They make up now 20% of retail sales, and it's growing. And a tremendous amount of stores are closing every year. So, we don't really have a problem with this. Change happens, but we do need to adapt. And the self-storage proposal before you is intended to go on those large pads that were the back of the center. Those were designed for big box stores like Circuit City, Sports Authority, Borders Books. They're out of business. My business partner, Dave Mossman, is going to speak to that in a second. And it's also important to note that we've had these pads on the market listed for 15 years. We have never gotten a credible offer. We've never signed a lease in 15 years. And I know some people have been asking about whether this is going to eliminate restaurants and shops for the center and the neighborhood. And it's important to know that when you add up all the vacant space here after this self-storage property is taken out of the equation, we would have 70,000 square feet of remaining retail property. That's probably enough for 30 restaurants and shops. I bring it up as a point just for perspective. We would never be able to build that many, but there is plenty of retail space remaining. So, and I guess one final point, health of a center is really based on traffic, energy, and appearance. And storefronts that are vacant and perpetually vacant property is not good for the health of the center. It's a nuisance, but more than that, the appearance just detracts from the rest of the center. So I respectfully ask for your support because we don't have many options at this point. But storage is in high demand. This is allowed in other properties similar in the city. It'll put this property to good use and help the vitality of the rest of the center. And even with the change, we will still have more than enough retail and restaurant space for the community's current and future needs. So thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity. Dave?
Thanks, Tom, and I'll move quickly. It looks like we have a little over a minute. And just for context, I've been involved in this center since its development 15 years ago, and we've been trying to bring services to the community during this time. As Andy and Tom mentioned, e-commerce has changed the leasing landscape, and I'll break that up into two aspects. Box leasing. Best case scenario 10 to 15 years ago, this was a secondary site for boxes other than a grocery store, the primary location being on Pyramid Highway. 10 years ago, there were roughly 65 possible box tenants we could talk to. Today, there's 16 of those. Others have gone bankrupt. They're not looking to expand anymore. Consolidation has happened, and we've experienced that ourselves. We signed the drugstore lease on the east side with Long's, and shortly after that, CVS bought Long's and has chosen only to open it for one day, and then they close the store. So as Tom said, at this site, we have 25,000 square feet of shop space on the west side, 21,000 on the east side. And today we have 26,000 square feet of vacancy. When you add that to, if this amendment was approved, we'd have 51,000 square feet of unbuilt space, or a total of 75,000 square feet of space that we could lease to future tenants, and we hope we can find them. So we feel like we're leaving enough space to be filled or built to roughly double the tenants that are there today. So to summarize, even after this amendment, we believe we'll have enough retail space to serve the community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Are there any questions at this time for the applicants? Commissioner Carey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Andy, and Tom and Dave for the information. I think it was very helpful to kind of see the type of project you're looking at. I'm just curious, with a typical Class A self-storage space, how many employees typically work at that kind of a facility?
I'll probably defer to Tom if you wouldn't mind. It's probably a couple if I had to guess, but.
Yeah, it's not, the self-storage facilities of the modern age do not have a lot of employees. They have a lot of technology. But we have, our plan is to one of those shop buildings in the front, one of the blue buildings in the front, to do the office for the self-storage facility there. That would also potentially be a UPS type office and packing, moving supplies. And then we also are seriously considering doing executive office suites there, maybe a dozen office suites, small offices for people to lease with conference facilities. And the employees there would then service those folks too. So that's, but not, the self-storage facilities do not have a lot of employees.
Follow up, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Go for it.
Thank you. And Tom, it's safe to say it's less than a typical retail or kind of a service-oriented business.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, Commissioner Reed.
Thank you, Chair Pritzos. I just have a question. Do you own other similar storage facilities?
No, we don't. I've been in the real estate business for 45 years and own shopping centers, rental homes, office buildings. Dave is the same, apartments, shopping centers. So we are seriously looking at doing this, or we will have professional management, but we may also venture it with a storage facility operator. So we're looking at options right now, but can't do anything right now, actually.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions for the applicant or staff at this time? Okay. Well, seeing none, this is Commissioner West.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
No worries. Okay. So this is a public comment item, and so we will be opening public comment. I would like to reiterate from what I said at the beginning of the meeting for those who may not have joined us yet. We have received a very large volume of public comment on this item and the next item as well. If you requested that the secretary read your email into the record, then that is going to count as your public comment. If you asked to speak live, then you'll be prompted to do so after the emails have been read. If the secretary is not able to complete reading your entire email in the 3-minute time, rest assured that the entirety of your email is part of the public record and has been sent and viewed by both myself and the other members of the commission. So with that, Madam Secretary, could you please read the announcement?
Thank you, Chair Pritzos. On your screen, you'll see the meeting information for tonight along with the Zoom link. If you wish to join by phone, you'll dial the 1-669-900-6833. Meeting ID is 918-6277-1011. You will be given 3 minutes to speak. You will press *9 or raise your hand feature. As stated, we have received several emails regarding this project. We will begin the public comment by reading those into the record. Myself and Ms. Martinez will alternate the reading of those, and we will be setting a timer for each. The emails will be read in alphabetical order, and we will now begin with our first email, Ms. Martinez.
This email was received by Bijou Abraham. Dear Commissioners, I'm a homeowner at Pioneer Meadows. My wife and I love Sparks for several reasons and chose this as a potential place for my retirement. We are concerned about the newly proposed storage facility in Pioneer Meadows. This storage facility was not part of the development plan at the time we selected this. We were actively looking for a neighborhood where we can settle down. A storage facility in this area can cause increased crime, worsening drainage, and the lack of emergency vehicle access. In addition, there will be traffic and people always moving in and out of the area in rental trucks and heavy vehicles. All of these cause high light, sound, and dust pollution in this area. A storage facility also increases the chances of fire danger. A potential fire causes the challenge of how people will ingress and egress in the community. All of these will eventually bring down the value of the property in this area. As the housing market increases, the city has several avenues for bringing in revenue, and storage facilities should not be one of them. It encourages a terrible habit of hoarding and buying things beyond the means. Instead, the city should be investing in more parks and schools, not promoting storage facilities at this point. As a property owner at Pioneer Meadows, I strongly oppose the proposal of having a storage facility in my community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, this next email is from Shane and Rebecca Curtis. In regards to the PCN 210002, amendment to the Pioneer Meadows Development Standards Handbook. We strongly oppose the amendment request to add self-storage to the list of permitted uses in the general commercial land use category for our community. We believe that there was a reason this type of business was excluded from the original planned development use category. We have been residents of this valley since 1992 and residents of the Wingfield Springs and Pioneer Meadows communities since 2003. Over the years, and as more and more residential neighborhoods continue to fill our valley, it is becoming ever more noticeable at the limited remaining space for commercial community needs. As we look forward to the future, we need to keep the long-term view at the forefront with this decision. As evidenced from the picture provided, this proposed change would affect a large portion of our undeveloped commercial space that is remaining for the Pioneer Meadows and Wingfield Springs residents, which is conveniently located off of our main travel artery, Vista Boulevard, as well as within walking distance of an assisted living facility, large apartment complexes, and residential communities. We believe the space use limitations should remain as is and left for future development for more community service needs such as restaurants, small retail businesses, medical, dental, vision offices, banking institutions, and such. With no community transportation options, in parentheses, bus service, it is even more important to allow room for community service needs that are within walking distance for our community, not for a large unsightly storage facility that could be placed elsewhere and would take up the small bit of remaining easy access commercial space for our large community. There is already an unsightly large brick walls and metal roof self-storage facility being built at the corner of Pyramid and La Posada and Eagle Canyon. I am sure you will get an argument from the current landowner and prospective self-storage business owner that his property has been left undeveloped for a number of years. Please consider that this commercial development was just taking root right before the real estate market crash of 2007 and was starting to rebuild before the pandemic hit last year. It will take time for businesses to recover, but with the large growth in housing, I have no doubt this commercial development will start to flourish again and start to grow into an amazing community center of commerce and services. Please seriously consider the long-term impacts a change like this would do to our community down the road and how we can build a better community by leaving room for essential services that a growing community will need in the future. Sincerely, Shane and Rebecca Curtis.
This next email was received from Rory and Lauren Bruling. In regards to case PCN 21-0002, amendment request for Pioneer Meadows Development Standards Handbook. We strongly oppose the amendment request to add self-storage to the list of permitted uses in the general commercial land use category for our community. We believe that there was a reason this type of business was excluded from the original planned development use category. Our family has been residents of Wingfield Springs and Pioneer Meadows since 2018 and have had the opportunity to grow our family here. In the short time that we've lived here, it's readily apparent that the needs for various businesses to have opportunity to expand and meet the needs of our growing city, notably healthcare. We are a dual healthcare family that has seen our healthcare system overrun and overworked before, during, and likely after this pandemic. Reno is in desperate need for many services, including general practice and pediatric clinics and offices. We need to look at the long-term outcome of the decision to use this land for anything besides essential businesses. By taking up space for storage facilities, a plan initially decided against during zoning, our community will be limiting the safe and healthy growth potential for our community. As it stands now, it takes months of calling pediatrician office after office to find openings to see your children. Let our community stand with the initial intention of this land. Not all changes are for the better. Please seriously consider the long-term impacts of a change like a change like this would do to our community down the road, and how we can build a better community by leaving room for the essential services that are a growing community will need in the future.
This next email is from Marissa Hammond. I oppose the proposed amendment to add self-storage to the list of permitted uses in the GC general commercial land use category. If the amendment is approved and the new self-storage is built adjacent to Raley's, my house is across the fence from the proposed self-storage buildings. This will add noise, add 24-hour lighting, increase traffic, be an eyesore, be a magnet for crime, and may devalue my home. The Raley shopping area was built as a retail area serving the community. Self-storage does not fit that use. I understand there is a need for self-storage. There is plenty of commercial and industrial property available for self-storage. I bought a home in this community without self-storage as a neighbor. Please vote no on this request. Thank you, Marissa Hammond.
The next email was received from Katie Harris. Board members, I come before the board to voice my opposition to the requested change to the planned unit development for Pioneer Meadow Master. As a resident of this community since 2010 and member of the Pioneer Meadows Homeowners Association, I want to explain to the board why I oppose the matter and what factual basis I would ask the board to consider. The original planned development surrounded a village-style community with designated use for general commercial homes and a business park. An objective of the PUD was a one-stop living approach and a reduction in traffic. The concept of live, shop, and work in the same area was embraced by the city. The common trails in the community all come together as the marketplace, a clear indication of the desire to maintain a common gathering area. Why would we change that? Pioneer Meadows established the rules in the PUD, and they have already reduced the initial planned general commercial. They also reduced the planned parks by 1.5 acres and completely abandoned a 10-acre school site in favor of higher density residential. In a PUD, the needs and desires of the homeowners are paramount. The board is aware that the future growth of Sparks to the east on La Posada towards Story Count will eventually increase the demand for general commercial, and we can expect retail space to expand. Although the pads have remained vacant for 15 years, the Great Recession, housing crisis, and most recently COVID should be considered before any modifications to the PUD. Simply put, the retail has not been given a chance. The roads leading into Pioneer Meadows are still not fully open, and the feeder to Pyramid opened during a pandemic. Other storage units are under construction now within 5 miles of the requested change. In fact, a large storage facility is under construction less than 8,000 feet from Raley's. The developers acknowledge it will be 18 to 24 months before these proposed units would be built. Therefore, the demand is conceptual at best. We know that there is a demand now for shopping and food. The owners also acknowledged, based on market changes years later, that they may scrape the storage idea in return for retail space. It comes down to cost per square foot to them. Thank you.
This next email is from Layla Hatley. Good morning. I received a letter from Wood Rogers concerning a Zoom meeting on May 6th about the proposed storage unit planned adjacent to Raley's on Wingfield Hills Road. Unfortunately, I cannot make that meeting. However, the members of my residence are in support of the proposed storage units. Sorry, that was my bad. Let me say it again. Are in support of the proposed storage units. With the increase of residential homes and apartments in the area, more storage is needed. My personal experience in finding a storage unit is that most larger sized units are waitlisted or are too far away from my house to be considered. The proposed location is perfect for our storage location needs. I would like to know if there will be space within the enclosed storage area for RVs, boats, trailers, etc., for homeowners like myself to park our toys, since our HOA does not allow us to park them in our back or side yards. I do hope the builder/owner will consider our needs in this capacity for homeowners who are looking for more toy storage as well. Also, if enough community is in opposition of the proposed location, hopefully the city of Sparks will find another location nearby to accommodate the storage need. For example, at the back end of the Eagle Canyon Baseball Park before the gun range. I think that is an excellent area to accommodate the need of storage and alleviate the eyesore according to many residents in the Wingfield area. Thank you, Layla Hatley.
The next email is received from Carla O'Day. Good evening, Chairman Pritzos and members of the Sparks Planning Commission. I live in Pioneer Meadows and oppose amending the Pioneer Meadows master plan to add self-storage to the list of uses. A self-storage facility would be incompatible with current surrounding land uses, which include residential, open space, community facility, and commercial. There's already a myriad of storage facilities in the Truckee Meadows. Anyone wishing to develop another storage facility needs to consider placing it in an industrial lot, not near homes. The stretch of Wingfield Hills Road between Pyramid Way and Vista Boulevard has 3 roundabouts and is mostly residential. The road is not appropriate for oversized trucks, which will most likely be driven to and from the storage lot by people who are renting them and unaccustomed to operating large vehicles. Since rental trucks aren't considered commercial vehicles, almost anybody with a standard driver's license can operate one. This presents a safety issue as a senior living facility is across the street from the Raley's Shopping Center, and many residents walk across Wingfield Hills Road near the roundabout. There are also people who live in nearby neighborhoods, including children who ride their bikes and walk to places such as Raley's and Starbucks. I understand that grocery delivery trucks and school buses run on Wingfield Hills Road, but truck drivers and school bus drivers have been trained and have special licenses to operate such vehicles. Additionally, the staff report states that general retail is not likely to be developed next to Raley's in the foreseeable future. I find that hard to believe. Pioneer Meadows isn't fully built out. The Sendero and Pili developments are in their early stages, along with several other housing developments further west off of Wingfield Hills Road. I enjoy shopping and dining close to home, and others probably would too. Keep in mind that Wingfield Hills Road extension between Rolling Meadows Drive and Pyramid opened in March 2020 as COVID-19 pandemic hit. Prior to that, there hadn't been any access to the Raley's Shopping Center from west of Rolling Meadows. Now there's access all the way to Pyramid, and it appears we're climbing out of the pandemic. This could mean great opportunity for retail to expand at this shopping center in the foreseeable future. The Pioneers Meadow Master Plan needs to stand as it is. Thank you for your time.
This next email is from Mohan Padmanabhan, and I'm sorry for that pronunciation of your name. As an owner of a property at Pioneer Meadows, I oppose the proposed amendment to add self-storage at the Raley's lot. When I purchased my property, I was told that area is built for retail/restaurants only. I prefer it to remain the same. I kindly request my opposition message to be read into the record for the agenda storage facility at Pioneer Meadows and be provided to the board in written form before noon tomorrow. Thank you for your consideration.
The next email was received from Prudence Shapiro. To whom it may concern, I reside in Pioneer Meadows, Riata. It is my understanding it has been requested to change the zoning to allow self-storage to be built next to the homes in my neighborhood. I am against the changes requested because of the additional noise, possible crime, and nuisance to this type of building may add. Also, it will devalue the homes in this small neighborhood, but built originally with smart living in mind. These homes exist on small footprints, some with solar panels, and allow for living in a nature setting. Self-storage could be built in better areas in Spanish Springs. Thank you for your time.
Next email is from Marie Smith. I oppose the proposed amendments to add self-storage to the list of permitted uses in the general commercial land use category. I live in the Riata community. If the amendment is approved and the new self-storage is built adjacent to Raley's, it will add noise, add 24-hour lighting, and be an eyesore. It will be a magnet for crime and may devalue our homes. It is already difficult to exit my neighborhood due to the increased traffic, and this will just increase the traffic. I understand there is a need for self-storage. There is plenty of commercial and industrial property available for self-storage units, not adjoining residential housing. Please vote no on this request.
The next email is from George Spatz. Dear Sparks Planning Commission members, I want you to know I am strongly opposed to the proposed amendment to the Final Plan Development Handbook, Pioneer Meadows Development Standards, which adds self-storage to the list of permitted uses in the GC land use category. Case number PCN 21-0002, with the increase in population coming to Pioneer Meadows and Wingfield Springs, this land is better suited for retail and eating establishments. The city of Sparks would benefit as well because having more restaurants and retail brings more revenue to the city versus a self-storage facility. Self-storage facilities are an eyesore. They resemble a prison with high walls and security gates. They can also become a draw for crime. I'm concerned the quality of life in Wingfield Springs could suffer if this amendment is approved. The developers of this land accepted the current use when they purchased it. I understand they have an investment, but my largest investment is in the home I purchased in this area. I do not want it negatively impacted by this amendment.
This next email is from Margaret Spatz. Dear Sparks Planning Commission members, I strongly oppose the amendment to the Final Plan Development Handbook, Pioneer Meadows Development Standards, which adds self-storage to the list of permitted uses in the GC land use category. There are many potential land uses under the current regulations. With the increased population in Wingfield Springs, there is a need for more restaurants, shops, and other retail establishments, which will also bring more revenue to the city of Sparks, more so than a self-storage facility will. There are many other areas in Sparks for a storage facility that will not negatively impact the quality of life of the community. Additionally, the storage facility may decrease the values of the nearby homes. The developers of this land accepted the current use when they purchased it. It is understandable that they have had a hard time finding tenants during the pandemic, but it is excessive to change the permitted use simply to accommodate them. I understand that they have an investment, but my home is my largest investment, and I do not want to negatively impact it by changing the use I was guaranteed when I purchased my home. Sincerely, Margaret Spatz.
The next email was received by Jeff Spitzer. My name is Jeff Spitzer, and I've been involved in the Pioneer Meadows Master Plan since development began in 2004. I currently own several single-family homes in Pioneer Meadows and in the community on a weekly basis. I would like to share my thoughts on the proposed amendment to the Pioneer Meadows Handbook that would allow self-storage facility on a portion of the commercial property located in the master planned community. While the existing commercial development provides great value to the current residents of Pioneer Meadows and the surrounding area, for the most part it has struggled since it was built. There are many storefronts that have sat empty for years due to a lack of demand resulting from an excess of retail options and the emergence of e-commerce over the years. Because of the above, undeveloped commercial properties have sat vacant for the past 15 years, providing no benefit to the community or the city. My fear is that this will continue to be the case for the next 15 years and beyond. After reviewing the proposed amendments to allow a self-storage use on the commercial parcels, I am strongly in favor of the city approving this amendment to the Pioneer Meadows Handbook. There is no question that it is a great need for this type of facility in the area. Throughout Washoe County, the cost of renting a storage space unit has increased by over 200% over the last few years directly as a result of lack of availability. The residents of the home I lease in Pioneer Meadows are told to use their garage for parking, but I'm constantly finding that they end up using them for storage. This means that they are cluttering up their driveways and the streets with their vehicles, leaving little room for visitors to park. While I realize there are those that will oppose this amendment, I can see no disadvantage to it. It fills a need from the local community and will allow for the remaining commercial area to be put to public use rather than sit vacant for another decade or two. I am confident that the city, through the planning process, will ensure the design and future development of a self-storage facility on this parcel would be done in quality and aesthetically pleasing manner. Thank you for the opportunity to share my views on this matter.
This next email that I will read is actually it is a letter, and it was signed by several individuals from the Pioneer Meadows Master Association, to whom it may concern. The Pioneer Meadows Master Board of Directors is in receipt of the public hearing notice that is scheduled for Thursday, May 6, 2021. to discuss the consideration of the possible amendment to the final plan development handbook of the Pioneer Meadows Plan Development. The Board of Directors would like to bring to the Planning Commission's attention that the proposed amendment was not brought forth to the applicant, being the Pioneer Meadows Master Board of Developers per the handbook section 11.11. Furthermore, per section 11-12. It is the intent of this handbook to assure the developer that the design requirements for Pioneer Meadows are understood and agreed upon between all parties involved. That was in quotes, and the applicant in quotes was excluded from this process. The Pioneer Meadows Board of Directors does not feel this process was followed appropriately, and the proposed amendment is not considered a, in quotes, minor change, as indicated by Wood Rogers. There are concerns that this may potentially bring home values down and an overall security concern to the surrounding community. This was signed by the president of Pioneer Meadows Association, the vice president, and the treasurer. I have one more letter to read in this email group. This email is from Maria Stevenson. Hello, City of Sparks. We are homeowners in the Saddlebrook neighborhood of Pioneer Meadows Homeowners Association. We are writing to voice our disapproval of the proposed storage facility for the area near Raley's Supermarket. We have a number of reasons why this storage facility will not benefit this community. First, the added traffic for an already horrible roadway will add to the burden we are already facing with individuals who choose not to follow the rules of the road. At this time, the entrance to that will be utilized by the proposed storage facility will take away one of the ways into Raley's, and this will cause an increase in traffic using the main entrance at the roundabout. The Wingfield Hills Road is not equipped for such increase in traffic, and not to mention the decrease in convenience for individuals that use that specific entrance. The added lighting that will be required to monitor storage will contribute to light pollution and will pose an issue, having added light that is not wanted, to those homes closest to the proposed location. Honestly, no one should want to look out their window to see the lights of a storage facility. The added noise pollution from cars and trucks coming in and out of the facility at all hours will be a huge issue. These lots should be reserved for businesses that will contribute to what is needed in the area versus storage. Stores in the area will operate during reasonable times versus having long or 24-hour access, such as a storage facility. We have noticed that a number of storage facilities are being built throughout Sparks and Reno, with existing ones being as close as on Pyramid and on Vista, and they are away from most homes. There doesn't seem to be a need for another storage facility in the area. Moreover, it has been reported that across the nation and in Reno that the crime rate related to storage facilities is increasing. With the high probability of having an increase in criminal activity that has been reported to occur with storage facilities, there will be an increased concern for safety and well-being of our children and our homes. For instance, KOLOV-TV recently reported a storage facility where someone stored explosives. Even though the device was fake, it still caused a disruption to the community, and honestly, no one can guarantee that explosives would not be stored in the facility where they could be inadvertently detonated and cause massive harm. In conclusion, we are firmly against having a storage facility in our neighborhood. Maria Stevenson and Michael Gadberry. That concludes the emails that we were asked as clerks of the board to read into the record.
All right, thank you very much for that. So do we have any members of the public who have called in who wish to speak on this item?
We do have requests to speak. First is a phone number ending in 6329.
Okay. And caller, please state your name for the record.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. I'm Dan O'Day. I'm seeking to voice my opposition to this amendment. Now, Mr. Carey referred to an email I had sent earlier regarding the omission of the DRC committee approval. Before I get started, I'd like to urge the board to read page V2 in the handbook. It specifically mentions DRC approval for these type of modifications and amendments. Now, as both an owner and a resident of Pioneer Meadows, I was sold on the area because of the amenities in the original plan, including the promise of a robust marketplace area filled with shops and restaurants. The marketplace sits at the nexus of our community walking trail system. Our senior center and rehabilitation facility are directly across from this area. The residents there routinely walk to the marketplace. Now, the marketplace was built in 2007, as mentioned earlier, shortly before we entered the most severe economic recession of our lifetimes. New construction in the area came to a dead stop. Roads, infrastructure were left incomplete for years. Wheatfield Hills Road, which is a road that connects the shopping center to Pyramid Highway, wasn't even open until a year ago, right as we entered a global pandemic and we're all stuck at home. Now, you can understand why Pioneer Marketplace struggled. We've all struggled. All of us have been patiently waiting for the development to deliver on its promises and deliver on its potential. Now we're entering a rapid economic recovery. Houses are being built here and in neighboring developments. There's a plan for a 109-acre business park. That's going to bring shoppers into the area during the day and during the evening. Without the robust marketplace as originally planned, these people are going to have to leave the area to eat and shop. That's going to cause increased congestion on Vista and Pyramid Highway. This runs contrary to the core objective of the development as stated in the handbook, because it increases vehicle miles traveled and negatively impacts our transportation network. The handbook did not include self-storage as one of the acceptable uses. The planned development zoning for the city of Sparks states that uses not listed in the use table are presumed to be prohibited. I believe the developers intended to prohibit that. Now, the proposed amendment negatively impacts the residents of the development, changes our land use in a manner which the original developer did not include, and runs contrary to the development stated objectives, and contrary to the findings, does not preserve the integrity of the plan. Throwing in the towel now on a large chunk of the Pioneer Meadows marketplace and replacing it with a self-storage facility is incredibly short-sighted and is based on past economic conditions, not on likely future conditions. I urge the Planning Commission to reject this amendment at this time. Thank you for listening.
All right. Thank you, sir. And who do we have next?
We have a phone caller ending in 9891.
All right. And once again, caller, please state your name for the record. You might be muted. Caller with phone number ending in 9891, are you there?
Would we like to move on to the next?
Yeah, we'll see if they can figure the audio problem out.
Okay. So next we have Susan Merritt.
Okay.
Hi, I object to the projected handbook change to include self-storage in the proposed permitted area. That 15 years of vacancies represents a time of years-long economic issues and a cessation of construction that are no longer the case. Things have changed drastically. Because of renewed residential development in this neighborhood, I believe that property designated in the proposal needs to be retained for additional public facility services and retail spaces needed by both the current neighbors of the area as well as the new neighbors coming in. There is already light industrial property closer to Pyramid that would be more appropriate placement for a storage facility. With Wingfield Hills Road now going all the way to Pyramid, that happened only last August, the massive number of new residents here in Pioneer Meadows and the opening up after COVID are going to make a need for expansion at the only community or commercial center and marketplace that we have in our community. People coming now are able to come across to that Rayleigh's area, whereas before they had to either go north or south on Pyramid in order to get to shopping. That's no longer the case. It has changed. So I think that needs to be left to bring in a new business to the property without a storage facility there because of the current growth in this area. Things have changed a lot.
All right, thank you, caller. And who we have next?
Next, we have Caroline Harkins.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I oppose the change for most of the very same reasons. The owners are citing that they haven't been able to, sell this property to big box stores and that e-commerce or commerce is down. But they're building so many houses out there now, and they've built so many apartments that the demand for restaurants, medical, dental is just going to be huge in the next few years. And if you put in mini storage that takes up a bunch of that area, you're just killing the potential for that shopping center to grow. It's a beautiful start to a shopping center. It's a really nice one. And if you throw a bunch of mini storage in there now, it's just going to kill it. I bought a house in there 2 years ago, and I did not envision any kind of mini storage in that area whatsoever. I think it belongs in an industrial area and not in an area surrounded by homes and apartments. I mean, having a restaurants nearby instead of having to drive 5 or 10 miles to go to a restaurant is a huge plus. People can drive to it without burning up a lot of gas. It's less pollution. They can walk to it. We've got some beautiful walking trails out there now. And I just don't think it's the right thing. You've had a pandemic, you have a recession that have slowed things down, but the building out there of new homes is just going crazy. And I just think you're going to ruin that shopping center by allowing mini storage in. That's it.
All right, thank you, caller. All right, do we have others who wish to speak on this item?
We do have additional requests to speak. Next would be Julie Riggs.
All right, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Julie Riggs, and I'm a Pioneers Meadow homeowner, and I am in favor of this project. Specifically, I think this is an appropriate use for this commercial space, and it offers a convenient location for self-storage. That whole area does for all of those homeowners and all the new homes that are being built in the area. I've been driving past this vacant commercial space for many years, and I think this use will complement the existing shopping center and will be a benefit to the entire Pioneers Meadow residents. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Who do we have next?
Geraldine is going to speak next.
All right, go ahead, caller.
Hello, this is Kalinda speaking, and I live in the Riata Homes, and I strongly oppose the addition of a storage facility at the proposed site. Listening to all this, it sounds like approving this is the last resort since the space couldn't be filled with anything else. There are a number of uses, and it sounds like this is what is left or what has not been considered yet. While I understand that the big box stores will probably not be coming back, there are other uses for the community, such as medical or business offices that could very well fill spaces like that. Our own storage facility has been broken into, and there are enough junk cars, RVs, and unsightly items stored in those places that this would be an eyesore all the way around and just not fitting into a neighborhood with a residential neighborhood. Like many callers said, this should be part of an industrial area, not residential area. And fiscal benefits for the owner seem to be the only thing that it has going for it, because only a few employees will be required for this facility, which will not add to employment either. Thank you.
All right, thank you, caller. Who do we have next, Casey?
We have Thomas Green next.
All right. Mr. Green, I just want to clarify, are you the same Tom Green who had an email read during the first part of this public comment?
Did I have an email read, Ms. Smith?
Hold on, I'm checking.
There was one from a Tom Green. I'm just checking.
Chair Pritzos, for clarification,
Yeah.
that was a letter from the Homeowners Association, and Mr. Green was one of the signers.
Okay. Then in that case, go ahead, Mr. Green.
Thank you, board. And I want to thank all of you for your service to the city and the residents. I know you're all volunteers and it's appreciated. I come before the board to voice my opposition to the requested change in the planned unit development for Pioneer Meadows. I've been here since 2007 and I oppose this change. An integral component of the PUD was a one-stop living approach and a reduction in traffic to the city for homeowners who could live, shop, and work in the same area. The common trails in the community all come together at the marketplace, a clear indication of the desire to maintain a common gathering area. Pioneer Meadows established the rules and the PUD, and they've already reduced the acreage for the initial planned general commercial. They also reduced the planned parks by 1.5 acres and completely abandoned the 10-acre school site in favor of higher density residential. While we understand the developer's desire to make a profit, in the PUD, the needs and desires of the homeowners outweigh that. This is codified in the Sparks Municipal Code. We've seen Sparks commercial space struggle over the years. We get it. As Sparks has grown, however, vacancy has declined. Look back at legends and how long the original commercial spaces remained vacant, and yet it's vibrant today. The board, more than anyone, is aware of the future growth of East Sparks to La Posada and eventually to Story County. This will drive demand to areas such as Pioneer Meadows for retail. Although the pads have remained vacant for 15 years, consideration of the Great Recession, housing crisis, and most recently COVID, should be weighed before any modifications to the PUD. I believe there's a strong demand for restaurants, boutique retail, and office space coming soon. Other storage units are under construction right now, many within 5 miles of this marketplace. Just 8,000 feet away, a storage unit facility is going to open soon. The developers acknowledge that it'll be 18 to 24 months before these units would even be built, so the demand is conceptual at best. We know there's demand now for shopping and food. The owners also acknowledge that based on market drivers, years later, they may scrap the whole thing and tear it down and go back to retail. I want the board to be aware that only the property owners were notified per statute. Wood Rogers had to admit that none of the residents living in Morningstar were notified, even though they represent a large contingent of Pioneer Meadows with hundreds of elderly residents, many confined to wheelchairs and walkers. They would benefit from the marketplace as planned. Lastly, I'd ask the board to carefully weigh the needs and desires of the residents of Pioneer Meadows over the square foot return on investment, as Mr. Andrew Derling said was important in the community meeting. The PUD should remain as planned for the benefit of the community and to fulfill the promises made to these homeowners. The requested change is not minor. In fact, it's a foundational change to the objectives set forth in the PUD. Thank you for your time, and please vote against this.
All right, thank you, caller. Who do we have next, Casey?
We have Kevin Grogan next.
All right. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, I'm Kevin Grogan. I just wanted to go on record that I strongly oppose adding this use to the property in this area. I agree wholeheartedly with all my neighbors' comments which have been read or spoken so far. And as an owner of a property and occupant directly adjacent to such a facility, I strongly believe it would devalue my property to have a storage facility here. I'm not in favor, as I would be overlooking the property daily, and I have a backyard bordering such a thing. Thank you for your time and consideration.
All right, thank you, sir. Do we have any others?
We do. We have 2 additional. The next is going to be Hannah Carrier.
Okay.
Hello, I am a current resident here in the Pioneer Meadows, and I am actually agreeing to the proposal, to the amendment. I believe that it'd be very helpful to have a storage unit close by. I know that with friends and everything, it's really hard to find storage. There's waiting lists and things like that. So having it close by and also having, you know, potential RV or boat storage would be very convenient for, you know, us residents here that have that, that are not able to store that in their home because due to HOA rules. I agree to this, and I thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much, caller. All right, do we have any other people who wish to speak at this time?
The last request to speak is the phone number ending in 9891.
Oh, okay. And please state your name for the record, caller.
It looks as, oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go.
Chair, okay. Chair Pritos and Commissioners, thank you for taking comment on this important issue. My name is Joni Hammond, and I live in a house at Riata, which is directly adjacent to the proposed new self-storage. Riata is the community directly west, not mentioned by the city in the presentation, and is closest to this proposal. I am also representing the Riata Homeowners Association Board of Directors and representing 102 Riata community members. Even though the city stated there were 23 emails, I have a petition that I submitted with 102 signatures. All of us oppose this proposed plan amendment to add self-storage to the list of permitted uses in the general commercial land use category. As noted by the city and the applicant, we live near the Vista Raley's with a variety of restaurants, banks, title companies, and a gym in the immediate area. When we bought our houses, we were told the vacant area near Raley's would be built out with the same type of uses already here. Nothing like 2 huge self-storage buildings that can be built as tall as Raley's. How would you like to look out your backyard and have a wall rather than the sun? This change in use is not what we want or need. The owners of the proposed self-storage property say that they have tried unsuccessfully to find tenants to no avail. Other commenters tonight have mentioned that with COVID and now we're getting out of COVID and also a new road, I think that could change. There's plenty of new growth in houses in the area, which means a lot more people, and there's plenty of properly zoned property to build self-storage in Sparks and Reno. Please vote no. We're opposed to the noise, dust, eyesore, additional 24/7 lighting, traffic, potential for crime, and devaluation of our homes. Thank you.
All right, thank you, caller. Casey, do we have anyone else who wishes to speak on this item?
I have no additional requests to speak.
All right.
Chair Pritzos,
Yes.
may I just add to that last caller? I would like to just say that she did provide a petition. That petition was uploaded to the website and was provided to the commissioners.
All right, thank you very much, Marilee. And then I'll just check one more time. Are there anyone requesting to speak before I close?
No additional requests.
All right, so with that, then I will close public comment on this item. Do any of the commissioners have any further questions or discussion? Yes, Commissioner Reed.
Thank you, Chair Pritzos. I was looking through the exhibits and we're not approving architectural at this point, but I was just wondering, are these structures going to be like 2-story or greater, as I think somebody asked that earlier.
No, I can answer that question for you if you like, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Jonathan.
So you're right. We don't know what the design looks like. They would be allowed to build to a certain height, which could include multiple stories if they chose to do that based on the standards they proposed. Again, those height limits wouldn't be inconsistent with what's already built there in the commercial center. But I believe that answered your question.
Yeah, that's great. And I had one other follow-up question, if I may.
Yeah.
I can't remember what the question was.
If it comes to you, go ahead.
It was about the lighting. Somebody had, one of the things that multiple people mentioned was 24-hour lighting, but I was just wondering, is the whole shopping center generally lit because of security purposes? And will the storage facility be lit 24 hours as well?
So what I can speak to is that, yes, there is lighting at the existing commercial sites throughout the night, but it's not the full lighting that you would have during the day or during the early parts of the evening when you would need the lights, but it wasn't after hours. One of the requirements that staff did recommend, which did get included in the proposed language, would be that any lighting proposed for the site would require that the application would include a photometric plan, which would show that there would be 0 foot candle worth of light value at the property lines, meaning that no lights would be shining off the property. They'd all be shining downwards so that no neighbors should be disturbed by any lights.
Okay, great. That's all the questions I had.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Reed. I think the next hand I saw was Commissioner Carey.
Mr. Chairman, I had a question for staff. The applicant in their presentation talked about the type of facility they are envisioning. I think the specific term was Class A self-storage space, and they talked about a couple other sort of uses. I'm looking through the handbook, and I don't see in the definitions, of what's proposed, like what exactly would be built. And so with the administrative review process, as you mentioned before, there's not a public notification period. There's not any sort of additional public review. It kind of just goes to staff. I'm curious, if this handbook amendment is approved, what sort of guarantee or expectation can the public expect of what sort of self-storage facility would be built on this site?
So to sort of call back to the points that I made in my presentation about how the design standards as proposed are going to guide the review of an actual project, is that the design not only has to meet the requirements of the commercial design standards of the handbook, also meet the DRC approval, but what staff would be looking for based on those standards would be consistency with the surrounding center. And so that's where we have, there may not be specific language in there that says a self-storage facility shall look exactly like this or that. But what they do is guide us through that process where we're looking for consistency with surrounding based on materials, colors, and scale. So there's also setbacks, there's building height limits, things like that, which are going to ultimately guide how the overall site is going to be required to be consistent with the surrounding commercial uses, but also to be sensitive to the overall scope of what's surrounded, which is residential in some places.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner West.
Yes, my question is for staff as well. The claim's been made that basically improper procedures for approval have been made, that this project didn't go through DRC before it was presented to the city of Sparks. Is this correct?
So if the chair would entertain it, I would be glad to show my screen, which has
go ahead.
Handbook language, which will clarify that for us. Here, just one moment. Are you seeing handbook page with the highlighted word amendments here?
Yep.
Any amendment made to the approved handbook will be processed through the City of Sparks Planning Commission and City Council prior to the the applicant shall hold a neighborhood meeting. Noticing of such meeting shall conform to the noticing requirements stated in section 5 of this handbook. Amendment noticing shall be from the perimeter of the area proposed for the amendment. The city of Sparks may amend this handbook subject to the provisions of the development agreement. Those are the requirements for amending the handbook.
Thank you.
All right. Armando, did I see your hand raised?
I was just going to amplify or add to Mr. Cummings' comments regarding standards. One thing I will note is that with regard to architectural design, of course, it is subject to the design standards in the Pioneer Meadows handbook. And as proposed in the amendment, is subject to the Pioneer Meadows, the approval of the Pioneer Meadows Design Review Committee. So, if you go through the standards in the handbook, the proposed standards for this, they address all of the requirements that staff would be applying to that project through the administrative review process. But I wanted to again emphasize something that Mr. Cummings said during his initial presentation, which is that it would be subject to approval by the Design Review Committee in terms of the architectural design for the project.
All right, thank you very much for that. Are there any other questions or any discussion at this time? All right, seeing none, then I will entertain a motion. Commissioner Carey.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate all the public comment that was brought up tonight. And I think there's a lot of legitimate land use concerns that were brought up tonight from the public concerning the self-storage use in this handbook. I can certainly appreciate the applicant and the position that they are in. I don't think it does the city any good from a fiscal standpoint. I don't think it does the development overall any good if we have a vacant property. And I want to be flexible and allow more vibrancy for this center. But I'm really concerned, when this handbook was approved, self-storage was left out for a reason. And I think the people that bought their homes and built their homes have an expectation that, that self-storage wouldn't be here. So here we are coming through, we're amending the handbook, but I'm a little concerned about the proposal to have it be an administrative review process. I think there were some land use concerns that were brought up tonight by the public that could be addressed through a conditional use permit process. And I think I appreciate the applicant's information and the type of project that they proposed. And I think our staff would do a good job in the administrative review process, ensuring compatibility and making in consistency with design standards. But I just feel we're kind of pulling the rug underneath from everybody who has an expectation. And I would prefer if we were going to allow this use, that the handbook would be amended to allow self-storage through a conditional use permit, which would require additional public notification and a public hearing and an opportunity to further look at those land use impacts and get in more perspective on that. That's my 2 cents.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Carey. Any other comments or questions? All right, seeing none, I'm looking for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay.
I move to forward to City Council a recommendation of approval of the request to amend the final approved plan for the Pioneer Meadows plan development based on findings A through J and the facts supporting those findings as set forth in the staff report.
All right, thank you. Is there any second?
I will second that motion, Mr. Chair.
All right, so we have a motion by Commissioner Reed and a second by Commissioner Kramer. Any final discussion? Commissioner Carey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple comments. I will not be supporting the motion reluctantly. I don't think that I can make finding PDE or PDF. We have several other storage uses in the city that we've seen as a commission that have a lot of land use impacts. And I think there should be an additional, I don't think they should be permitted by right. There should be additional public input on this. I think in all fairness, I kind of mentioned that a little bit earlier, but to allow self-storage now after the fact to the adjacent property owners, I don't think that's sufficient. I believe there should be additional public process. But I think from a land use planning perspective, and I hope I'm wrong about this. I hope that if this motion is approved and whatever self-storage is built, that it's high quality, it's of the Class A type that was a mission. But I'm not seeing in this handbook amendment that there's any assurances that it could just be any sort of self-storage use that combines with the complies with the handbook standards. But I think from a land use planning perspective and specific finding PDA, we spent a lot of time last summer going over and revising policy MG3, which is to make sure that the city has, and we're creating employment generating uses. And here we are not 6 months later, amending the handbook to put in a new use that doesn't require a lot of employment uses. And I think that's pretty disingenuous to our comprehensive plan. I don't think that helps furthers that goal or policy. So I will not be supporting the motion. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Carey. Commissioner West.
Yes, I want to thank Commissioner Carey for so eloquently expressing, the concerns. You've brought some good concerns forward to all of us for consideration. I think a lot of that has resulted, as a result of, all the comments that we have heard. I also agree that, the concept here, it seems reasonable. However, I think because the Pioneer Handbook, is being modified or requests for changes, that I too would like to see the approval go through a more comprehensive process. So I, at this time, would also have to consider not approving this amendment request.
All right, Commissioner Rawson.
Yeah, I want to express that I don't approve this either. I think Commissioner Carey did a great job on laying out the reasons why. So my comment, I'm not going to support it either.
All right. Is there any other comment or discussion at this time?
Mr. Chair, may I
yes,
ask
go.
for a point? Is this an appropriate time to ask for a point of clarification?
Sure, yeah.
I just want to make sure I understand. Based on the everything that was presented, will the staff then take what are the next steps? Will this actually come back to the Planning Commission at some point for a final review and approval with the design process, or is it all going to happen through the staff doing, a lot of hard work to adhere to the standards that are in place and the provisions that are currently in place? Will the commission be seeing this? I'm only asking, and I apologize for asking what might be a very rudimentary question, but I would like that point of clarification.
Yeah, Armando, did you want to take that?
Yes, please, Chair Pritzos and members of the Planning Commission, Armando Ornelas, the Assistant Community Services Director. So, Commissioner Andriola, to answer your question, the item you are taking action on this evening with regard to this amendment to the handbook, you are acting in advisory capacity, if you will. You're making a recommendation to the City Council. The City Council will then consider the proposed amendment, either the approval or denial of a recommendation of approval in whatever form it moves on. It will move on to the City Council, and they will make the decision regarding this proposed amendment to the handbook. As fashioned, if ultimately this amendment were, let's say, just for argument's sake, approved as in the form that you are seeing it tonight. The actual project, the self-storage project, would not come back to the Planning Commission. It would be reviewed through the administrative review process, i.e. by city staff. And there would not be any notice to adjacent property owners. It would be, again, reviewed by staff as to whether or not it complied with the standards in the handbook that are before you tonight. I hope that addresses your question.
Yes, thank you very much. That's how I understood it, but I felt the necessity to get the clarification you so stated. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you. Are there any other discussion? So I just want to say I share many of the concerns of many of my colleagues on this. I think that especially as Commissioner Carey put it, going through the administrative review process rather than through the CPU process or CUP. Yeah, CUP. I do. I'm also going to be opposing this motion for the reasons that Commissioner Carey, Commissioner West, and Commissioner Rawson also noted. Okay, is there any final discussion? Okay, so seeing none.
Mr. Chair,
oh, yes, Commissioner Andrew.
I am, based on the clarification and the comments, certainly all of the comments from the public and certainly staff has done an incredible job and a lot of hard work, definitely. But I too have some concerns as well, and I will be not approving this motion.
All right. So one more time, any other final discussion? Okay, so seeing none, we have a motion by Commissioner Reed, and I believe it was seconded by Commissioner Andriola. So, Madam Secretary, could we please have the roll? Or Commissioner
Yes,
Kramer was the second.
Point of clarification.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. It was a while ago. All right, now maybe we have the roll.
Okay, so for clarification right now, Chair Pritzos, the motion that's on the table is for approval, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Commissioner Pritzos.
Nay.
Commissioner West.
Nay.
Commissioner Andriola.
Nay.
Commissioner Carey.
Nay.
Commissioner Kramer.
Aye.
Commissioner Rawson.
Nay.
And Commissioner Reed.
Aye.
All right, so motion fails with Commissioners Reed and Kramer voting aye and Commissioners Pritzos, Carey, West, Andriola, and Rawson voting nay. Brandon, just to clarify, because I know we've had this come up before, all we've done is defeat the motion, but if we wanted to recommend to council that they do not approve this proposed amendment, then we have to have another motion to.
That is correct. This was the issue that was updated in the rules of procedure.
Okay.
About a year and a half ago, and this was tweaked again a couple of months ago. So it would
Okay.
require a second. Alternate.
And so is there any we can do that motion now, right? That we don't have to wait any. Okay. So would anyone like to make a alternative motion? Commissioner Carey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll give this a shot. I'm not sure where this is going to go, but I'd like to make a motion to forward to the City Council a recommendation of approval of the request to amend the final approved handbook for the Pioneer Meadows Plan Development, with the change that self-storage would be permitted in the handbook through a conditional use permit process, based on findings A through J and the facts supporting those findings as set forth in the staff report.
Just to make sure, is there any, Brandon, is that acceptable way of phrasing that? You're muted. You were muted, Brandon. We couldn't hear you.
Sorry about that. I think so. I didn't see any issues with the form of the motion.
All right, perfect. So we have a motion by Commissioner Carey. Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Chair,
Oh, all right, so we have a motion by Commissioner Carey and a second by Commissioner West. Any discussion on this motion?
You know, Mr. Chair, I see that there are other storage units within the city of Sparks that are identical to the ones that they are proposing out at Pioneer Meadows. There's one on Vista Boulevard. There's one on Los Altos. There's one up by another one on Vista Boulevard. They're no different than the one that they are requesting out at Pioneer Meadows. I don't see the difference here. The one on Vista Boulevard over by the post office, it's right next to the post office, and you don't see it. You don't see where it is. You don't even notice it. The one on the corner of Los Altos and Vista sits right next to Little Bear, and there's apartments next door. There's a medical facility and office buildings. There's the city executive suites that are townhouses that are going right across the street. So we are asking this developer to do something different. I don't get it. So what's the difference here, guys? I'm not seeing the difference. Because it's Pioneer Meadows and it's out farther towards Wingfield, is there a difference that we are now asking these guys to do? So those are my comments on this. So now we're asking them to get a CUP to do something different than than has been done in the past. So my comments on this. So that's my comment, guys.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Kramer.
You're welcome.
Is there any other discussion on this? All right, seeing none, we have a motion by Commissioner Carey and a second by Commissioner West. Madam Secretary, may we have the roll call?
Commissioner Pritzos.
Aye.
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Commissioner Andriola.
aye.
Commissioner Carey.
Aye.
Commissioner Kramer.
Nay.
Commissioner Rawson.
Aye.
Commissioner Reed.
Nay.
All right, motion passes 5-2. Commissioners Pritzos, West, Andriola, Carey, and Rawson voting aye, and Commissioners Kramer and Reed voting nay. All right, so before we move on to the next item, so we've been going for a little more than 2.5 hours. I think everyone could probably use a break, so I'm going to order a 10-minute recess, get drinks, use the restroom, and then we will reconvene at 8:49. Okay, looks, still waiting on Brandon.
We're just getting warmed up, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. I got 3 things of water just in case. It's 8:50, and we are moving on to the last of our public hearing items. It had been item 7, it is now item 8, PCN 19-0040. And I think this is Sienna's.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Chair Pritzos, for the record and Planning Commission members. For the record, Sienna Reed with the Planning Division presenting this item tonight, which is a request to amend the Five Ridges conditional use permit for development on slopes, hilltops, and ridges. This item was continued 3 weeks ago from your April 15th Planning Commission meeting. The Five Ridges project site, which you can see here in red, totals 421.58 acres in size and is located west of Pyramid Way and north of Highland Ranch Parkway. The Five Ridges project site is subject to a development agreement that was approved in 2018. That agreement specifies that a minimum of 1,200 and a maximum of 1,800 residential units are permitted and dictates the required infrastructure needed to serve the development based on its impacts. The agreement also limits the total land area disturbed that can be disturbed by grading to 298 acres and requires a minimum of 120 acres of open space. This request that you're considering tonight to amend the Five Ridges conditional use permit, or CUP, for development on slopes, hilltops, and ridges seeks to increase the disturbance area for natural slopes by a total of 19.8 acres. The existing CUP allows for the disturbance of 138.13 acres of natural slopes. This area, plus the center of Five Ridges that was previously disturbed due to mining and roadway construction, are shown in green. The requested 19.8 acre expansion area is shown in tan, and it includes the northwest portions of villages 8 and 9 and limited areas on the north sides of villages 1A, 1B, 3, and 10. As you can see, the currently approved CUP allows for disturbance of most of the Five Ridges site, including disturbance within Village 10 in the northern portion of the site and large portions of villages 8 and 9 located in the northwest portion of the site. A mass grading permit has been issued for grading in this approved disturbance area. However, it's important to note that the scope of the review for this CUP amendment is not limited to just the 19.8 acre area shown in tan. This is because grading plans for villages 1A, 1B, 8, 9, and 10, which were not provided with the initial CUP, have been provided with the CUP amendment. This change allows the Planning Commission to review those grading plans for those villages and apply conditions that further address the final look of slopes and building design, but don't impact the existing mass grading permit. If the CUP amendment is not approved, future tentative maps and building permits within the approved disturbance area would need to comply with the existing conditions, not the proposed amended conditions that further address the final look of slopes and building design. To remind you of the proposed grading, this slide illustrates grading in the southern portion of Five Ridges for villages 1A and 1B. So for Village 1A, fill will be used to create a building pad that sits approximately 50 to 65 feet above Highland Ranch Parkway. For Village 1B, slopes in the northern portion of that village will be cut, and fill will be used to create a building pad that is similar in elevation to Highland Ranch Parkway on the west side and 15 feet above it on the east side. This slide shows you proposed grading for villages 8, 9, and 10 with a cut fill map. That map illustrates cuts in red and orange, and fills are then illustrated in blue and green. As proposed, the grading plans illustrate that existing hilltop and ridge features located in the northern portion of the Five Ridges project site will be cut, and fill material will be used to expand the ridge north of villages 9 and 10 and west of villages 8 and 9. Graded slopes with a gradient of 2 to 1 or 50% will be stabilized with a revegetated bonded fiber matrix or riprap, and bedrock cut slopes with a gradient of 1.5 to 1 or 66% are also proposed in limited locations, but those slopes don't require mechanical stabilization. As you know from the April 15th meeting where this item was initially heard, CUPs for development on slopes, hilltops, and ridges are complex, and they require that various code standards and CUP findings be considered. The Five Ridges CUP amendment was analyzed against each of the code standards and CUP findings that you can see on this slide in the April 15th staff report provided to the Planning Commission. Just to give a little bit of recap, the code standards for development on slopes, hilltops, and ridges are set forth in Sparks Municipal Code section 20.04.011. These standards include design policies that guide the finished appearance of slopes and buildings to mitigate the visual impact of development. Grading standards set the maximum area of disturbance for a site. Standards that require temporary erosion and sedimentation measures during construction and associated bonding are also in place, as well as standards for landscaping and revegetation of disturbed areas that require 90% coverage within 3 years. Additional standards govern undisturbed open space and hilltops and ridgelines determined to be significant by the city, of which there are none in the Five Ridges project site. In addition, the CUP amendment request must conform with the general CUP findings related to consistency with the comprehensive plan, compatibility with adjacent properties, natural resource impairment and the population that can be supported with available natural resources, how identified impacts are addressed as submitted or conditioned, and public notice. In analyzing these findings and code standards, staff reached a recommendation of approval because the CUP amendment mitigates the impact of development on slopes, hilltops, and ridges, which is what these standards and findings collectively require to promote quality development and limit the visual impact of that development. Here, the primary comprehensive plan that guides the mitigation of development on steep slopes and ridgelines is shown on this slide. Policy RC28 supports land area disturbance limitations in code and the use of architectural techniques that limit the scenic and environmental impact of hillside development. This policy does not prohibit development on steep slopes or ridgelines. This policy is implemented through all of the code standards for development on slopes, hilltops, and ridges discussed on the previous slide. However, the design policies that are specifically shown on this slide detail how graded areas and buildings on hilltops and ridges should be mitigated to limit the visual impact of development. Not only should development on steep slopes limit aesthetic degradation, erosion, and sedimentation, but final grading should not include long slopes with sharp transitions so that a natural looking final slope is achieved. And the placement of buildings on or near hilltops or ridges must show a high degree of sensitivity to the terrain and its visual impact. Development that uses mitigation techniques to meet these design policies is permissible. To mitigate the impact of development on the Five Ridges site, new and amended conditions are recommended. Condition 3, as amended, would require fill slopes located at the perimeter of Five Ridges to provide additional horizontal relief beyond contouring to result in a more natural appearance. Condition 6, as amended, would require homes and buildings at the perimeter of villages 8, 9, and 10, which you can see shown in pink on the map on this slide, to have an increased rear yard setback of 30 feet for two-story structures and a 15-foot height limitation for accessory structures and dwellings. This is in addition to the current requirement that homes and buildings on ridgelines use earth tone colors and roof lines that blend with the natural environment. Conditions 8 and 10 require retaining walls and the Village 9 guardrail be designed to blend into the surrounding natural landscape to ensure these features are not visually obtrusive. And to further mitigate the visual impact of development at the perimeter of villages 8, 9, and 10, Condition 9 requires fencing located on rear lot lines be at least 75% open construction. With these new and amended conditions that have been recommended by staff, it's the role of the Planning Commission to determine if these conditions satisfactorily mitigate the impact of development in a manner that limits overall aesthetic degradation of the site and results in homes and buildings on hilltops or ridges that show that high degree of sensitivity to the natural terrain and the visual impact of development. During the April 15th public hearing, various questions and concerns were raised by the Planning Commission and the public on this CUP amendment. And you can see on this slide comments from the Planning Commission. Regarding the application of CUP finding 3, there are 2 components of this finding that are interrelated. Those were discussed, one being the potential impairment of natural resources, the other being the total population that available natural resources can support without unreasonable impairment. And here natural resources, as was discussed, that support population growth generally include potable water resources, treated effluent and air resources. Little impairment to natural resources that support population growth are anticipated with this amendment. While steep slopes are part of the environment, they are not natural resources necessary to support population growth. The comprehensive plan and code govern land disturbance and the appearance of buildings and created slopes, and both allow for development on steep slopes and ridgelines with mitigation. Moving on to the second point on this slide, housing type in the 19.8 acre disturbance area would be detached single family, consistent with the single family zoning district. In regard to constructing the Five Ridges project in previously disturbed areas, that question was raised, and while it may be feasible to locate lots for villages 8, 9, and 10 within the approved disturbance area by using the small lot standards and code, these standards would lead to homes on small lots that are constructed closer together than development under the regular SF6 standards. And that would support development on the ridge lines within villages 9 and 10 that is visually more obtrusive than development that complies with the SF6 zoning district. For comment 4 here on this slide relating to visual impacts being considered within the currently approved disturbance area, Condition 6 as currently approved addresses ridgeline sensitive design with the requirement that color and roof lines of homes blend with the natural surrounding environment. However, with the submittal of grading plans for villages 8, 9, and 10 in the north of the site, staff is recommending Condition 6 be amended to further require that development at the perimeter of those villages to mitigate the visual impact of homes and structures constructed on ridge lines. The Planning Commission also expressed concern regarding compliance with policy RC 28. Conformance with this policy and the development standards that implement it were previously discussed in relation to the recommended conditions of approval to mitigate the impact of development on steep slopes. With written and spoken comments, members of the public also raised various concerns regarding the proposed CUP amendment. Briefly, here topics 1 through 4 are engineering related. As designed, the drainage system, which includes storm channels, pipes, detention ponds, sedimentation basins, that system will reduce peak stormwater flow rates by 50% and increase sediment volume capacity on the site. For rockery walls, supplemental materials provided by the applicant indicate 1 rockery wall is planned within 5 ridges, and that's within Village 1A located at the southern portion of the site. A building permit for that wall was issued because it meets building code standards. Additionally, supplemental materials were provided by the applicant to give a little bit more detail regarding the bonded fiber matrix to address revegetation concerns. So here, the Flexterra bonded fiber matrix product, is proposed to provide the native seed blend with an enhanced growth medium that is capped and insulated with the long-lasting bonded fiber matrix, providing sufficient erosion control until those created slopes are revegetated. And it's important to note that this treatment is considered superior to basic hydro seed applications, and all created slopes must be irrigated until native growth is established. Additionally, rockfall practices used during mass grading activities are documented to detail how this work occurs safely and address comment 4. Additional public comments provided also expressed concerns regarding the proximity of created slopes to property lines. Here, code does not require distance separation between created slopes and adjacent property lines that apply to the Five Bridges project site. And with regards to traffic congestion, this request does not alter the number of dwelling units that can be constructed on the Five Bridges project site consistent with the development agreement that's in place, nor the improvements necessary to accommodate the development of Five Bridges that were documented in the master traffic study and memorialized in the agreement. Moving on to this next slide, various public comments expressed concern regarding ridge lines. As discussed throughout this presentation, both the comprehensive plan and code allow for development on steep slopes and ridge lines with mitigation. With regards to goals and policies of the Washoe County Spanish Springs Area Plan, this plan does not apply to the Five Bridges site, only to properties located in unincorporated Washoe County. Pursuant to state law, the City of Sparks Comprehensive Plan and the Municipal Code are utilized to administer the city's legally established planning and zoning authority. Additional public comments provided also claim that the zoning code should be amended to identify significant ridgelines on the Five Bridges site. Significant hilltops and ridgelines are not identified for locations in the City of Sparks west of Pyramid Way, based on the cooperative planning effort that produced the 2008 West Pyramid Area Plan. That planning effort did not identify ridgelines as significant within the boundary of the West Pyramid Area Plan, and accordingly, hilltops and ridgelines west of Pyramid Way were not identified on the significant hilltop and ridgeline map when the zoning code was comprehensively updated in 2015. Additionally, public comments expressed concern regarding rock outcroppings. Rock outcroppings are present on the Five Bridges site in the approved disturbance area, in the northwest corner of villages 8 and 9, and in the western portion of Five Bridges where open space is planned. While policy RC30 indicates that new development should preserve and protect unique features such as rock outcroppings and drainage ways, this policy does not indicate that all such features should be preserved. And as proposed, the CUP amendment preserves rock outcroppings located in the western portion of the Five Bridges site. With regard to the loss of open space and public access, the Five Bridges project site is neither designated open space pursuant to the comprehensive plan land use map, nor owned by a public entity that allows public access. With regard to concerns that were expressed over habitat loss, there are no threatened or endangered species located on the Five Bridges project site, and the Washoe County Conservation Plan further indicates the site doesn't provide habitat for bighorn sheep, black bear, mule deer, raptors, sage grouse, wild horses, or burros. Concerns on public notice were also expressed. Public notice for this CUP amendment was provided in compliance with state law for both the April 15th and this May 6th public hearing. And since the April 15th Planning Commission meeting until noon today, city staff has received 2 phone calls and 77 emails in opposition to the request. Many of the stated concerns are consistent with the topics just discussed on this slide and the slide previous. So in continuing this item to this evening, the Planning Commission requested supplemental visual information be provided. Based on the Commission's direction, the cross sections are updated to include photographs of existing topography. These updated cross sections are attached to the staff report addendum prepared for this meeting. A 3D rendering that provides a visual simulation of proposed grading and future development was also prepared by the applicant as requested. Staff has reviewed that 3D rendering and believes it accurately depicts the proposed grading and simulates the location of homes as proposed by Condition 6 that recommends a 30-foot rear yard setback for 2-story homes located at the perimeter of villages 8, 9, and 10. Again, those villages are in the northern portion of the site. Given that the 3D rendering information is fairly technical in nature, the Five Bridges project team is going to walk through that visual simulation as part of their presentation. However, before turning it over to the applicant, staff is recommending approval of the Five Bridges conditional use permit amendment with 10 conditions, and you have a motion to that effect on this slide and then in the April 15th staff report. And again, the analysis of the applicable CUP findings and code sections is provided in the April 15th Planning Commission staff report. The addendum that was provided for this meeting really attempts to respond to the comments and concerns of the Planning Commission and public, as well as provide that supplemental visual information. And so with that, I'll conclude my presentation and certainly be available for questions at the appropriate time.
Okay, thank you very much, Sienna. Are there questions? Oh, actually, Commissioner Carey had something to say before we continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I made a mistake. Chalk it up to being 3 hours into this, but before I open the item, I wanted to make a public disclosure to you and my colleagues on the commission for the record, but I didn't want to interrupt Sienna's excellent presentation. So I'll just read this off. In an effort to avoid conflicts of interest and enhance and maintain public trust pursuant to NRS 281A.020, I'd like to voluntarily disclose that since the last commission meeting, I've had one meeting with the applicant and project team on April 30th, and I had one meeting with several property owners who were notified of this project, where I visited portions of the site on April 19th. Additionally, as a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners, AICP, I am bound by a code of ethics and professional conduct. In the spirit of this code and the principles that AICP members are bound to uphold, I'd like to disclose and note for the record that I did meet with the applicant and the neighbors at their request to discuss this project and to seek additional information for this agenda item. At no time during my meetings did I ever convey any predisposed opinion on this matter. In accordance with NRS 281A.420, Section 1, I will note for the record I have not received a gift or loan. I do not have any significant pecuniary interest with, nor do I have any commitment in a private capacity to any of the people that I've met with concerning this agenda item. Thank you very much. And I wanted to also note that I will be continuing to deliberate on this project and will be voting. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Carey. So before we get to questions for Sienna, does anyone else need to make any disclosures? Commissioner Reed.
Well, mine's not going to be as elaborate as Commissioner Carey's, but I did want to disclose it. I did respond to an email from a Mr. Mike Eastman inviting all the commissioners to view his property. I respectfully declined his invitation, as I have been at the site multiple times on my own. So I'm not going to cite any other rules and regulations. I think that's sufficient.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Reed. Does anyone else need to make any disclosures before we? Okay, seeing none, then do any members of the commission have questions for staff at this time? Okay, seeing none, I understand that the applicant is prepared to make a presentation. Before they begin, I just want to note for the record that, like the previous applicant, I don't think I said this last time, but we are going to hold them to the 15 minute as dictated by statute or code. Can't remember which. But whenever you guys are ready, go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Mike Rayleigh with Christie Corporation. I know it's been a long night, and we certainly appreciate your time and consideration. I'd like to introduce the project team. With me tonight are Blake Smith and Blake Smith Jr. with Five Bridges Development Company, Jeff House with House Moran Consulting, and Scott Christie with Christie Corporation, along with the land development manager, Seth Padavin, who works for Five Bridges. With that, I want to pass it over to Blake, and I see Jeff has got our presentation up, and I'll let them go through the slides.
Great. Thank you, Mike. Mr. Chairman and fellow commissioners, thank you for the time at this point. And I think what I wanted to present is reading all the comments and other things that are happening here. I wanted to step back and take a look at the bigger picture of what this approval is about. This project's been in, because there's some confusion, I think, of what this approval is about. This project, we took this project into the public arena 8 years ago and have had it in, I'm guessing, 30 to 40 public hearing meetings. of which ultimately led to having a development agreement approved. We were all involved with that. Planning Commission, City Councils all approved that back in 2018. And in that development agreement, there's obligations between the city and us. It's basically a contract between the two of us to go ahead and work together. It gives us the zoning and it gives us the rights to go and do different things in here. But this, I think, is the key thing to take a look at. This is the land map that was attached to the development agreement. This is the areas that we talked about and openly aired and vetted that these are the areas that we're going to develop in here. And if you'll note, and we'll zoom back over to another one, but if you'll note, the areas that we're developing in here are identical to what we're looking for on the approval. The technical approval of the CUP matches this land plan exactly. There's been comments about we're expanding the land plan, we're doing different things and all that. This is the approved land plan from 2018 with the development agreement. And so all we're doing at this point is implementing the development agreement, and we have broken ground on the project at this point. And Jeff, maybe you can go over to the next one because Sienna brought it up earlier here. But this, if you'll take a look, and if you can see it underneath it, but basically that same identical land plan is here. And we came to the Planning Commission, the City Council a year ago. And at that point, we had villages 1 through 7 in escrow. And that's where we brought this forward and said, we'd like to do the mass grading on this. It was approved by all of us, I should say by the Planning Commission and the City Council. And we broke ground on this 60 days ago. All of that green area, including these northern areas, villages 8, 9, and 10, are under full grading at this point. And I think this is where some of the confusion comes from, saying, people are saying, hey, we don't want to build on it. We don't want to, we should stop the development up there. Those dialogues happened over the past 8 years, and that was culminated in the development agreement approval in 2018. What we're doing here now with the CUP is we are going through technical approvals here. As Sienna said, we now have formal grading. The reason we're bringing this forward is because villages 9 and 10 are now going into escrow. And with that, we're completing the development areas and the grading for that. And the CUP is a technical approval at this point we're requesting that in order for us to fulfill our requirements in the development agreement. In the development agreement, we must have to build a minimum of 1,200 homes within here. And that the purpose of the land plan and where it was spread out within there was to develop the 1,200 homes under the zoning that we have. So this is just an implementation of the approved development plan, and the CUP is a technical approval that we're going through. That approval that we're doing here right now, the green areas have no conditions as far as what's can be built there with the homes and all. And working with staff and all, and Sienna went through it gracefully on there. We're adding additional conditions to try and mitigate concerns and also help with the view sheds and other items with the northerly neighbors there. We've had no comments or concerns from the city of Sparks residents. It is the northerly county residents that are having concerns here. And again, I just want to emphasize, we're not here to hurt anyone. Our family's been in the state 99 years. This is something that we've gone through a process here. It's fully approved, and we are basically just moving for implementation. This would be the final CUP amendment to it. All the lands around this project are either homeowners associations or basically the lands around it are all controlled and would not be developable. BLM has some land adjacent to it and homeowners associations. So this is the project. And I just want to emphasize that this is the dialogues of not building on the ridge lines. Those were dialogued over the past 8 years and were concluded with the approval of the development agreement. And this is a technical approval for us to implement that at this point. I think that's kind of really, I just wanted to step back and get a background because there's a lot of comments and questions and things that I think are confused, or there might be some confusion on what this approval is. The commissioners here asked some technical questions. I'm going to hand it over to Jeff House, who will walk you through and answer some of these as far as the hydrology and the 3D presentation and all that. And Jeff, if you're still awake, Jeff is actually in Atlanta, Georgia. So it's a little bit later for him there, but I'm going to hand it over to him and we'll get through this. I want to make sure that we get the presentation and open it up for questions for anyone here. And thank you very much.
Jeff, we think you're on mute.
Jeff, you're on mute. Can you text me? Jeff, can you hear us? You're on mute.
Yeah, I got it. And I just sang a beautiful song and nobody heard it. That's what's so disturbing. Anyway, good evening, Chair Princess and Commission. I'm Jeff House, CEO of House Moran Consulting. We were retained to prepare the following slides I'm going to go through that address concerns expressed by property owners to the north of Five Ridges site pertaining to hillside views, as well as stormwater and sediment management. To accommodate these concerns, city staff asked us to prepare a pictorial simulation of the hillside view with the approved development in place from points 1, 2, and 3. How these points were chosen is that they are located at the terminus of public right-of-way easements, and they end at driveways for these residents right here on Star Hill Way, Petrina Way, and Marie Way / Mac Street. Another thing that's important is that these points are also at the lowest in elevation of the lots of Five Ridges. So you get a really conservative view of what the hillside, or the worst possible view of what the hillside is going to be from those observation points. All the info was retained from digital sources, from Washoe County GIS, U.S. Geological Survey, database clearinghouses, etc. So nobody trespassed on private property. So this is the overview of where we're going to do. I'm going to take shots. I'm going to view east, south, southwest, and south at each one of these points. And what you're going to see are the views of the hillside. A few technical things to go over is that we use very advanced software to do this imagery. We use ArcGIS 3D Analyst, Spatial Analyst, ArcScene software and applications and tools to develop this 3D imagery. And each observation point, we looked at the hill, we panned left to right or east to west, and where the view intersected the digital elevation model, that is what shows up. We put in the houses at 28 feet high for 2-story homes, 18 feet high for 1-story homes, and we simply alternated 1-story and 2-story homes across the ridge line, the northern ridge line in villages 9 and 10. And our observation height.
Chair Pritzos, we have a little less than 5 minutes left in the applicant presentation.
I'm just going to breeze through this then. So anyway, this is what you're going to look at from each one of the observation points. This is called a bare earth view, and this is what we're going to look at all the sites from these 3 points. So starting at point A, right, or point 1, we're going to view to the east and pan to the west. So in the east, you see a few homes on the eastern cul-de-sac. You see a few homes where you're looking due south. You see the partial view of homes as you're looking at the Village 9 western cul-de-sac. From observation point 2, similarly, there are some terrain issues that block the homes, but you see homes partially from a majority of the site. to the western cul-de-sac. And then from observation point 3, you don't really see that much of the east. You see the very easternmost cul-de-sac. In the middle, you see partially a lot of the homes, and then the western cul-de-sac. Before this meeting, the Planning Commission had requested 3 cross sections, which were provided and discussed. I'm not going to go into those in lieu of time constraints. One of the things that we were asked to provide was an intersection of the existing conditions digital elevation model with the proposed conditions elevation model, digital elevation model, and take the difference between the two. And that is the difference in the ridge lines between existing conditions and proposed conditions. Where you see red is where the ridge line has been cut down. Where you see very shallow or yellow, according to the scale over here, is very little amount of cutting. So again, from observation point 1, what you see is just a little bit of difference. The red is the top of the ridge line of what it used to be. There's some artifacts in the GIS that can't do anything about it just because of the different data sources. Again, slight reduction in hillside, slight reduction in hillside, minor reduction in hillside. From observation point 2, slight reduction in hillside, again, slight reduction in hillside, slight reduction in these locations. So it's not like we're going from a tall mountain to down. We're staying at basically, the same view from a majority of the homes. Again, from point 3, very little reduction in ridgeline. So there's been a lot of comments about stormwater and sedimentation concerns coming off the site. I've got a very busy slide to show you, and I think I've got 2 minutes left or 3 minutes left. This site was modeled in state-of-the-art modeling, a dynamic model that models all the ponds, sediment basins, pipes, everything. The ditches are all in one model, and we went off-site and grabbed everything from off-site to on-site to evaluating what's going off-site from our property. And at every discharge point on the northern property line, and this is where a lot of the concern was, we reduced the flows significantly from pre-development conditions to post-development conditions. This was achieved because we reduced the drainage areas by the way the site was laid out and all the ditches. The sediment was reduced by temporary sediment traps as well as permanent detention ponds. We have 4 major ponds that are doing a lot of work in attenuating peak flows. And then we have 2 permanent sediment basins that take a big offsite area, and we are providing 5 to 7 times the amount of sediment storage required for the site. And then at 2 key locations near Pyramid Highway, we reduce flows by over half. And particularly at Highland Ranch Parkway and Pyramid Way, we reduce it by over half.
We have completed the 15 minutes.
All right, thank you, Casey.
I was almost done. I was just going to say that we have.
Yeah, just finish your thought. That's fine.
Okay, thank you. As a part of the intersection improvements and the road widening of Highland Ranch Parkway, when that occurs, we are improving the culvert that is currently undersized, and we are putting in a double box culvert here that takes flow down, crosses over Pyramid, and proceeds down to North Truckee Drain at Sparks Boulevard. That concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so at this time, are there questions for the applicant? Commissioner Reed.
Thank you, Chair Pritsos. I did have one question is, why can't you increase the current density among the villages so you don't need a CUP to create a village?
The answer, turn me on.
You're on notice.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. I think one of the problems that we have here is villages 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 7 are already sold. Those densities, if you recall, and again, some history to this, we had to come back in and change villages 1A, 1B, and villages 5 to an M2 zoning to get the densities up for us. But those villages are already set as far as they have. And so the remainder of villages 8, 9, and 10 are the ones that we need to complete our density to get up to 1,200, if that answers.
And just to add on that, those villages are zoned SF6, so we're limited on how much density we can put in those areas.
Right.
Okay, that answers that question.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioner Reed?
Not at this time.
Okay, then Commissioner Carey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question for the applicant team, kind of along the lines of Commissioner Reed's questioning. I was just kind of curious if you have a rough unit count, because you've made a couple statements saying that you need this additional land for the covered in the CUP to be disturbed in order to meet the minimum density requirements. I'm just curious. I know this is very preliminary, but I'm curious if you have kind of a number of how many units you may fall short if village, if these brown areas aren't approved in terms of meeting that minimum density in the development agreement.
Well, I think, Commissioner Carey, we're hovering around 1,200 units right now. That area, keep in mind, it's really not feasible to just say we're not going to build in that area, because this is a balanced site. We're moving millions of yards of dirt in here to balance it. Keep in mind that this was a mining site for 15 years. They mined out 9 million cubic yards in here. And what we're doing is coming back in and balancing it out. So the tan areas up there, when you say if we didn't build in them, the problem that would happen to us is we would lose over 100 units, number one, which would probably drop us under the density. And number two, the site would be unbalanced at that point. And I don't even want to venture into studying what that means to trucks having to import, export. We could be thousands of trucks. The economics to the project could go upside down with it. It's not just a function of saying we don't want to build in that area. This is a master plan of a master balance for the site. It's very critical that area those areas in total are graded out to balance out the site here.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Follow up, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I apologize, Mr. Smith. It's 3 hours into this. I'm just kind of curious, by balancing, you're talking about grading, right?
Correct.
The technical term.
Yeah, the dirt in there. As we build the site here, there's cuts and fills that balance it so that we don't have to import or export soils in here. We've been designing this for 3 years to make sure that we don't do that, because I don't think the community as a whole or anyone wants to see importation or exportation of dirt within here. So the site as a whole, the tan is very critical. It's absolutely critical to balancing the site out as we go forward here.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you. Commissioner West.
Yes, I just have one question, and I may have missed it, but why wasn't this area included originally in the CUP that has already been approved?
Yeah, good question, Commissioner. What we did is, as villages 1 through 7 went into escrow, we went in and said, what do we need to do to accomplish that at this point? The development agreement gives us the rights to develop all these areas. but we needed to grade parts of villages, well, all of village 9 and 10, and part of village 9 to accomplish the development of villages 1 through 7. Now that villages 9 and 10 are going into escrow, we're bringing it back saying, okay, all of these villages are going in and we need to accomplish the CUP for that area at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you, Commissioner West. Are there any other questions for the applicant at this time? Okay, seeing none. This is a public comment item, and so just to reiterate once again before we go into public comment, we have received a very large number of public comments on this item. So just to restate for those who may have just joined us or joined us more recently, if you requested that your email be read by the secretary, then that is going to count as your public comment. If you opted to not have the secretary read your comment, then you will be called upon to make comment once all the emails have been read. We are going to be sticking to the 3-minute time limit, but if your entire email is not finished in that 3-minute time, it will still be part of the record in its entirety and has been distributed to both myself and the other members of the commission. All right, and with that, Madam Secretary, could you please read the public comment announcement?
Thank you, Chairperson. As you can see here on the screen, again, we are showing you the link to join through Zoom, or you can dial in to join using the dial-in number 1-669-900-6833. Meeting ID number is 918-6277-1011. *9 to request to speak on your phone, or you will use the Zoom features if you are joining through the Zoom link, and raise your hand to request to speak. We will read through all of the emails that have been requested that the board clerks read previous to taking any phone callers. Some of the emailed public comment included some photographs. Both Casey and myself will do our best to share those to the best of our ability. These are, some are JPEGs and some are PDFs that were provided, and so the quality may not be the greatest, but we will do our best. Moving to the first one, I will have Ms. Martinez actually read this one, as I do have a photograph for this one.
This was received by Lauren and Evelyn Acton. We oppose houses on that ridge, the lovely south boundary of Spanish Springs, as shown in the attached photo. Piles of excavation debris are already visible on the ridge line. There is also a concern as to whether the developer will have sufficient resources to complete the Five Ridges development. Because of the difficult and rocky terrain, site preparation and utility installation will be very costly. At the very least, the application under consideration should be tabled until completion of the approved plan is satisfactorily accomplished. Better yet, vote no on the application on behalf of all of us who reside in Spanish Springs and North Sparks. Development of this topographically defining ridge should not be allowed. Thank you for your consideration of our views.
Okay, and the next email is from Janet Ayala. Please do not allow construction on the Spanish Springs Mountains. Our homes will be in danger of flooding with water, mud, and silt. Our drainage system is not capable of handling anything coming off the mountain from construction. Thank you.
The next email came from Troy Becker. I won't waste your time with a lengthy email, but I and my neighbors and family are opposed to this. The flood drainage issues are concerning, and frankly, you need about 2 more lanes for miles more of pyramid already, let alone even more houses. Rubber stamping every development when the infrastructure is already lacking is a foolish move. Thank you.
The next email is from Jackson Booth. Given the local public concern over the issuance of this special use permit amendment and the fact that neither the amendment nor the original permit conform to the existing RC codes, specifically numbers 28, 29, 30, and 32, I believe it is only reasonable for the City of Sparks to demand at the developer's expense additional environmental impact studies be conducted to confirm the following. Granting of the amendment and allowing its resulting development would not result in any risk of erosion due to flooding that would occur from rain or snow events that are consistent with historical rain/snow patterns for the area being considered for development that would damage existing structures to the north and east side of the proposed development and ridge reconfiguration. Granting of the amendment and allowing its resulting development would not result in any risk to existing structures to the north and east side of the proposed development and ridge reconfiguration that could be caused from insufficient water/silt drainage resulting from flooding due to rain or snow conditions that would be consistent with historical rain/snow patterns for the area being considered for development. If additional EIR studies are not ordered, I think the City of Sparks should demand with appropriate contractual language that the developer and any residents and or commercial tenants be held jointly liable for damages, physical or financial, that are caused to the residential properties located to the north and east side of the proposed development and ridge reconfiguration as a result of the issuance of the proposed special use permit amendment. Thank you for your consideration and of my requests, as I believe they are reasonable and consistent with what any planning department would require for the long-term protection of our local community.
The next email is from Brenda Cash. This is regarding the possible amendment to conditional use permit for the developer of Old Granite Construction Quarry 83 Development Company, Five Ridges. I am in total opposition of this amendment. In 2018, this developer promised not to build on the ridge, and it was already approved for building 3,500 homes before. Now they want to shear off like 90 feet of the ridge top and all of the beautiful rock formations up there. This would cause considerable flooding and other environmental concerns to the area. What about RC 28, 29, 30, or 32 residential commercial planning codes or section 20.04.011? Please, please, please consider not passing this amendment and having them destroy Spanish Springs any more than they already have.
This next email is from Bill and Danelle Chisholm. We request that the City of Sparks rejects the request to amend a conditional use permit to increase the development area generally located at 555 Highland Ranch Parkway, Sparks, Nevada. Increasing the development area is bad for the environment, i.e. the drainage issues, traffic issues. These problems already exist out Pyramid Highway. Allowing the amendment to pass will only continue to make it worse.
The next email is from Rock Cole. Good evening, commissioners. Hopefully by now you have all received the information about the discrepancy in acreage for this amendment. In the last meeting, the developer kept saying 18 acres of additional disturbance area. I took the plot plan to Frank Lepre Construction and had his estimator do a professional take off on PayDirt software and digitalize the plan to come up with those figures. It is a 200 scale plan, so there could be a 5 to 10% error, but not 100% error. I plan on getting another takeoff done today. I feel like we have all been deceived. The Christie Corp has had a CAD file and knows the exact figure of added disturbance. Why didn't we get the proper number? The most damaging part of the disturbance area is the percentage of buildable land versus hillside disturbance in the form of 2-to-1 slopes, creating massive scars on natural slopes that are over 15 to 30% gradient. The buildable land equals 16.17 acres. The added scarring on the hillside facing the valley is 22.1 acres, more than tripling the total hillside scarring in the existing CUP. This is 42% buildable land to destroy and scar 58% of a hillside. How can this even be considered for development? Staff has recommended approval, yet didn't even analyze the amount of disturbance area. Codes and policies are in place for hillside development. Can you imagine 22 football fields worth of disturbance added to this project to only add 16 acres of buildable land? With all of the drainage off these massive slopes coming down onto existing property owners with no mitigation of sediment inflow, is that legal? When this project is complete, it becomes city infrastructure and the city is responsible for it. Surely you guys don't want another Vistas disaster, not to mention 1,800-foot long access road running along a steep hillside just to sewer this addition. If there is a blockage or breach, where is that raw sewage going? Down to our backyards. This is a bad design plan, plain and simple. The developer keeps talking about the 1,200 unit agreement. The corner of Village 8 is on a 40-acre parcel that can all be built, as well as other spots within the project, or the lot size can be reduced. The cost to re-engineer is nothing compared to the destruction of 22 acres of natural resources. The developer will surely build more than 1,200 homes when all is said and done, even without this piece. He's just using that number as leverage. He stated that this addition was without this piece. I'm sorry. He stated this addition was all along. So why are we just now hearing about it? I submit that he knew it was a long shot and would just sneak it in at a later date. RC 28 limit the amount of land that may be disturbed. The timer is done and we have a good chunk left.
Okay, the next email is from James and Samantha Crowley. We are completely opposed to the quarry and the proposed amendment to increase the amount of land/hills they will remove for further development. The people that have lived out in Spanish Springs for decades moved out here for the open space, quiet neighbors, and our proximity to wide open ranges. All this development is destroying what we love so much about this area. If you live out here, you are very aware of how quickly the ditches along Pyramid from Aaron Drive down to Robert Banks flood. If you were to permit the quarry to disturb further hillsides, there is a massive concern to that will due to during periods of rain and snow. Please listen and respect the people that actually live out here and deal with your decisions on a daily basis. Please do not permit additional land to be added to the quarry. Thank you for your time.
The next email is from Kelly Corson. I am opposed to the additional homes being added to the Five Ridges project for the following reasons. Infrastructure to prevent flooding has not been established. The inevitable mud and slit coming down the mountain as there is no drainage in place to handle it. There are no easements on the north side for the builder to put proper drainage in place. Water from the city of Sparks is not allowed to flow into Washoe County. This addition does not adhere to RC 28, 29, 30, 32, or section 20.04.011 of established ordinances. According to the city of Sparks, our ridge tops and outcroppings are protected from builders. Hydro seeding is ineffective in this type of soil. This additional construction would infringe on our rights and inflict undue mental anguish, emotional distress, and litigation that would surely follow. It is upsetting to think of the destruction this additional construction would cause to our area, as well as the devastating impact on local wildlife. Please do not approve this project.
The next email is from R. Crump. As a resident of the city of Sparks, I am urging you to stop and do not approve the addendum to add additional land use and homes to the Five Ridges project above homes and property. I have serious concerns about how and why this is happening. What is the projected effect of shearing 90 feet off of the ridge tops and removing rock outcrops? Has this been studied? Was there an environmental impact evaluation performed? Was there an evaluation on the effect of the land stability done? The project does not adhere to RC 28, 29, 30, or 32, or section 20.04.011. Why would anyone even attempt to push this addendum through with this knowledge in hand? It certainly sets the city up for a lawsuit for having ignored these codes if anything goes wrong, doesn't it? Where is the increased easement allowing for proper drainage and the additional infrastructure to keep existing homes and backyards from flooding with water, mud, and silt? The Lemon Valley flooding debacle is fresh and should be a wake-up call for this one. This added amendment was recently rejected by the city due to insufficient infrastructure in place by the builder to mediate the flooding and damage that will occur. Why is it suddenly being reconsidered now? I cannot locate a copy of any new/revised infrastructure plan being submitted. Before handing carte blanche to the developer, please consider the financial liability for the city of Sparks as well as the multiple effects on the existing residents. No one wants a Lemon Valley catastrophe on their hands.
The next email is from Leonard and Sheree Danner. We oppose the request for additional disturbance limits. We attended the original community meeting and the developer assured us that the building would remain on the other side of the hill because the hillside was too steep to build on. So we did not object. To change the rules now is inconsiderable, and we live at the bottom of the hill on the north at 7500 Marie Way. We were not informed of this meeting, although we were unquestionably affected. Please record our strenuous objection to this action.
The next email is from Nancy Danner. My name is Nancy Danner. I have lived in the area for over 25 years. My front porch faces the ridge. While I cannot undo what was previously approved for development of our homes, I am hopeful my concerns for additional land use will be taken into consideration before decisions are made. I am writing in regards to the Five Ridges request for additional land use and homes for the development. We have not been granted any relief from this onslaught of development in that they keep requesting more and more. And the council/board powers that be continue to grant the requests of the developer. I am hopeful that the commissioners members have looked into how detrimental it would be to allow additional building and land grabbing for this development. Without boring all of you with the residential planning codes, it is urgent that you realize the impact of the building on this slope. There is no easement to allow for proper drainage. We have had the drainage ditch on Dolores Drive flood many times during a rainy, wet year. The drainage ditch is not adequate and cannot sustain flood waters without damage to Dolores Drive and Pyramid Highway. They still have not been able to correct the drainage issues on Pyramid Highway. Would it be possible and within reason to ask that you take into consideration the residents who have made their homes out here? I am pretty sure if you were living where I live or where my neighbors actually live in the path of this development, you would never be approving this request. The developer has requested and pretty much gotten everything he has asked for with absolutely no regard for the concerns of the residents. I am asking you to please deny this additional land request. Those of us living in this area have an appreciation of our open spaces, while developers from out of state do not much regard for the beauty of our valley. I respectfully ask that you allow us to keep what is remaining on that ridge. While my email does not come close to addressing all of the issues the request entails, I understand there are time constraints when the public addresses either in person or email. I am ever hopeful you will do the right thing and deny this request. Thank you.
The next email is from Bob and Linda Davis. We did not receive notice of the meeting, even though we live within a mile of seeing, hearing, and suffering the intrusion of this project to our quiet neighborhood. We read the original plan for this development and had thought that the northern ridgeline of the development would remain undisturbed. This amendment and the earthwork that we see going on will remove the ridges and bring unwanted noise, destruction of our primitive views, and very possible wreckage to the properties very near and below the new housing. The construction of additional drainage into our overburdened ditches and a likely addition of new roadways for increased traffic into and through our neighborhood are an assault on the privacy and security of everyone in this rural area. Is this another bait and switch, an underhand play to push just a little bit further? Please do not approve the further destruction of the ridgeline.
The next email is from Robin Down. I am opposed to the additional homes being added to the Five Ridges project for the following reasons. Infrastructure to prevent flooding has not been established. The inevitable mud and silt coming down the mountain as there is no drainage in place to handle it. There are no easements on the north side for the builder to put proper drainage in place. Water from the city of Sparks is not allowed to flow into Washoe County. This addition does not adhere to RC 28, 29, 30, 32, or section 20.04.011 of established ordinances. According to the city of Sparks, our ridgetops and outcroppings are protected from builders. Hydroseeding is unaffected in this type of soil. This additional construction would infringe on our rights and inflict undue mental anguish and emotional distress, and litigation would surely follow. It is heartbreaking to think of the destruction this additional construction would cause to the area, as well as devastating impact on local wildlife. please do not approve this project.
The next email is from Lisa Durgan. I am writing to oppose the addendum to the Five Ridges development, which would permit the builder to add additional homes cut into ridge lines and potentially create a dangerous situation for existing homes on the downward slope from this development. Spanish Springs has already seen what poor planning and development can do to our drainage systems and hillsides. Every time there is a protracted rainstorm, the neighborhood below these hills are inundated with mud, debris, and Pyramid Highway becomes impaired due to overflowing retention basins and ditches. Cutting away more hillside and adding more homes than what is already approved to an ill-equipped infrastructure will have devastating effects on our community. I urge you to vote no on this addendum. Thank you.
Next email is from Jason Eastman. As a resident of the Spanish Springs area, it is greatly disheartening to hear and see that there is intent to destroy some of our beautiful ridgelines and scenery in the area off Highland Ranch Road and the bordering properties to the north. While I recognize the importance of development and do believe in appropriate and reasonable development, neither of which are occurring in this case, both Washoe County and the city of Sparks have indicated a desire to preserve our ridges and hills crests from development, which the Christie Corporation is directly trying to destroy in this particular case. In quotes, through cooperation with the Washoe County Board of County Commissioners and the Washoe County Planning Commission, the Spanish Springs community will maintain and apply objective standards and criteria that serve to manage growth and development in the Spanish Springs area in a manner that respects the rural heritage of the area by encouraging a rustic appearance and preserving scenic quality, respects private property rights, provides a range of low-density housing opportunities, provides open space and recreational opportunities, provides local services and employment opportunities, and finally, ensures that growth is kept in balance with the resources and infrastructure, end quotes. This already seems to be falling to the wayside and with rampant development, but this addendum to the original plan from the Christie Corporation is especially egregious, with no consideration for the values set in place above. Additionally, there is little to no mention of the additional ramifications of the destruction of this natural ridgeline and the addition of the homes and people that come with it. Only a short few years ago, there was enough runoff in the area of Dolores and Pyramid that the main road was covered over and the existing drainage system was completely overwhelmed. Adding the additional housing and destruction of the existing natural slope and drainage would just exacerbate this issue without serious mitigation. There's also a disturbing lack of concern with the additional traffic to Pyramid Highway, as well as police, fire, and EMS response, including emergency ingress and egress to the area. As a citizen of this beautiful area, I sincerely hope that you will take this letter and others like it into consideration and reject these changes so that we may preserve the beauty of this valley.
The next email is from Jeffrey and Haley Eastman. I'm a fairly new resident in the Spanish Springs area as my family and I moved here in December of 2019. We relocated from the Sacramento area where we resided for almost 2 decades. While living in the Sacramento area, I commuted about 80 miles round trip to work on a daily basis. Over the course of several years, that time greatly increased, even though the distance stayed the same. Growth outpacing infrastructure was clearly the cause of this and many other problems for the area. Unfortunately, it seems as our new city is following in those poorly thought out footsteps. We must contain the scope of this ever increasing project in order to preserve the safety and quality of life. Great addition to commute times and traffic on an already burdened Pyramid Highway, increased response times for fire and police, and simply hoping that current drainage systems in place don't get overwhelmed and cause flooding/damage to nearby homes is obviously the opposite of the above goals. Continuing to allow for this project to expand is blatantly in violation of the Washoe County Master Plan, ensures that growth is kept in balance with resources and infrastructure, end quotes. What is the point of spending time and resources on creating these documents if they aren't going to be followed? Outside of the issues of safety and quality of life, my largest interest is in the proposed expansion is the effect it will have on the Nevada desert landscape. As I look across the valley to the east side of Sparks, I see similar ridges littered with houses. These houses strip away the natural beauty of the landscape. I currently live just north of Eagle Canyon and have a great view of the ridgeline in question as part of the horizon. What an eyesore to load the ridge with houses. It's already a shame that this committee has turned its back on the preservation of scenic quality to the extent it has. To approve the newest proposal, which includes the great alterations to the ridge, would just add insult to injury and confirm the committee's total abandonment of the Washoe County Master Plan. Respects the rural heritage of the area by encouraging a rustic appearance and preserving scenic quality. Again, I ask, why write it? I appreciate your time and thank you for your careful consideration.
This next email is from Mike Eastman. I will tell you that this is a 2-page email. I would encourage you to read it in your packet because I will not most likely be getting through this email. Dear Sparks Planning Commission and Mr. Blake Smith, thanks for taking a little extra time to consider the applicant's request to destroy more ridgeline. There's so much to say and so little time. Before I get started, I want to say I appreciate the work done by the planning staff. They are very thorough with their review, but it does seem they are biased towards the development side of the planning process. More on that later. I'll start with a rebuttal to Blake Smith's statement in the News 4 reporting on this development. Firstly, he acts as if he is altruistically setting back homes and reducing heights of accessory buildings. My understanding of the planning process is that the planning staff are the ones proposing those steps to the application that did not include them. Sorry, you don't get to get credit for that, Mr. Smith. Secondly, he states this land plan has been in the public realm for 7 to 8 years, implying that residents should have been expressing their concern earlier in the process. I think most of you commissioners know we've been fighting this since the first day we became aware of it and have been addressing many concerns at every appropriate meeting ever since. Sorry, Mr. Smith, you don't get to take that away from us. Though the requested 3D renderings of the project were partially included in the article, I'm going to address them separately. The renderings are impressive, as is technology. However, we are not concerned about the view from our homes, but the impact on the scenic views from everywhere else along Dolores Drive and points north. Certainly, some remaining terrain may shield some homes from some viewpoints close in, but we know fewer homes will be shielded from views from farther north. Please re-accomplish so we can see what the ridge looks like from Dolores and Pyramid Highway. I also want to thank you for pointing out how much more obtrusive the views of the homes on the additional 19 acres will be. You've supported our desire to have the commission deny your request to raise and fill 19 more acres. In my last statement to you on April 15th, I asked a couple of questions that I have seen little effort to address. The questions of interest are: Exhibit 3 purports to show slope analysis, yet appears to be incomplete for lands west, northwest, and north of villages 8 and 9. How will completing the slope analysis for these lands affect your overall calculations so heavily relied upon to get this CUP approval? Exhibit 9 says the steep slopes on the north of Village 9 will be a riprap. Exhibit 6 says it will be revegetated with EFM. The Planning Commission case summary is inconclusive in its review. Which is it? Keep in mind that the exhibits referenced are for the last meeting, not this one. Unfortunately, I do not see the answers to these questions in the staff report. Effectively, we need more explanation about how the slope analysis appears to leave out a portion of the development, villages 8 and 9, but it is unclear how they will affect the overall calculations when completed. Also, those of us under the projected villages 9 and 10.
3 minutes have completed, Marilee. The next email is from Carol and Greg Evans. We are Washoe County residents of 20 years in Spanish Springs, Nevada. Although our property is located outside the city limits, we stand with residents who will be directly affected by the subject development project. We are concerned about the impact on both the county roads and environment that may be affected if the developer can proceed. Over 2 decades, we have witnessed flooding on Pyramid Way and have paid residential utilities fees for years for the cost of the flood zone protection area at Pyramid and East Cala de Plata. Will the Five Ridges developer pay for a similar flood protection, or will the current residents and new buyers be stuck with it forever? The small Drainage ditches along the roads for current residences are subject to flooding, heavy debris from the hillsides if new homes are built up there. As county citizens, we are opposed to wham bam developers who come in, build, impact our water, roads, traffic, wastewater systems, schools, and environmental beauty, what's left of it, and then leave without financially offsetting these problems. Everyone knows there's an impending water shortage in the area, and this development will contribute to it. Please do not approve the addendum to increase additional land use in homes to the Five Ridges project above the current residential properties. Thank you.
The next email is from Courtney Farnsworth. I respectfully request that you deny the Christie Corporation's application for an amendment to their conditional use permit. They are requesting a major revision to their original CUP that disturbs an even greater amount of sloped terrain. They are already degrading a major feature of our regional scenic beauty. To allow more terrain to destruction would add insult to injury. The Washoe County Master Plan prizes scenic quality, but clearly the Christie Corporation does not. From the Washoe County Master Plan, in quotes, through cooperation with the Washoe County Board of County Commissioners and Washoe County Planning Commission, the Spanish Springs community will maintain and apply objective standards and criteria that serve to manage growth and development in the Spanish Springs in a manner that respects the rural heritage of the area by encouraging a rustic appearance and preserving scenic quality, respects private property rights, provides a range of low-density housing opportunity, provides open space and recreational opportunities, provides local services and employment opportunities, and ensures that growth is kept in balance with resources and infrastructure, close quote. The Sparks City Council and Planning Commission have thus far abandoned their stated objectives in conjunction with the Washoe County Master Plan in protecting scenic quality. There are ridges throughout the Sparks area that would never have been built upon if foothills and ridges were to be protected according to the Washoe County Master Plan, which states a planning principle is to protect foothills, mountains, river corridors, and other natural features, end quotes. The latest venture on the old quarry site could have been attacked on a smaller scale that would indeed have respected scenic quality for the tens of thousands of regional residents. With the full assault on the top of the ridge, you've allowed for monstrous damage. Now, just because we've come this far in the planning process doesn't mean we have to bow to the Christie Corporation in their desire to knock down even more. I have another reason to reject the application. The application addresses decreasing the ridge top height and moving that dirt and rock outwards to gain more flat space for homes. The cost of is destruction of natural terrain and habitat and the presence of an even steeper terrain right at the property line of local residents. Nowhere in the document is erosion and runoff addressed, and the effect on the properties below this project. This must be addressed, and if this project is approved, must be addressed and mitigated. We have the right to have significant assurance that this project is, as requested, does not impact our properties. Thank you for your consideration.
The next email is from Lorraine Fernandez. As concerned citizens and residents of Sparks, we are requesting that the City of Sparks rejects the request to amend a conditional use permit to increase the development area generally located at 555 Highland Ranch Parkway, Sparks, Nevada. Increasing the development area will be detrimental to the already problematic flooding, traffic, and pollution we have been facing as of late. Thank you.
This next email is from Dan and Mindy Flanagan. This email is to be entered and read by the Sparks clerk as part of the opposition to the applicant's request as detailed in tonight's Planning Commission meeting agenda, item number PCN 19-0040. The applicant did not calculate existing accurate determination of existing disturbance areas in the original CUP. The applicant continues disregarding existing distance areas in total overall disturbance area calculations in the current request. The applicant is currently in violation of the Washoe County Health Department air quality dust control requirements due to the lack of water saturation measures. The applicant has not entered into development, inter-community cooperation, and impact measures pursuant to the upcoming proposed regional plan amendments. The applicant has not shown adequate fire apparatus, primary and secondary access roads under IFC 2018 Appendix D. The applicant has not addressed pre-construction fire prevention measures under the 2018 WUC code. The applicant has not secured proper waste disposal agreements with wastewater infrastructure plants or the city of Reno. The application and staff has not produced the required Native American and indigenous, I cannot say that word, I'm sorry, studies report for proposed disturbance areas. The city of Sparks has not amended section 20.04.011 for the designated ridges in and around the subject site. Once amended, the city of Sparks is creating a double standard by not allowing the visual impacts under section 20.04.011 on the city of Sparks sides of the ridge lines, but ignoring 20.04.11 for the Washoe County sides. Excavation work currently occurring on site exceeds federal permissible noise exposures, permissible noise exposure duration per day in hours, sound level in decibels 8-906-924-953-97, 2-100, 11/2-102, 1-105, 1/1-110, 1/4 or less, 115 decibels. Noises not meeting this definition are considered an impact of impulse noise, and exposures to this type of noise must not exceed 140 decibels. Per OSHA publication 3074, in quotes, hearing conservation, or refer to the OSHA standard at 29 CFR 1910.95, occupational noise exposure, section C. The applicant has not demonstrated good faith efforts with the directly impacted property owners. The applicant did not abide by representation made at previous neighborhood CAB meetings. Respectfully submitted.
The next email is from Karen Fulton. This amendment or the original special use permit does not adhere to RC number 28, 29, 30, or 32, in quotes, RC meaning residential or commercial, of the established ordinances. Number 2, per the city in Washoe County as an ordinance in section 20.04.011, disturbances to slopes, hilltops, and ridges are being ignored. Number 3, if these ridge tops and hilltops are disturbed any more than what's written in the special use permit, the homeowners on the north and east side of Five Ridges will bear the brunt of excess flooding, bringing down the mountain tons of mud and slip. Number 4, with no coordinated plans for drainage and no possibility of easements to bring drainage into our valley, the natural and man-made ditches that carry water through our neighborhood will most certainly be overwhelmed by slip. And Pyramid Highway will see the worst flooding in its history. Number 5, sewer breaches are possible. Number 6, this will allow the developer to chop up 90 feet off these ridges and hilltops that were meant to be preserved in the first place, along with our natural rock outcrops. Number 7, hydro seeding is not effective in this type of soil. Erosion is imminent. Number 8, traffic on Pyramid and Highland Ranch. Number 9, this guy is back paddling for a reason. He bit off more than he could chew and found out there isn't as much usable building area as figured to work his numbers game he promised the city. He didn't take the proper steps on an engineering level. That's why he keeps asking for more. Enough is enough. There is no plan for what's going to come down the side of these north and east ridges after a major weather event. Number 10, we live here for a reason. This will be an infringement to our peace, quiet, and beautiful landscapes. Sincerely, very concerned citizen of Spanish Springs and North Springs HOA.
This next email is from Cheryl and Steve Glotfelty. We are writing to express strong objection to the application of the Five Ridges project to expand beyond the originally approved plan. As residents who have lived in the area to the immediate north of the Five Ridges development for 18 years, we also oppose the original plan because we do not want to see houses built on that ridge that we look at every day. The city of Sparks has a code that protects ridges, and our argument is that the ridge that Five Ridges wants to build on is, in fact, a ridge. We have been told by our neighbors who attended a public meeting at the library a couple of years ago that the developer assured residents that the proposed development would remain in the basin since the hillsides were too steep to build on. Clearly, they have changed their tune, making the whole thing seem like a premeditated scheme to pacify opposition. Now, Five Ridges is proposing a change order to build houses not only on the ridgeline, but on the steep hillside slopes north of the ridge. We oppose the plan for the same reason we oppose the original plan. It will spoil the view of the natural hillside. It will be as if houses are marching in on us. Furthermore, in the slope analysis, the proposed disturbance area violates RC 28 of the comprehensive plan for the city of Sparks. The red on that same analysis indicates natural rock outcroppings that RC 30 stipulates be preserved. Building on that steep slope would necessitate massive disturbance and recontouring of the hillside, not to mention road building. There would, of course, be problems with dust, noise, fire danger, and drainage. These are not small problems. These are serious issues. That area was designated open space in the original plan for good reason, and we believe that the Five Ridges developer must be held to that plan. Finally, as a matter of policy, we object to a change order that would be significantly different than the plan that was approved. This strategy to change horses in the middle of a race on the part of Five Ridges seems very unfair and dastardly, to be honest. Please vote no.
The next email is from Joe Granata. I received information on a public hearing today concerning the property at 555 Highland Ranch Parkway, in quotes PCN 19-0040. Looking at the request, it is ambiguous. It says, in quotes, to allow development on a site that is 10 acres, quotes, or larger, end quotes. Slope gradient of 10%, quotes, or greater. Does that mean that it could be 1,000 acres or a slope gradient of 20%? I also understand that there may be a road that may or may not impact travel on Dolores Drive. This concerns me. I can understand the concerns of the residents that live within 1,000 feet of the requested amended property, so I respectfully request that you deny this consideration. Thank you.
Next email is from Fred Haynes. Hello. I ask you and the board to please oppose the PCN 19-0040 project coming up at the May 6th meeting. Do not let the developers take our mountains away from us. They are the beauty of our area. Don't turn our valley into an LA looking area, please.
The next email is from Joseph and Aura Holshin. We request that the City of Sparks rejects the request to amend a conditional use permit CU 20-0005 to increase the development area generally located at 555 Highland Ranch Parkway, Sparks, Nevada. Increasing the development area is bad for the environment and the residents of Sparks.
Next email is from Jamie Clun. I'm against the Planning Commission allowing this plan to move forward for environmental and quality of life issues enumerated below. Number one, this amendment or the original special use permit does not adhere to RC 28, 29, 30, or 32 of the established ordinances. Number two, per the city and the Washoe County, an ordinance in section 20.04.011 is being ignored. Number three, if these ridge tops and hilltops are disturbed any more than what's written in the special use permit, the homeowners on the north and east side of Five Ridges will bear the brunt of the excess flooding, bringing down the mountain tons of mud and silt. Number four, with no coordinated plans for drainage and no possibility of easements to bring drainage into our valley, the natural and man-made ditches that carry water through our neighborhoods will most certainly be overwhelmed by silt. And Pyramid Highway will see the worst flooding in its history. Number five, sewer breaches are possible. Number six, this will allow the developer to chop up 90 feet off of these ridges and hilltops that were to be preserved in the first place, along with our natural rock outcrops. Number seven, hydro seeding is not effective in this type of soil. Erosion is imminent. Number eight, traffic on Pyramid and Highland Ranch. Number nine, this guy is backpedaling for a reason. He bit off more than he could chew and found out there isn't as much usable building area as figured to work his numbers game he promised the city. He didn't take the proper steps in an engineering level. That's why he keeps asking for more. Enough is enough. There is no plan for what's going to come down the side of these north and east ridges after the major weather event. Number 10, we live here for a reason. This will be an infringement on our peace, quiet, and beautiful landscapes.
The next email is from Tracy Ladd. Please don't approve the addendum to add additional land use and homes to the Five Ridges project above our homes and property. The quarry. What makes our area beautiful is the view of the mountains. The greed and disregard for preserving our area's open space has got to stop. There is plenty of flat lands that can be developed. Let's make sure the beauty of the area isn't marred by greed. Also, there is no easement to allow for proper drainage and no infrastructure to keep our homes and or backyards from flooding with water, mud, and slit. We don't need another Lemon Valley situation.
This next email is from Frank Leppery. Good evening. I have a few concerns on the design of PCN 19-0040. My concerns are as follows. The slopes, scarring of the hillside doesn't meet current code. The 2-to-1 slopes and how long does the re-veg get watered? The drainage of the slopes. The protection of the property owners below and how are the impacts going to be addressed? The biggest concern is the drainage off the large 2-to-1 slopes, increasing the impact from runoff and sediment to the property below. Would someone answer my concerns? Thank you.
The next email is from R. Lucius. I would like to formally oppose any building projects on any of the Sparks, Spanish Springs mountains, hilltops, or ridges. There is not sufficient infrastructure in place or available to support this project or the homes already there. Flooding and erosion are of great concern in this area, and additional disruption of these areas will only make matters worse. Additionally, heavy traffic routes cannot support the increase in population for this area. We are already dealing with extremely heavy and dangerous traffic and road conditions due to overpopulation. Please oppose any projects in this area.
This next email is from Bernie McCrohan. I am writing in regards to the above mentioned case. I am a resident living at 309 Shelby Drive, Sparks, Nevada. Please, please do not approve this project. Our beautiful valley has already been invaded with new homes. It is unconscionable to consider taking any part of a mountain down to build homes. This would cause possible flooding and erosion. I must also mention the added traffic off of Pyramid Highway. This highway has become a nightmare for commuting and gets worse every day. Please consider the current residents of this valley and deny this development. I may be reached at, and she leaves her phone number, but I will not be reading that into the record. Thank you.
The next email is from Mike Marbury. I'm against building the homes on the side of the mountain. Marilee, would you like me to read the next one too?
It's okay, Casey.
Okay.
You got a freebie. This next email is from Douglas Marsh. To whom it may concern, I am writing to express my opposition to the above referenced request for a variance to allow a self-storage facility in an area zoned for retail. There is simply no justification for approval that the owner has been unable to secure. You know what? I apologize for this. I believe this email belonged with the Pioneer Meadows item. I can continue to read it into the record for the record if you would like, Chair Pritzos.
If they had requested that it be read into the record for the other item, then if we skipped over it, I think for the sake of fairness, we should probably read it now.
Okay. So I would like to apologize for that. My sincere apologies to Douglas Marsh, and I will read his email now. To whom it may concern, I am writing to express my opposition to the above referenced request for a variance to allow a self-storage facility in an area zoned for retail. There is simply no justification for the approval. Number one, that the owner has been unable to secure retail tenants as per the master plan is hardly sufficient reason to allow a currently non-permitted use. Approval of one variance in the large undeveloped area is an precedent slippery slope that will set the stage for subsequent such variance requests. Close proximity / convenience to self-storage is not a compelling or sufficient reason to approve the variance. The proposed use creates minimal jobs and sales tax revenue. Self-storage facilities will fill a needed and useful role in today's world, but should not be located in retail zoning. There is no need to read my comments into the Planning Commission's minutes, but please ensure that my email is otherwise included in the official meeting record. Thank you for your time and attention.
Okay, the next email is from Janelle Mensler. My name is Janelle Mensler, and I have owned my home at 5700 Dolores Drive for 9 years, however, lived in Spanish Springs for 17 years. My son went to elementary, middle, and graduated from Spanish Springs High School class of 2017 in our once small community. I am very opposed to the new request for permitting more mass grading on the hillside. I know this plan previously has been approved years ago before the huge boom to our area, but if I could stop more construction of homes, I will. There's been no evidence that our environment isn't going to be affected from all this growth. I've attended city council meetings over flood detention and was not heard. I spoke with Dave Solaro 5 months later. We had a devastating flood that took out Dolores Drive completely. It is still yet to be fixed. I was told the county they haven't fixed the current flooding problem on our street, so how can more homes be approved? Water flows downhill. This project is affecting my neighbors, myself, and our homes at the bottom of the street. Please, I ask you, with all due respect, do not allow this developer to take more land and scenic views from all of us that have lived here for years.
This next email is from Andrew, Kristen, Aya, and Finley Nelson. I want it to be known that we are adamantly opposed to the Christie Corporation's application for an amendment to their conditional use permit. We have been against the building project from the beginning as it destroys so much of what makes Spanish Springs beautiful. This new application seeks to not only further destroy the land we love and hike as a family or see as we drive through town, but also further encroaches on the quality of life shared by the residents of Spanish Springs. The application by the Christie Corporation requests a significant revision to their original CP, which destroys a significant amount of land enjoyed by so many. This is in direct violation of the Washoe County Master Plan, which states the following, in quotes, through cooperation with the Washoe County Board of County Commissioners and the Washoe County Planning Commission, the Spanish Springs community will maintain and apply objective standards and criteria that serve to manage growth and development in Spanish Springs in a manner that respects the rural heritage of the area by encouraging a rustic appearance and preserving scenic quality, respects private property rights, provides a range of low-density housing opportunities, provides open space and recreational opportunities, provides local services and employment opportunities, and ensures that growth is kept in balance with resources and infrastructure, close quotes. This is so clearly a violation of these words and of so many people's lives. We are well aware of the anticipated population boom in the area. However, violating the above words and disrupting the natural beauty of the area is not the answer to the anticipated increase in population. One of the attractive attributes to Nevada broadly and the Reno Sparks specifically is the open land. People come here to enjoy big skies and find ways to avoid the ungainly sight of stucco. The proposed plan will only make the area less attractive to current and future residents. We want it known that we are against this plan for our own interests in the area, as well as on behalf of the family and residents who live in the Spanish Springs area or frequent its currently beautiful landscape. Sincerely.
The next email is from Helga Olson. Stop the City of Sparks from approving an addendum to add additional land use and homes to the Five Ridges project above our homes and property in Spanish Springs, the quarry. The addendum would allow the builder to build homes and roads down the north side of our mountains. They also intend to shear off up to 90 feet of the ridgetops and removal of our rock outcrops. This disturbance will cause the ground to be very unstable. This particular project does not adhere to RC 28, 29, 30, or 32 residential commercial planning codes or section 20.04.011 slopes, hilltops, and ridges of established ordinance. There is no easement to allow for proper drainage and no infrastructure to keep our homes and or backyards from flooding with water, mud, or slit. Our small drainage ditches are no match for the amount of debris that will run down our mountainsides. Remember the flood on Pyramid Highway a few years ago. We were unable to travel due to the mud and slit on the highway. This added addendum was rejected by the city 2 weeks ago due to insufficient infrastructure in place by the builder to mediate the flooding and damage that will occur. I am a near resident of this project and I do not want this to happen.
The next email is from Adrienne Pinelli. Good afternoon. As a lifelong resident of East Sparks and Spanish Springs, I am writing this email for a number of reasons. The first being my concern over our beautiful Spanish Springs Valley. The integrity of our beautiful, somewhat rural ranch type lifestyle is at risk. Building a residential community on a steep hillside, ridgelines included, which will include high density housing, is exactly what Spanish Springs doesn't want. Allowing this risk setting a precedent that might allow other developers to infiltrate ridgeline areas and steep hillsides. There is plenty of land that can be built on that will not disturb the beauty of our community and still allow for semi-rural and spacious subdivisions. This is why we live in Spanish Springs and not Somerset. Thank you for your time, and please feel free to share my opposition verbally and or in written format.
The next email is from Nick Pinelli. I'm a native Nevadan. I've lived my entire 59 years in the beautiful city of Sparks. I've also owned land where this massive project is taking place. I understand that this project has already been approved. What I don't understand is how the Planning Commission is allowing this to come in front of their commission for a possible amendment when the guideline is already established. Protective ridgeline, natural rock outcropping. What about the open space that this area has already been approved for? Does that just disappear because greed takes over and we need a few more homes? We don't need developers trying to manipulate this commission so it turns a blind eye to its already established guidelines and restrictions. Enough is enough. I'm asking you that you deny this amendment completely. Leave it the way it was originally approved. Please deny this amendment.
The next email is from Nick Penacity. I have lived in Nevada now for 39 years and love this place, mostly because of the beautiful scenery. That is why I moved north of town where it is untouched. The mountaintops, ridges, and rock outcroppings are amazing and unmatched. When I hike up in the area being discussed, I see coyotes, bobcats, chukar, quail, and too much more wildlife to list. This is why there was an ordinance put in place years ago that prevents disturbance to slopes, hilltops, and ridges from being disturbed, or in this case, permanently destroyed, and it is being ignored. Also, this amendment does not adhere to RC number 28, 29, 30, or 32 of the established ordinances. I want to build a 2-story workshop out by the edge of my property, but I can't because there is an ordinance preventing me from doing it. If this amendment passes, does that mean I can start construction, or do I have to be some rich developer? Every day when I jump on I-80 and see the destruction of downtown, thinking of how hot August nights used to be 10 years ago, I think I am sure blessed to live where I do. Please don't let them destroy the outskirts also just to make a quick buck. You were selected to protect us, protect Nevada, protect the beauty of this place from people who just roll in here, make their money, and leave not caring what problems they have caused. A few years ago, we had some weather out here that washed away driveways and roads. The homeowners had to foot the bill for all the repairs to get back to normal. With this construction, the problem is just going to be exacerbated with a less serious weather event. Who's going to pay for the repairs then? The city? The developer? Another thing people don't think of is the garbage. I'm constantly picking up garbage that blows over the hills from Sun Valley. Paper, plastic bags, plastic containers. How much more garbage will be strewn throughout the area, blowing from house to house? Lastly, having dealt with developers for years, I'll bet my paycheck that this was in their plans all along. They played the city of Sparks just to get their foot in the door, and now they want more. And they will want more again. It's time to say no. Enough is enough. Build what was approved and leave the ridge tops alone and move on. Thank you.
The next email is from Wayne Patterson. I understand any hesitancy you may have opening attachments, but I also, oh, I apologize. It's before. Oh, okay. Okay. My name is Wayne Patterson. For 24 years, I've lived at 7325 Petrina Way, Sparks, Nevada. I am writing to you in opposition to case PCN 19-0040. Contrary to Blake Smith's condescending remark to News 4 that residents should have shared their concerns earlier in the process, I'm certain I have voiced my opposition to the Five Ridges project at every opportunity. I am still angry about the violations of your own policies, RC 28 through RC 32, to approve the original version of this project, and must say I'm livid that Mr. Smith has returned for a second bite of the apple. My sincere hope is that you adhere to your policies and deny this request. I want to focus on policy RC 30, which states require new development to preserve and protect significant natural amenities, unique features, and other natural features. The view from my front door is the ridgeline and hillside covered with slope stabilizing trees and brush that Mr. Smith wants to mine for profit. I use the word mine specifically because to destroy the rock outcroppings for home sites, he must employ the mining techniques that may include blasting. I've worked at mine sites across the state and appreciate the dangers associated with work on steep slopes such as those I view from my front door. Construction hazards aside, what are we left with when the mining operation is finished? Well, like the mine sites, there will be barren soil, rock facing my front door in Spanish Springs Valley. In mining, they employ robust efforts to reseed and irrigate the barren slopes, but still they are visible for miles. My personal experience with the result of disturbing the soil within view of my front door is minuscule and on a minor slope when compared to this proposal. That experience, that 25 years later, I could see the trench line for the electric service to my neighbor's home. Nature tries and tries, but rock is an unforgiving medium to nurture vegetation, and the scars are long lasting. As for the proposed access road, if approved, it will be a gash across the face of the slope visible from across the valley and a filthy scar in the center of my view. Forgetting the visual assault for a moment, where's the water off that road going? It's not rocket science. It's coming downhill in the quantities we've never experienced before and will flow unfiltered by the vegetation because the water will channelize and will be left with deepening gullies to offend the eye, and that much more siltation will have to be cleared to reopen Pyramid Highway at Dolores Drive. When there's another flood, those of us in this drainage will have culverts washed out again, and heaven help those below if the first boat is across Petrina Way. It's blocked with debris from Mr. Smith's mining operation. Okay. There's a bit left, so we'll move on.
This next email is from Ron Paula. I am emailing you to voice my concern for amendment to special use permit. Moving to Sparks a few years ago from the east as a photographer, it was the hilltops and ridges that helps us make the decision to relocate here. From what I understand, this project does not adhere to RC 28, 29, 30, or 32, or section 20.04.011 of the established ordinances. Per the City of Sparks comprehensive plan, ridge tops and outcroppings were protected from builders. If these ridge tops are disturbed any more than what's written in the special use permit, homeowners on the mountain north side of these ridges will bear the brunt of excessive flooding and tons of mud and silt. From what I've seen in time I've lived here, I know hydroseeding will not be effective. I moved here for our peace, quiet, and beautiful landscape to pursue my photography. I am opposed to this amendment. Thank you for your time.
The next email is from Susan Perzal. I am a resident of Spanish Springs and have serious concerns about the quarry project, specifically the planned approval on an addendum to add additional land use and homes to the Five Ridges project above existing homes and property. This addendum would allow the builder to develop homes and roads down the north side of the mountain and to shear off up to 90 feet of the ridge tops and removal of the rock outcrops. This disturbance will cause the ground to be unstable. There is no easement to allow for proper drainage and no infrastructure to keep homes and backyards from flooding and the onslaught of water, mud, and slit. This has happened a few times where the flood reaches into the streets of Vista, Sparks, and Pyramid. My personal experience is that hydroseeding does not work well with the composition of the highly erosive soils of mountains in our area. It tends to wash away. I have lived in this area for 20 years now and have witnessed many times of flooding with the result of muddy debris overloaded with sediment and clogging drainages, storm drains, culverts, pipes, and roadways. Not to mention this subdivision will add horrendous traffic to an already busy Pyramid Highway. Thank you for your consideration.
Next email is from Christine Perot. Dear panel of commissioners, I am respectfully requesting my email be read into the meeting this evening. As a longstanding and concerned homeowner in the Reno area, I'd like to voice my voice to be heard on PCN 19-0040. I am formally objecting to the land development request outlined in the aforementioned public hearing item. This was not what was originally communicated and promised to our community and threatens the scenic beauty of the land that I and so many of my neighbors have come to love and cherish. As a good standing member of the community, I pray you to take my objection into consideration to protect and conserve the beauty of the surrounding landscape. With so much growth and change taking place around us, we must do what we can to preserve the beauty that has taken thousands of years to create. Please heed our cries.
Next email is from Cindy Peterson. Please accept this comment in opposition to the building of Five Ridges in Spanish Springs. What with all the new construction at Stonebrook, the addition of a 55+ community, a new grocery store, and God knows what else is currently planned, this development will only add to the already crowded conditions on Pyramid Highway. Driving on it for the past few years has been nothing but a free-for-all. Not to mention, where is all the water going to come from? Where is all the sewage going to go? We do not need any new building out here more than what is already planned, and we don't even need that.
Next email is from Stephen and Tuli Porta. My family and I reside at, I'm going to omit their address just for privacy, Sun Valley. Although this use permit does not directly impact our property, it does affect the hills above us. We are opposed to the amendment of the conditional use permit for the Five Ridges project. The builder in the past has told residents that they would not build on the ridge tops due to the steep nature of the terrain. Now they are proposing to remove approximately 90 feet of the ridgeline to build on. It appears that the developer is using tactics where they get a small portion of the project approved, then push for more. The areas for villages 1A, 1B, 8, 9, and 10 should have been addressed in the primary use permit, not after a portion of the project has already been approved. Sincerely.
The next email is from Dan Price. I would like to just begin by saying that I can't believe we are at this point. The property which this developer is building on, as everyone knows, was a gravel pit. The owners of the gravel pit had certain rules and regulations they had to abide by. Basically, the special use permit associated with this gravel pit stated that they had to stay on their side of the ridge and couldn't mine material on the ridge line itself. Everyone agreed that mining the top of the ridge would cause unsightly blemish for the entire valley to see, which is what it is. Not to mention the noise. Now jump ahead 40 years and there's a whole new mindset. Build, 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 and to hell with the scenic value, or what agreements had been in place 40 years ago. Somehow the regulations which were in place to have a gravel pit in our backyard have evaporated into nothingness. So now not only is the top of the ridgeline going to be mined, but houses are going to be visible from our houses as well. Now to add to insult to injury, the developer wants to regrade our side of the mountain to our property line with no buffer between us, along with a road. Enough is enough. We've been lied to from day one about this entire project and how it is going to affect us. We've had numerous so-called public meetings during this pandemic, and with every one, we lose more of the scenic value and tranquility of our homes. There are some other issues that need to be addressed in regards to the proposed regrading of the north slope of the ridge to the south of our homes. We've already had a major drainage problem at the intersection of Pyramid Highway and Dolores. Removal of the vegetation and a number of drainages along that slope could be catastrophic to some of the homes and the roads adjacent to the ridge. We have already had enough problems in Sparks with areas that flood during a wet year or a flash flood due to incompetent engineering and design. Another issue that needs to be addressed is the problem of trespassers on our property. The majority of the existing homes north of the ridge have a 10-acre lots, which is not fenced off. We enjoy the openness of the hillside without the clutter of a fence would entail. We've already had problems with ATVs, people dumping trash, and people trespassing on our property. There has to be a buffer between the new development and the existing residences. In conclusion, I would ask you, please don't allow the slope to be destroyed by regrading, building a road, or development of any kind.
The next email is from Lori Price. I'm writing to you in regards to the ridgeline behind our home. I am not only deeply saddened by the loss of this beautiful ridgeline that has been a part of this family home for 30 plus years. I also have so many concerns about how this project will impact our homes. The proposed 70-foot slope is against the policies in place and poses probable destruction to our properties. We need your help. Please stop the inevitable damage. Like my neighbors, we have worked our whole lives to pay off this beautiful property and look forward to being able to enjoy it. I find it sickening that after a lifetime here, we have to fight to defend it instead of enjoying it. I have written emails, attended Zoom meetings, and tried to voice my concerns, which have all failed. I feel so defeated. Please help us.
The next email is from Martin Reyes. I saw the article Channel 4 released and felt the need to share my take. Being born and raised in Sparks, Nevada, why is the city of Sparks allowing land, nature to be destroyed? All my life, that ridge line has been an amazing place to catch the northern Nevada sunsets with my pets and family, a place my kids enjoy hiking, a place where I've ran into people that have gone up and released their loved ones and pets' ashes due to the beauty, peace, and quiet up there. It is unreal that the city is allowing the hillsides to be destroyed to accommodate homes, 2-story homes on a 2-to-1 slope. You have the authority to preserve beauty. Do the right thing, Sparks.
This next email is from Bill Richards. I'm writing to voice my strong opposition to the proposed amendment by S3 Development. I purchased, built, and have lived in my home here at, and I'll omit the address, since 1982. In the ensuing years, I have seen a lot of growth in this valley and my neighborhood. I built my home here to live in a rural area. I have always enjoyed living here as it has allowed me to have horses, sheep, goats, and chickens. I used to get on my horse every morning and ride out for hours. Those days are long gone as I am nearly 87 years old. I am a retired captain who served the City of Sparks Fire Department and community for 37 years proudly. As I am in my older years, my greatest joy is to sit outside in my yard and look at the mountains to the south. This developer wants to take those mountains away and replace them with houses. Not only am I concerned about the increased traffic and obstruction of views, but I am deeply concerned about the environmental impact. We flood out here about every 3 to 4 years, and it is bad. It is especially bad on the south side of Dolores. Every flood, we end up losing people's roads. If houses go up on that ridge, it will be worse. The people down below, including potentially myself and my family, will be affected by this. S3 Development has been given everything they have asked for. Please do not give them this. We deserve a quality of life here too. Please feel free to contact me at the number below. Thank you.
Next email is from Violet Richards. I am writing again to oppose the proposed special use permit by S3 Development. As I understand it, the developer is requesting an additional 1,200 homes that will line the ridge directly across the way from my property. I live next door to my dad on Dolores Drive. We moved out here when I was a kid so that we could have animals and live a rural lifestyle. I own horses and frequently ride up to that ridge. I used to ride behind our property to the north of us, but that has now been commandeered by motorcycles and 4-wheel vehicles. sometimes until midnight. Riding out there is not an option for any of us who live in this area anymore. It has become too dangerous. If those houses were to be built on that ridge, not only would it be an incredible eyesore, but it would block access to any of us wanting to ride. We would have to ride our horses down Dolores Drive, which is in no way safe to access BML land. Yep, this developer has been granted everything he has been asked for. I am opposed to this company getting this too. The traffic out here is already congested. The environmental impact alone should be enough to stop this. When the flooding comes in, and it will, this will ensure that we will all pay a hefty price for eroding those mountains. Please note my objection on the record. If you would like to contact me, you may reach me here or at the number listed below. Thank you.
Next email is from Mary Jane Rowland. We moved here atop of the hills of Highland Ranch for several reasons. The gorgeous, beautiful views, peaceful, quiet sounds of nature, trusting neighbors, the natural animal habitat, low traffic, no threats of flooding, mudslides or sewer breaches are the reasons why we love living here. All of this love for the area we live in will be impacted and destroyed if more houses are allowed to be built on the natural-born hillsides. If more dwellings are allowed to be built, every resident in and around this housing development could very well suffer disastrous effects in the future. Referring to flooding, mudslides, sewer breaches, traffic accidents, water supply, detour, emergency route access, and so on. Before you approve this bad plan, are you prepared for the severe consequences that will impact families' lives in the future? Please do not destroy what is already broken. Thank you for your time and consideration to please reject this further housing development.
The next email is from Janelle Salisbury. Sorry. My family and I strongly completely oppose this building plan of the Five Ridges project. This area needs more traffic lanes for already heavily congested area in all directions of this plan. Traffic into Sun Valley as well as Pyramid needs to be fixed before any of this should even be considered. Our current infrastructure cannot handle the proposed new units and population you wish to build. There would not be sufficient drainage for potential flooding, causing damage to the main man-made hills you wish to create by destroying the natural rock outcrops and ridges. The drainage ditches previously created still flood neighboring houses. This will be disastrous. We request this be communicated at your next meeting on May 6th. Please oppose any projects in this area.
Next email is from Terry Sharosh. It is with a great deal of concern that I share with you my opposition to the development proposal that is presently before you. I'm acutely aware of the need for quality projects in our region as our housing crisis is significant. However, trying to fill a need should not come on the back of improper planning and approvals. Hillside development ordinances are in place for a reason. The visual blight aside, there is real concern that the topography of this development site could very well result in major erosion and flooding issues for the nearby homes, even reaching Pyramid Highway. In the past, at various locations, the road has completely washed away. Construction of this project could exacerbate this problem. I know that other concerned citizens are voicing their opposition as well. And so I won't repeat a list of reasons why we, your constituents, are asking that you adhere to the development ordinances already in place that rightfully prohibit this construction proposal. Please send this project back to the drawing board until the developers can properly mitigate our concerns that are shared by many in this area.
Next email is from Louisa Scoville. I am writing to ask that in the matter of PCN 19-0040, the Sparks City Council and Planning Commission honor the stated objectives in the Washoe County Master Plan. Specifically, those objectives are through cooperation with the Washoe County Board of County Commissioners and the Washoe County Planning Commission, the Spanish Springs community will maintain and apply objective standards and criteria that serve to manage growth and development in Spanish Springs in a manner that respects the rural heritage of the area by encouraging a rustic appearance and preserving scenic quality, respects private property rights, provides a range of low-density housing opportunities, provides open space and recreational opportunities, provides local services and employment opportunities, and ensures that growth is kept in balance with resources and infrastructure. Please honor these words in action by representing the people of Sparks and our beautiful communities rather than corporations who do not have a bidding interest in the lives, well-being, and futures of the people who already live and love the spaces of the Spanish Springs Valley.
Next email is from Jesse Steverman. To whom it may concern, I'm writing in to express some concerns I have with the potential area of disturbance expansion of the Five Ridges project. While I am pro-growth and believe a project is important to our community, there must be controls put in place to maintain some of the natural beauty. In the proposal, they call for hydroseeding on the 2-to-1 slopes. In my experience, the hydroseed on steep slopes never grows as planned. It works in gentle slopes, as shown in an exhibit provided by the developer, with proper installation and irrigation. On the steep slopes, it is inevitable that a Nevada afternoon thunderstorm will come through and wash out the seed, create ruts down the slope, and never be repaired properly. This not only leaves the land downstream open to potential damage, but also leaves the city and developers responsible for damages and lawsuits, which has occurred in the past. In conclusion, please take all the issues into consideration. The project is moving forward and will create much needed housing in our area, but we must not allow our hillsides to become scarred, erosion-prone areas. We only have one chance to maintain some natural beauty for future generations. Thank you.
Next email is from Melinda Stillwell. I am the landowner, resident, taxpayer, 35 years at this address off Dolores Drive, Sparks, Nevada, adjacent property to the proposed expansion of the Five Ridges, PCN 190040. I have spent the last 35 years riding horseback upon these ridges when I bought my home with the promise there would be no building on the ridgeline. The ridgeline was protected, never to be disturbed in any way, not even a fence. As I ride, the coyotes follow and the quails scurry, rabbits bound, cactus bloom, the hawks fly above, and the owls nest. What is to become of their habitat? The horror of the environmental damage makes me cry. Then the reality of what the city of Sparks allowed this developer to do and is considering allowing more. Below that ridgeline is a community of people that live here for peace, quiet, and serenity. Where will the wildlife go? Under the blackness of COVID crisis, the developer has taken advantage pushed forward to expand on the destruction of the environment and the quality of life of the residents affected. The city of Sparks has failed to act responsibly and has not followed the required legal notice to residents per 20-0503 and codes 20.04.011. Visual noise, dust, air pollution, damage to the natural vegetation, flooding, huge in our neighborhood because of development cutting off the natural flow. The human element, traffic, crime, trespassing all come with this development, and expansion increases all of it. After 35 years of hard work, my property value declines. Everything I've worked for coming home to, peace and quiet, gone. The litigation to follow from resulting disruption of property, all property owners below the ridgeline, is the developer capable of paying for, or the city of Sparks, respectfully.
Next email is from Trish Swain. Commissioners, I urgently ask you not to amend conditional use permit CU 20-005. There is more than enough disturbance and rapid growth and construction in our neighborhood as it is. This entire plan, much less the alteration of the slope, is horrendous in my view. Subdivision after subdivision and project after project leaves us who live here with big city traffic on Pyramid, which used to be more of a rural boulevard. Almost every day we see new streets emptying onto Pyramid, dumping an unmanageable level of traffic. Has anyone anywhere in the process that wished all this upon us thought about our quality of life? We need public transportation if our population density is going to be raised to this extreme. We need park and ride centers up and down Pyramid with regular bus service to the parking centers in downtown. Why does downtown get all the bus service and we are here choking on overpopulation, get none? Widening Pyramid will not help. It will be a nightmare. There will be more irresponsible, dangerous drivers. Give some thought to public transportation. I've heard the false argument that people won't use it. That is wrong. We need it and we'll use it. How come other cities can make it happen? And for crying out loud, don't approve any more construction. Thanks for paying attention to my comments.
The next email is from Tina Walsh. City of Sparks should not approve an addendum to add additional land use and homes to the Five Bridges project above our homes and property, the quarry. This project will increase harmful dust affecting air quality, increase erosion, which could lead to potential damage to homes through flooding, mud, or landslides, and cause the destruction of animal habitats in the area. This project will destroy the scenic value of the area, and our road infrastructure in Sparks cannot handle the additional large commercial construction vehicle traffic. I urge you to deny this project. It will not benefit the city of Sparks, Spanish Springs, or its residents. Thank you for your time.
Next email is from Marianne Weller. I am a resident of Spanish Springs and moved from Reno proper to enjoy the country life. By approving this housing project is to lose this beautiful area with our lovely mountains and leave us with destruction. More water, more traffic, and more sewage, more flooding, more crime. Leave that BS for California. Vote no on CU 0005.
The next email is from Lisa Zukowski. I am opposed to the amendment to the special use permit to the Five Bridges project. We as homeowners were promised by the Washoe County and Spanish Springs area planning committees that our ridge tops and outcroppings were protected from builders. It is also in the comprehensive plan for the city of Sparks. This project does not adhere to RC 28, 29, 30, 32 or section 20.04.011 of the established ordinances. Now the builder wants to expand the destruction to come down the north side of our mountains with his project, which have no easement to put drainage in place. Therefore, this disturbance to the land will cause flooding, mud, and slit to drain into our properties. Remember the flooding on Pyramid Highway a few years ago. Our small drainage ditches were not built to handle this kind of debris. What is in place if there is a sewer breach? The builder S3 Development Company has lied to the homeowners and the Planning Commission time and time again on record. We were told they would not build on ridge tops because they were too steep. Now they want to shear off 90 feet of the tops of our mountains to build. His tactics have been to get a small project approved and continue to add additional land use and then additional homes. He is trying to push his agenda when he knows we were unable to meet in person to fight due to COVID. I hope the Planning Commission will do their homework and learn that this project needs to be rejected on the points stated. I am in disbelief that the only people living within 1,000 feet of or this project are being notified. The effects will be felt for miles. We love our Nevada. We love our quiet homes and lifestyles. We moved out of town for a reason. Please don't let these concerns of Nevadans go unnoticed. Thank you for your time and consideration.
The next email is from Kyle Zukowski. I will do my best. This is also a 2-page email. Most likely will not get through it. May I begin by thanking the board for taking this matter seriously. If you hadn't, you wouldn't have voted unanimously to deny an amendment to this special use permit last month. You did the right thing. Along with reviewing community plans, land use, subdivision site maps, regulations, and various other duties, you are all also employed to work in the best interest of the homeowners' public health, safety, and common welfare of our county's population. I happen to live in the sphere of influence. This project is taking place mostly in Sparks, but the case affects residents in Washoe County. With the special use permit, S3 development was granted in April of 2020. The area that has already been disturbed on those ridges will most definitely threaten our properties after rainfall, flash floods, and snow melt runoff. This amendment will make problems worse by tenfold. This will allow him to chop up 90 feet off these ridges, hilltops, and natural rock outcrops that were to be preserved in the first place by ordinances that have been in place for decades. The main reason I moved to this valley in 2020 was because of its natural beauty, rolling hills, open space, and serenity. By granting him his special use permit and disregarding section 20.04.011, disturbance to slopes, hilltops, and ridges, in April of 2020, he has already caused significant instability to those ridges. This amendment would be catastrophic during weather events. Several of the homeowners in our community showed up at the very first meeting at the Spanish Springs Library when this plan hit the drawing board. All of us are witnesses to this developer looking us in the eye and assuring us that there would be no building on ridgetops or slopes. He specifically mentioned that there was not enough stability and the slopes were too steep to build on. Now, ironically, naming the project Five Ridges, since that last meeting we've learned of his past projects and bully mentality to do whatever it takes to make the extra buck without consideration to homeowners, environmental impact, hazards, and residents in the outlying area that will have to deal with bottleneck traffic, noise, and aesthetics. If these ridgetops and hilltops are disturbed any more than what's written in the special use permit, homeowners on the north and east sides of Five Ridges will bear the brunt of excess flooding, bringing down the mountain tons of silt. With no coordinated plans for drainage due to regulations in Washoe County or easements to bring drainage into our valley, our natural ditches that carry water through our neighborhoods will most certainly be overwhelmed by silt. We know that hydroseeding has not and will not work for erosion control in this area. There is not enough topsoil for it to take on germination. The thousands of dollars I spent on digging drainage ditches behind my house will be worthless once that silt comes down. My property will be covered in silt. Pyramid Highway will see the worst flooding in its history. I would encourage
Our time is up, Marilee.
Okay.
So we have one final email, but we were unsure if this person wanted to speak themselves. So it's for the Arnauds. If you would let me take a look in public comment to see if they would like to speak for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely.
At this time, I don't see any of their names in our attendees list, so I will go ahead and read it.
Okay, go ahead.
Actually, we had a phone number just pop up. I'm not sure if this is them.
Yeah, let's check, make sure.
Okay. It's a phone number ending in 0786.
All right, please state your name for the record. Caller, you're muted. You are still muted.
I have asked the caller to unmute with the tools. I'm not certain. I don't.
There we go.
I've
They just did.
unmuted.
Yes.
Okay, this is the Arnos, and I would like for you to read the letter, but
Would you like me to move forward with reading the email?
Yeah, let's go ahead and read the email.
Okay. This letter is in opposition to the consideration to amend the conditional use permit and requested increase to the disturbance area in order to allow development. Please see the attached picture as a visual of our hillside and the potential impacts this disturbance and development site would be to existing topography. To the north of this development are numerous rural zoned parcels of Washoe County, not Sparks. The requested disturbance area, which I understand to be the leveling off of up to 25% of the hillside, directly abuts the approximately 15 property owners. Each of us chose to purchase these rural parcels with one benefit of being an enjoyment of privacy. If what currently is a steep rocky hill gets basically chopped down for homes to be built, current residences will have their land and views and privacy encroached upon. We consider this an intrusive loss of enjoyment of our property and rural lifestyle, and also a disingenuous maneuver of the developer. We have stood on this proposed area to look down upon our property in order to know the impact. We would experience significant loss of privacy in our backyard, pool, deck, and side balcony areas by homes above. A factor in us purchasing this location was the steep terrain above us and knowing that nothing would be built there. When this project first came to our attention for rezoning and change of use, it was explained in detail by the city planner that this development was strictly in the old rock quarry. When the concern was raised regarding the project's name of Five Ridges and that there would be potential building on the hilltop ridges, assurance was given that the developer master plan was strictly within the bowl and would not be done on the ridge tops. Just this week, there was a news interview with Blake Smith stating this project has been in the works for the last 5 to 7 years and has always had the intention of development on the ridge tops. That clearly had not been addressed in the prior planning commission notices nor conversations requesting information on notice of public hearing updates. We now question the good faith and intention of the developer in naming the project Five Ridges with the plan from the inception to build on the ridge tops, yet at this late date asking for consideration to disturb that very area. Why had that not been done at the beginning and through their previous planning commission requests? Is it the developer, the city planner, or this commission that has failed to be transparent with the scope of this development? We are unaware of the purpose of the black fencing that has been erected in the last week as shown within the pictures. Is this for erosion mitigation, or is it the developer's outline of the portion of the hillside they wish to disturb? As you can see, it is quite significant, especially for the homes that currently reside directly underneath. In addition to the drastic visual impact it would have on the rural parcels and valley residents to the north. In the pictures provided, you can see the black fencing that has just been put up on our hills in the last week. Is that for demonstration purposes to show the neighborhood? The timer has run out and I have about a paragraph remaining.
All right. So thank you very much, Casey and Marilee, for reading all of those for us. Do we have anyone who wishes to speak at this time on this item?
We do have Larry Gruby requesting to speak.
All right.
Ms. Martinez, give me, he has images as well, but I don't have them open yet, so I don't want you to, I don't necessarily want him to have to wait while I open his images. So if you could just give me a minute.
Understood.
Okay, I think I'm good to go. Larry, bear with me and give me some verbal cues because you have 4 images. So ready whenever you are.
I'm ready.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Okay, for the record, I'm Larry Gruby. I've been a Spanish Springs resident for over 30 years, and I have been Nevada Professional Land Surveyor 6995 since July 1985. Secretary Smith, please show Exhibit 1. Since 1990, I've been the chief photogrammetrist for Summit Engineering, and now that I am transitioning into retirement, I am also all-in Penn Spatial Consulting, which is solely responsible for the following exhibits. I have taken the Christie Corp grading plan for the Five Ridges and reverse engineered the north portion on the ridge line, first to contours and then to the digital terrain model for Google Earth Pro that you see here. Using the navigation tools of Google Earth Pro, this is an aerial view looking southerly from approximately over the intersection of Petrina Way and Dolores Drive. The proposed development in black constitutes about 5,000 lineal feet, nearly 1 mile of disturbed ridgeline. Secretary Smith, Exhibit 2, please. This next display is a Google Earth Pro ground view from Dolores Drive, approximately 300 feet east of Marie Way. The black again at the top of the view is the terrain grid representing the disturbed ridgeline. Secretary Smith, Exhibit 3, please. This is a similar view from Pyramid Highway at the Dolores intersection, also showing the disturbed ridgeline. I want to say while we're waiting for that to come up that the tan area that planner Sienna Reed addressed is actually 33.6 acres, not 19. By Village 9, it is over 20 acres. I'm primarily concerned that this is from Pyramid Highway at Dolores. I'm primarily concerned that these visual representations show that the project expansion, along with the existing CUP on the ridgeline, does not meet Sparks City Code 20.04.011 ridgeline stuff. When I had to create visual displays in support of projects I worked on in the past, most notably DeAndrea, I was told by Sparks planners that houses were not to be silhouetted against the sky. This will be almost the entire case for the houses at the north edge of this development. Secretary Smith, Exhibit 4, please. This is an overlay of Global Mapper software showing primary ridge lines in black, which includes one line in the Five Ridges project. This area was the original designated ridge lines in red were the ones designated by the city prior to the annexation of the Five Ridges project. Commissioners and Mr. Chair, thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. And then Casey, do we have anyone else who wishes to make additional public comment at this time?
I do not see any additional requests to speak at this time.
All right, then with that, I will close public comment and I'll bring this back to the commission. Are there any questions or discussion at this point? Commissioner Carey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a question for Sienna. I was just kind of curious if you might be able to remind us that, about the development agreement. What is it's my understanding it's a spread of total units that are permitted. It's like 1,200 is the minimum, and then I think it went up to like 1,400 or 1,500.
If I could, Chair Pritzos, to your question, Commissioner Carey, the minimum is 1,200 residential units and the maximum is 1,800.
Okay. Thank you for that. I had Mr. Chairman, if I may, thank you. I had a question for Janelle Thomas, if she's still awake.
I'm adding in.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Janelle, we've heard a lot of public comment tonight about silk and flows and how that could impact adjacent property owners. I'm very familiar with, there's a lot of flooding issues that happen along Dolores Drive that go along Pyramid Highway, and then they end up going all the way up to La Posada, and it floods that whole intersection when we have a major flood event. I was just kind of curious if you might be able to address some of those silk concerns, and if you're familiar with the issue along Pyramid Highway that's kind of been brought forth from the lack of treatment of stormwater in the unincorporated areas. I was just kind of curious if this development would impact adjacent property owners and would impact that situation along Pyramid Highway.
Thank you, Commissioner Carey. Janelle Thomas, Senior Civil Engineer for the record. So your question is relative to the existing flooding that is currently occurring along Dolores and Pyramid and up to La Posada. That is a separate drainage area that does not necessarily include this development area. The development as it's planned and the study that we have reviewed indicates that the drainage that is actually going to continue to flow off of the north bank of that slope is going to decrease. Mr. House's last exhibit that here, I'm going to share my screen real quick. Can you see the display for his last exhibit that he had in his explanation?
Yeah.
Okay, so this really details what the hydrology report indicates as far as how the proposed drainage is going to be handled for future conditions. As you can see right here on the western edge, the amount of flow that exists today is the 72.3 CFS. And the once the grading occurs on the property, that actually decreases. And that's due to either the elimination of a portion of the slope, different grading so that the drainage actually is diverted further south into the development and then is addressed with various detention and sedimentation basins within the development. And as you can see, as you move further east along this northern edge, these are the beginning flows down to the proposed flows that are going to be coming off. So I don't have any real concerns about increased stormwater runoff occurring along that northern slope, just because of the way that the proposed grading is going to be pursued. Does that help answer your question?
That certainly does, and that's an excellent answer for 11:19 p.m. Thank you, Janelle.
Yeah, you bet.
Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Janelle. Thank you, Commissioner Carey. Any
Commissioner,
other?
If you wouldn't, or Chair, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to add to Janelle's comment there. We are currently working with the Washoe County and the state of Nevada to address the issue at down there at Dolores with regards to a regional flood facility that has been in place in IFSA, or Impact Fee Service Area number 1, and so it's basically it's a flood facility that we refer to as Reach 9. And so we're working with the state of Nevada and Washoe County to alleviate the flooding that occurs there at Dolores.
All right, thank you for that, John. Are there any other questions or discussion at this time? Yes, Commissioner Reed.
Just had a general question. I did not know the answer to this, but for Sienna, has the city of Sparks approved other projects where the ridge was cut like this? I can't recall any.
To your question, Commissioner Reed, there are a variety of projects that have been approved at different times under different standards. You know, some projects with older standard codes, some projects under planned unit development standards that have included significant grading and ultimately, the need for revegetation. So, hillside projects are not uncommon for the city of Sparks. And it's a little hard to compare kind of apples to apples when you have, a project that was constructed 10 or 20 years ago compared to what's being proposed today. So ultimately, as we go forward tonight in terms of evaluating the request, it's under the standards and codes that we have today that we need to consider the request before the Planning Commission.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Reed. Any other questions or discussion? All right, seeing none, I will entertain a motion. Don't all jump at once. No one? Commissioner Carey. You're muted.
Thank you. I'll jump in. I'll maybe lead off discussion, and we'll see where this goes. A couple thoughts and points I'd like to make for the record. There's been a lot of public comment tonight saying that our commission and our staff don't really care about folks living in Washoe County and that we're beholden to the developers. I really disagree with these comments, and I'd like to acknowledge the hard work of our staff and this commission. I think we've done a good job of listening to the concerns of neighbors on this. I would just state, I would hope that our partners in the region at Washoe County and the Washoe County Planning Commission, if there was a similar project, that they would listen to the concerns from citizens of the city of Sparks and listen to them like we have during this process. I'd like to also thank the staff and the applicant for providing the additional visual materials. I think this information is really helpful for our review and better understanding of the project. I think, with the major grading request, Hillside's proposals, it's really important that we have a public process and we have good information and 3D renderings to look at this and base our decisions on. As I said a year ago, I think we really need to take a look at protected hillsides and ridgelines that are in the code. That section of code is really, it's really outdated and hasn't been touched. And I think it would be good to take a look at that ordinance, because as the city's looking to continue to grow, we really need to take a look at that. I supported the original conditional use permit last year, and I believe that original conditional use permit met the requirements of the zoning code, and it met the intent of the natural resource policies that are in our comprehensive plan. And I supported it. That I felt that I supported the original CUP because I thought that it would help support the development on the site and help meet the objectives of the density requirements that are in that development agreement. But I'm just kind of really struggling with trying to make some of the findings on with this amendment to the conditional use permit. And I'm happy to go into detail on those, but I just thought I'd throw that out to break the silence, so to speak.
All right, Commissioner Reed.
Yeah, I'm finding it difficult also to meet some of the findings. I feel like there is an impairment of our natural resources. I think there's a lot of disturbance that's going to occur in the development of our slopes, and I'm not comfortable with approving this this amendment.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Commissioner West.
I too am having trouble supporting this request for the amendment. Again, based on what I'm seeing in regards to the Sparks comprehensive plan policies are RC 28, 29, 30, and 32. So at this point, I don't have intent to support this request for amendment.
All right, thank you, Commissioner West. Commissioner Kramer.
I'm having a bit of a problem with this as well. I'm not comfortable with it at this point. So I don't have the, I'm not comfortable with it. So I'm not going to support it as well.
All right. Based on, is there any other discussion?
Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Andriolo.
I'm going to echo the sentiments that have already been expressed, specifically related to the comments in terms of the reg. So I too am not going to support this project.
All right, thank you. So based on all those statements, does anyone want to take a crack at a motion now? Armando. Yeah.
Oh, I think Armando was going to say the same thing. Go ahead, Armando.
Chair Pritzos and members of the Planning Commission, Armando Ornelas, Assistant Community Services Director. So staff in our original staff report addressed the findings for this conditional use permit that are applicable. In our original staff report, we addressed each of the findings and offered, if you will, building on the analysis section of the staff report, why staff believe that the findings could be made. Having said that, I would ask that in crafting a motion that the Planning Commission, please specify which findings cannot be made, and I'll just kind of walk through, if you will, the findings. The first one, C1, basically asks you to consider whether you believe the application is in compliance with the comprehensive plan. And in this case, for example, if you do not believe that the proposed conditions of approval adequately mitigate the impacts of the project, and therefore the proposal does not comply with the comprehensive plan, for example, if you do not feel it complies with RC 28, then that level of specificity, I think, would be appropriate for creating a record of your decision here. Another example that I would offer to you would be, for example, with regard to finding C4, which essentially states that the application as submitted and conditioned will address identified impacts. As I think I have previously said, and as Ms. Reed discussed to some extent in her presentation, the staff recommendation was based on a view that the proposed conditions of approval mitigated the impacts of this development. I think we were candid in saying that they did not fully eliminate the impacts. But if the Planning Commission, is of the view that those conditions, while mitigating the impacts to some degree, do not sufficiently do so, then that level of specificity in the motion would be advised on my part to you. So Brandon may have something additional to add, but I wanted to give you a couple of examples of, if you're going to craft a motion for denial, then what I would suggest that the Planning Commission do.
All right, thank you, Armando. Brandon, did you want to add anything?
No, nothing to add. I was going to echo the same thing, just to put specific findings within any motion to specify what findings cannot be made.
Okay, thank you both. I'm still willing to entertain a motion if anyone would like to take a shot at that.
Mr. Chair, or Commissioner Reed has.
Commissioner Reed.
I don't know. Commissioner Carey may have more findings, but I'll start. Just the ones that I wrote, that I make a motion not to approve this conditional use permit based on finding C1 that is not in compliance with the comprehensive plan, based on policy RC 28, which limits the amount of land area that may be disturbed for development on natural slopes, and finding C3, an impairment of natural resources.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Reed. Is there a second? Or Armando, your hand is still raised. Did you have something to add? Okay. So we have a motion by Commissioner Reed. Do we have a second? Commissioner West.
I will second that motion.
All right. So we have a motion by Commissioner Reed, a second by Commissioner West. Any further discussion? Commissioner Carey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will I will be supporting the motion. Thank you, Commissioner Reed, for jumping in there. I got some comments. I have some things with respect to finding C1 and C3 that I think may provide some helpful, maybe provide, well, at least for the record, but hopefully helpful for this. I don't believe that I can make finding C1 from a comprehensive plan perspective. I don't think that the proposed development and its impacts to natural hillsides and ridgelines in this area of the city will support or do anything to further policy RC 28. of the comprehensive plan. I disagree with staff's analysis that allowing further hillside development of more single-family residences will support or provide a diversity of housing types or do anything to advance policy H2. I don't think that allowing more single-family residences within the proposed disturb areas will provide a mix of housing diversity and help advance the city's housing goals and policies. Along the lines of finding C1, the code 20.004.011B subsection 4 does not prohibit the construction of homes or buildings on or near ridge lines. Instead, it requires that this conditional use permit amendment that demonstrates that the proposed development will show a high degree of sensitivity to the terrain and its visual impact. I thought that the original conditional use permit that we approved last year did this, but what we've seen tonight, and in particular within the proposed Village 9 on the west side of the development, I don't believe that this proposed area demonstrates a high sensitivity to the terrain, its visual impact as required by the code. Commissioner Reed's motion didn't include it, but I would just like to throw out there, I don't believe that I can make finding C4. I disagree with condition number 6. I don't think that increasing the rear yard setbacks by 10 feet and limiting accessory structures by 15 feet is going to do enough to show sensitivity to the terrain and mitigate the visual impacts from the proposed future development. I certainly understand that this is not a protected hillside or a ridgeline per code, and that building on a hillside is allowed in this location, but I don't think that these conditions go far enough in order to mitigate the impacts from the proposed conditional use permit amendment. And I would like to see further mitigation with the future homes and more sensitivity with, in particular in Village 9. With respect to condition or finding C3, I think that this proposed amendment is going to have an impact on natural resources, and it goes against the goals and policies of the city's comprehensive plan with respect to protecting natural resources. I understand it's a judgment call, but I believe that this proposed amendment to the conditional use permit will have a potential impairment of natural resources and does not support goal RC1, policy RC28, policy RC30, or policy RC31. In general, I disagree with how this finding is presented. If finding C3 is only the availability of natural resources and their impairment to future development, there's literally no situation where this finding cannot be made, because we have a regional water plan, we have sewer plans, we have other infrastructure plans that on paper do not impair and provide resources and provide for sufficient resources. I think we should take a serious look at this in the future. I would add on this, if this project were to move forward or come back, I would specifically like to see if the disturbance area around Village 9 could be reduced, maybe by half, maybe by more. I just think what they proposed tonight is too much, and that the secondary access road could be further mitigated from its visual impacts, maybe some additional treatment features. I would also like to see maybe additional conditions of approval that would maybe limit homes on this ridgeline to be one story only. And I would also maybe would like to see a condition of approval that no accessory structures would be built in the rear yard along the hillside development. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. Any further discussion?
Well, do you want me to amend my original motion to include C4, Commissioner Carey?
I would be supportive of your motion as originally submitted, but
okay.
I wouldn't be opposed to C4. I think I've provided enough on record with that maybe that could provide enough direction. Thank you.
All right, I'll leave my motion as it is.
All right. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, we have a motion by Commissioner Reed and a second by, I think it was Commissioner West. Correct me if I'm wrong. All right. Madam Secretary, may we please have the roll?
Commissioner Pritzker?
Aye.
Commissioner West?
Aye.
Commissioner Andriola?
Aye.
Commissioner Carey?
Aye.
Commissioner Kramer?
Aye.
Commissioner Rawson?
Aye.
Commissioner Reed?
Aye.
All right, motion passes unanimously. So that concludes public hearing items. We will now move on to general business. We will start with PCN 17-0011. Thanks for hanging in there, Danny.
Well, I'm happy to inform you my presentation is about 12 or 13 minutes and there are no comments. So let me get started with this and share my screen. We want to share. There we go. Okay. Does everyone see the face page of the presentation?
Yep.
Good deal. Good evening, Chair Pritzos, members of the Planning Commission. I'm Danny Ray, the planner presenting this item to you today. Firstly, I'd like to bring to your attention that there were errors in numbering and omission of the condition related to landscaping and the conditions of approval. The corrected document has been emailed to you late this afternoon, and I apologize for the mishap. Should you need me to share the revised conditions of approval, I can share that screen at the end of my presentation. This is a request to reapprove a tentative map in the Miramonte Plan Development for 448 townhomes, originally approved by the City Council on May 22nd, 2017, and per NRS is set to expire later this month for a lack of recorded final maps. There are no changes proposed in this new tentative map. The number and design of the lots and townhomes, as well as access, grading, and landscaping proposed with this tentative map request match the currently active tentative map, STM 17-0003. The applicant, Fort Apache Homes, is requesting that this tentative map be reapproved, in effect extending the TM for another 4 years. The project is a part of the Miramonte Plan Development and is shown here on the vicinity map outlined in red. Let me get my, there, right here. The tentative map area is located east of Belmar Drive and northeast of Los Altos Parkway, approximately 2,000 feet from the intersection of those two roadways. The townhome project is located in the solid red area right here. For your orientation, various nearby planned developments are shown in relation to the tentative map area. As of the date of this staff report, final maps have been recorded for 685 units in the Miramonte Plan Development. The handbook allows for a maximum dwelling unit total yield of 1,434 residential units in Miramonte. Approval of a final map for this project will bring the total to 1,133 residential units. Approximately 32 acres have a land use designation of multifamily, MF14, in the comprehensive land use map, and LMDR 14 designation in the handbook. Both require a gross density of 14 dwelling units per acre, which this project meets. This slide shows the primary roadway accessing Belmar Drive and secondary roadway accessing Iridium. And this Belmar Drive right here. And right here, you can see the basic layout of the townhomes. These grading plans illustrate the project in its entirety, illustrating the townhome project and the access roads. I have PCs together to show the continuity of the road here to Belmar, that's the primary road, and then the secondary road through here to Iridium. Approximately 35 acres of the 165.5 acre tentative map area is proposed to be disturbed and is in a location where slopes are a maximum of 15%. The Miramonte Handbook analyzed this disturbance to slopes and incorporated that analysis into the handbook at the time of its adoption in 2005. And the project continues to meet the standards set forth in the current Sparks Municipal Code for slopes, hilltops, and ridges. There will be substantial grading to provide access and buildable area for the subdivision. Where the access roads cross a ravine, right in this location, earth and fill of up to 50% in height with culverts to convey stormwater will be required, making this a dam under state regulations. This is a representative sample of the proposed elevations for the townhomes. As proposed, the lots are approximately 19.5 feet wide and 48 feet long, and a total 918 square feet in size. Both 2 and 3 bedrooms range in size from 1,640 square feet to 1,742 square feet and are provided with 2-car garages. The lots are arranged to enable a series of 4, 6, and 8 unit townhome buildings. So far, I've discussed the request for reapproval of the existing tentative map, and now I'll spend a little bit of time going over the required findings. Most of the findings are in numerical order, but there are a few that I have grouped by topic. There's 12 findings required to be considered with a tentative map. Finding T1 looks at conformance with the comprehensive plan. As proposed, the subdivision is for 448 townhome lots, and townhomes are identified as missing middle housing that offers homeownership opportunities at lower price points, providing an alternative to apartments and traditional detached single-family housing, supporting Goal H2, Policy H2, and Policy H3. The compact nature of the proposed townhome subdivision will lower per capita infrastructure costs in support of Goal MG6 and Policy MG11. Sidewalks are proposed on both sides of streets adjacent to residences, while on local access roadways, there'll be multi-use path sidewalks on one side of the street, which complies with Policy C4 as no residences are proposed along these local roads. The land use designation for the project site has been in place since 2005 and has been included in build-out calculations since that time. City services, with the possible exception of meeting the Sparks Fire Department's 4-minute travel time standard, which is addressed in finding T10, can be provided to this site at acceptable service levels, as was anticipated with the prior handbook and original tentative map approvals and in compliance with Policy CF1. Meeting Policy EV10, the provided fiscal impact analysis shows a net positive to the City of Sparks over $5 million to the general fund and $745,000 to the road fund over a 20-year period. Given the increase in housing prices since the current TM was approved, the analysis maintains property tax revenues are forecasted to generate more than $7.9 million over the 20-year time horizon of the analysis. In addition, the roadways are private and will be maintained by the HOA, saving the city an estimated annual cost of $73,200. Findings T2 and T7 each relate to streets. The street network in this tentative map remains unchanged from the existing tentative map and is consistent with road design parameters in the handbook, such as road capacity and other dimensional standards, which was contemplated in the handbook at its adoption. The project also is in conformance with the city's street master plan, and access roadways connect to Belmar Drive and Iridium Way, making finding T2. Finding T7 focuses on impacts to public streets. The applicant provided an updated traffic study that shows trip generation for this proposed subdivision estimated at 2,371 average daily trips with 171 AM peak hour and 206 PM peak hour trips. With the extension of left turn lanes at the intersection of Los Altos Parkway and Vista Boulevard, this study finds the existing and currently under construction public roadway network is sufficient to accommodate the traffic generated by this subdivision. City staff has reviewed the traffic impact study and concurs with the analysis provided, as does the RTC in their comment letter. Per finding T3, this application was distributed to the agencies that provide these basic services and administrate environmental and health laws, and no written comments were provided to staff. The final stormwater and drainage plan for the development must be reviewed and approved by the city engineer prior to the recordation of a final map for the project. Condition 5. Making finding T4, the developer has estimated the domestic water requirement for the development at the 73.8 acre feet per year. Municipal water service will be provided by the Truckee Meadows Water Authority, and water rights must be in place or dedicated prior to recordation of final maps as provided for in Condition 9. Finding T5 is concerned with availability of utilities to serve the site. The developer estimates that 448 townhome lots will generate 392,000 gallons of sewage per day, and the city's sewer model accounts for the level of development proposed with this tentative map request. The applicant is required to provide evidence that there's adequate sanitary sewer conveyance and treatment capacity to serve the project prior to the recordation of a final map, condition 13. NV Energy will provide electrical and natural gas services. Electric, telephone, and cable services will be extended underground within the roadway right-of-way to serve this development. Finding T6 considers the availability and accessibility of public services of schools, police, transportation, and parks. The Washoe County School District has estimated that this tentative map will add 26 new students to Moss Elementary, 12 new students to Mendive Middle School, and 8 new students to Reed High School. Each of these schools will remain under base capacity for at least 5 years based on Washoe County School District projections. The Sparks Police Department will provide services to the site. The roadway network for Miramonte Plan Development was designed to accommodate a total of 1,434 residential lots, and the maximum number of lots has not yet been reached. RTC provided a comment letter in response to this tentative map request, indicating that the applicant will be responsible for maintaining the policy level of service, LOS, of D along Belmore Drive and Los Altos Parkway. While no park is proposed in this tentative map, recreational amenities are provided in the townhome development and the common areas, such as group picnic areas, volleyball, basketball courts, a playground, and fit stations with a running trail. In the center community building area, there's proposed a swimming pool and playground and other amenities. Nearby is a Sage Canyon Park located in the Miramonte Phase 3A development. A 1.5 acre park is described in the handbook that will be located to the north of the project site and will be developed in a future proposal. Finding T8 addresses floodplain, slopes, and soil. The property is located within FEMA Zone X and is located outside the 100-year flood hazard zone. Based on the preliminary hydrology report submitted with the tentative map, the project will not be adversely affected by the floodplain, nor will it affect properties downstream. The development has been designed in accordance with the appropriate standards and is in compliance with previous studies. The proposed primary and secondary access roads to the site will cross a large ravine that runs along the west side of the site. The grading plans for the roadway crossings show earthen fill up to 50 feet in height with culverts to convey stormwater. Due to the height of the fill, both roadway crossings are considered dams and must be approved by the state engineer, condition 5. The proposed townhouse development will disturb approximately 35 acres of the 165.5 acre site. Of the remaining 130 acres, 111.5 acres will be reserved as undisturbed open space, and the remainder of the site will be utilized as common area for the development. The proposed tentative map conforms to the findings outlined in the handbook. Overall, this represents the site as 21% developed, 4% access roads, and 81% undisturbed open space after development. A final geotechnical report will be required to be approved by the city engineer prior to the issuance of any building permits, condition 12. Any recommendations from that report shall be incorporated into the building permits to accommodate for soil conditions. Finding 9 requires consideration of outside agency responses. The responses were addressed in my discussion for finding T6. Finding T10 considers the availability of fire protection services. Fire and emergency medical service will be provided by the Sparks Fire Department, and Fire Station 4 is the nearest fire station. The project site may be located outside the Sparks 4-minute travel time standard. Further analysis to determine if this project meets the 4-minute travel time standard must be submitted prior to approval of a final map. If this analysis determines that the standard will not be met, additional mitigation measures to be approved by the fire chief will be required prior to the recordation of any final map. Condition 14. Finding T11 considers other impacts identified in staff's analysis of the proposal. Identified are earth and fill, landscaping, and architectural elevations. Condition 4 requires that a landscaping and irrigation plan be approved by city staff prior to recordation of a final map. And condition 11 requires architectural elevations that comply with the handbook must be approved by city staff prior to the recordation of a final map. For finding T12, the posting of the agenda and this meeting serve as public notice. This is not a public hearing and no public comment is required. Staff has not yet received any public comment as of 5 p.m. today. Staff recommends approval of this tentative map application. This concludes my presentation and I am here for your questions.
All right, thank you very much, Janie. Are there any questions for staff at this time? Yes, Commissioner Carey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize. I know the lateness of the hour, but we didn't get a chance to ask many questions at the study session. So I have two questions for staff. My first one is for Danny and maybe Armando. 4 years ago, when we saw this this project, there was a fiscal impact study that basically came out and said it was either going to be over 20 years, $220,000 fiscally positive. And I remember some discussion from the city's finance director about it might be fiscally neutral. Now we're looking at it's fiscally positive to the tune of over $5 million. My question is I'm just kind of curious, have the methodologies changed for our fiscal impact study? Have they changed that much so that it's a big swing from 220,000 to 5 million? I was just kind of wondering if you might be able to provide some insight on that.
Yes, we have a new fiscal impact analysis methodology required. I think that was adopted last year or perhaps the end of the year before by the City Council. And it is different than before and the results will be somewhat different. But also what's assumed here in this present analysis is an increase in value of the properties. As you know, the median home price has increased just in this last year, almost $100,000. That's not particularly discussed in this analysis other than just increase in house prices. So since they're looking at a 20-year forecasted timeline, they're applying that along with C-tax, the property tax revenues from that increased value. They expect build out in 10 years. So they give numbers for 10-year results and then the full 20-year time period. And Armando, if you would like to add anything to that. You're muted, Armando.
Thank you. Commissioner Carey, Chair Pritzos, and other members of the Planning Commission, again, Armando and Ellis. To answer your question, Commissioner Carey, yes, the methodology is significantly different. I think some of the assumptions that we had believed to be the accurate prior to the 2019 guidelines are markedly different. I think Ms. Ray referred to there's substantially different valuation now versus 4 years ago in single-family home prices or townhomes in this case. One thing that remains constant is that the reason the road fund in this case is positive versus most projects where it's not is that the streets, all the internal streets are private. So I think that's the same in this case as it was previously. But that's one reason why this one doesn't look like other fiscal impact analysis that you've seen in recent years, is because we don't have a big negative in the road fund, and in fact have a positive.
Very much, Danny. Thank you, Armando. I have another question, but I think Commissioner West has his hand raised. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner West.
Yeah, I was just curious, this is for staff. That secondary access road onto Iridium, is that like an emergency access road, or would that be a normal traveled roadway?
Chair Pritzos, if I may respond?
Yeah.
Commissioner West, it's my understanding that it's a secondary access road. It was originally intended to be an emergency access road, but is now a secondary access road.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then Commissioner Carey, did you have a second question?
Very much, Mr. Chairman. Danny, I was just just wondering about possible wildfire concerns. I know this is located in a canyon, in an area that has burned in the past. I was just kind of curious if what you've heard from the fire department, do they have any issues with respect to wildfire with the proposed tentative map?
Commissioner Carey, we actually, Ian Crittenden, our development services manager, spoke with, not with Chris McCubbins, I believe he's out of office, but the person who's responding on his behalf. And he's very familiar with the area. And he said the reason why they didn't require any specific conditions of approval related to wildland urban interface is because of the actual type of plant life that is there. It's sparse grass at that point. This is at the higher elevation. It doesn't have a lot of the sagebrush and so forth you see at the lower elevations. So the likelihood of a wildfire there is very, very low, so that they don't have any concerns.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for staff at this time? Okay, seeing none, does the applicant here still and would they want to add anything?
Hopefully I unmuted myself. Can everybody hear me?
Yep, you're good.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, for the record, Randy Walter with Places Consulting Services. I'm here representing Apache Homes on their request to reapprove their existing tentative map. I guess it's still, well, not really. Depending on what your watch says, it might be morning rather than evening. I don't have anything else to add to it. A couple of the questions from commission, if I could respond to them. The secondary access is an emergency access. It will be gated. It's only there for emergency purposes. I call it a secondary access simply because there is 2 accesses required. That makes it the secondary access. The majority of the circulation will all come off of Belmar. It won't come off of the other access road at all. As far as the fire consideration is, a couple of things in addition to what the fire department said. The 4-minute response time, and I don't know how familiar you are with the Miramani project itself, but typically that whole area up in there has had the same 4-minute response time compliance issue. All those single family homes that there are served with residential fire sprinklers. It's assumed that this project will also have residential fire sprinklers as part of the mitigation. It's just something from a building permit standpoint that's probably going to be a requirement. It's something the developer understands and is committed to. So that'll be one of the mitigations. The other thing you should be aware of is this particular site. I don't know how well you can really see it from your vantage points on Belmar, but there's really just a little tiny little ridge. It's kind of in the middle of 2 relatively large mountain sides on both sides. That's really being used as cut and fill to create the fill for the roadways coming in, as well as the cut for the project itself. So it kind of sits isolated from a lot of the other points of it, and I'll always have at least a cut or fill on either of the edges that front the wildland interface. So those edges will be able to be maintained by the HOA and protect create some defensible space for the whole project. As that'll kind of give you an answer of how this project relates to those 2 issues that were brought up by Planning Commission.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? All right, seeing none, any discussion? Okay, also seeing none, I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Carey.
And good morning, Mr. Chairman. I will find I move to forward to the city council a recommendation of approval of the tentative map associated with PCN 17-0011 STM21-0001 for a 448 lot townhome subdivision on a site approximately 165.5 acres in size, located in the NUD, New Urban District, Miramonte Plan Development Zoning District, adopting findings T1 through T12 and the facts supporting these findings as set forth in the staff report, and subject to conditions of approval 1 through 18. And I will note for the record, this motion would include the revised conditions of approval that the commission received this afternoon from staff.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Carey. Commissioner Kramer.
Mr. Chair, I second that motion.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion by Commissioner Carey, a second by Commissioner Kramer. Any further discussion? Danny, are you raising your hand?
Yes, I am. Due to the change in numbering on the conditions of approval, it's 1 through 17. That's all.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for that. Would I need to amend the motion?
Yes, please. Just clarify that you would be amending it to 1 through 17.
I would be amending it, the foresaid motion, subject to conditions of approval 1 through 17 and reflecting the changes that were provided to the commission this afternoon.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Kramer, you still want to second that?
And I will second that motion.
All right. So now we have a motion from Commissioner Carey, a second from Commissioner Kramer. Any further discussion? No? Well, then, Madam Secretary, can we please call the roll?
Commissioner Pritzos?
Aye.
Commissioner West?
Aye.
Commissioner Andriola?
Aye.
Commissioner Carey?
Aye.
Commissioner Kramer?
Aye.
Commissioner Rawson?
Aye.
Commissioner Reed?
Aye.
All right, motion passes unanimously. So we will now move on to item 10, which is our last public comment section. Madam Secretary, could you please read the announcement?
So this is our last general public comment period. The telephone number call-in for participation is 1-669-900-6833. Meeting ID number is 918-6277-1011. You will use *9 on your phone to request to speak, or you may raise your hand using the Zoom features if you have joined by the Zoom link. Ms. Martinez, I don't see any public comment. Do you see any?
Nope, I do not.
All right, then with that, we will close public comment and move on to item 11, announcement from staff and commissioners. We'll start with staff. Are there any announcements at this time?
Chair Pritzos and members of the Planning Commission, Armando Ornelas. Just looking ahead, one announcement regarding an upcoming City Council agenda item that we anticipate being heard on May 24th. They may be considering and providing direction to the city manager to start on a set of amendments to Title 20 to the zoning code. This would be sort of the 6-year update, if you will, to address oversights. As you're aware, we have some missing pieces in terms of appropriate zoning districts for missing metal type housing. Or the bottom or the top end of our single family districts is not quite dense enough, and the bottom end of the multifamily districts is not quite low enough for some of the product that is being proposed. So that type of thing. At any rate, if we're provided that direction, then you would be seeing this, at some point in the future, probably several months out. Second announcement would be that we may very well be conducting the June meeting of the Planning Commission in person in the Legislative Building, but stay tuned and we will keep you apprised of if that is to occur and the particulars around that. But with the governor's directives regarding the conduct of virtual public meetings, we anticipate lapsing, then we will be moving to live meetings. And then third, this is less of an announcement, but I just want to acknowledge Mary Lee Smith and Casey Martinez. They worked harder than anyone tonight, and they did a terrific job. And not only did they do that tonight, but it took actually a tremendous amount of work and effort on their part to compile the comments and make sure that your public hearings with so many interested members of the public wanting to be heard, that was done as efficiently as possible. It still took a long time, but every person who wanted to speak was afforded the opportunity, in either in their own words, live or through Mary Lee and Casey. So again, I want to thank them for that.
Yeah, thank you, Armando. I also just want to thank all staff and for all the hard work. I know that we had some pretty big items this meeting, and I really appreciate all of the work that all of you have done to help us kind of be prepared for these meetings and just sort of help guide us through all these complex issues. Is there any other announcements from members of the commission? Commissioner Reed.
Yeah, I don't have an announcement, but in light of the number of public comments read into the record tonight, could we discuss, and I guess it would depend on how the future meetings go, but under certain circumstances, can we discuss just reading the names and of people that email, because we're all reading them, they're posted on the website, and then just state if they're in favor or opposed. And I mean, I would just like it maybe to be talked about, to be considered for a future agenda item. I know that some of the other entities are doing this, and I initially was not a big fan of it, but I can see the value in certain circumstances of doing that.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Reed. Are there any other announcements? All right, well, seeing none, we will move on to our last item on this fine Friday morning, which is adjournment. So can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
All
second
right,
that.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Reed and a second from Commissioner Kramer. Madam Secretary, can we please call the roll?
Commissioner Pritzos?
Aye.
Commissioner West?
Aye.
Commissioner Andriola?
Aye.
Commissioner Carey?
Aye.
Commissioner Kramer?
Aye.
Commissioner Rawson?
Aye.
Commissioner Reed?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. We are adjourned. Thanks, everyone.
Good night.